Hey everybody. Oh, it's good to see you. T-Girl, Dorinda, TH2, Joyful, Jen. How are y'all doing tonight? It's been a crazy day for me. I broke my computer. So I'm using my granddaughter's. And hey Cashew, good to see you. And so I don't have everything over here on hers. I don't even know what it looks like when it says I'm going live. I didn't have my hat. But here we are. And it's so good to see all y'all. Hey Benjamin. I just got home from my mama's about 30 minutes ago, maybe an hour. Enough time to throw something to eat together and jump on and see how everybody's doing. So, y'all know how I'm always talking about positivity. So I have this little thing I want to play for you. And I want you to tell me if you see what happens. I'm going to have to mute so I can play it.
And 6. After divorcing her husband, he takes her life and the lives of her children and himself. During the time that she was dead, she describes meeting Jesus Christ, asking him questions, and then being shown the next 70 years. I have no reason to doubt her. She told me things about myself that only my wife and doctors know. If you're new to the channel, welcome. I'm glad to have you here. I narrate near-death experiences from all over the world and release a new video daily. These videos are meant to bring hope to a sometimes hopeless world and to show that there is indeed life after death. If you enjoy these videos, please consider hitting those like, subscribe, and bell icons to be further notified of new content. Doing so is free, and it does help the channel grow. To my return viewers, welcome back. You know the drill. Sit back, relax, grab a cup of coffee or tea, and enjoy today's narration. Hello, Heaven Awaits, or would you prefer to be called Lee? I have watched all of your videos and feel comfortable enough with you telling the world my story. I know some of your viewers will ask why I won't tell my story personally. The last time I did, I ended up involuntarily committed to a local psychiatric unit. People immediately think that you're crazy if you mention dying and seeing the future. I know that you will be narrating this experience, and while you do have my full permission to do so, Please do not use my full name or any other information that can identify me. I can't be locked up again because of intolerant people who believe that I am demonic. I am a psychic, not demonic. I didn't get my powers from Satan. I got them from Jesus. It wasn't always like this, though. Once you have read this email, you will wish to ask further questions. I do not mind, so send away. I know that your viewers want me to get right into my NDE, but it isn't as simple as that. I'm not going to tell you my whole life story. However, getting to the NDE will take a little bit more time. I'm not going to sit here and lie to anyone. My ex husband wasn't exactly father or husband of the year, but I thought deep down if I loved him enough, he would change. It seemed that the more I loved him, though, the more he changed for the worse. My husband stayed at home with the kids while I went to work. It had been this way since 1997 when he lost his job at the shipyard after a pretty serious accident caused by him because he loved the drink a little too much. He ended up costing the company he worked for a couple of million in equipment losses and a couple of 100,000 in settlements to the workers he permanently injured. As I said, he messed up. I had been working my way up in a company that I still work for today, and by the time he had been fired, I was the breadwinner anyway. When we got married, we decided to have 2 kids. Luckily for us, the first time was a charm, and we ended up with fraternal twins, 1 boy and 1 girl. They were born in October of 1995. Starry got a little teary eyed. Anyway, he lost his job as a crane operator in 1997, so we decided it would be a good idea for him to stay home with the kids while I worked. I wish I had known then what I know now, because I would have kept taking them to daycare. My babies would probably still be alive today if I had. For a few months after we started doing things this way, everything seemed fine. He stopped drinking and things seemed okay. Fast forward to the beginning of the year 1998. I came home from work. He was on the couch watching the TV, and the kids were down for their afternoon naps. I asked how his day went, and he said fine, and I went to check on the kids. They were sound asleep in their beds, so I went back into the living room to talk to him. I asked him what was for dinner, and he backhanded me. I should have known then and there to leave, but I was stupid. Of course, he apologized for it and said he thought I was disrespecting him because I was working, and he wasn't. It started to become more and more of an occurrence. Usually it was only once a month, and then it became more and more regular until he started drinking and doing it nightly. It got so bad that I began to run out of excuses for my boss on why I wasn't at work or why I had caked up makeup on. I know what everyone seems to be thinking. Why wouldn't you just leave the piece of trash? It's easier said than done, especially when you think you're in love. There's not a day that goes by that I wish I hadn't left sooner. August 16th, 2005, I decided to get off of work early. I had been working quite a bit to finish a project that needed to be done and had finished it earlier than expected, so I told my boss that I was taking off and headed home to surprise my husband. I walked into my house and noticed the trash that I called my husband was not in his usual spot drinking on the couch, so I made my way down the hall and heard whimpering from my daughter's room. I will not describe what I saw him doing, but I imagine you already know. I ran to the bedroom and grabbed the pistol we kept in our safe and put it to his head. I wish to God I had pulled the trigger. I didn't, and it cost me everything a year later. The divorce went through fairly quickly. It turns out that he had been taking turns with both of our children for the better part of 3 years. I had no idea. With charges pending and him in jail, I figured everything would be fine for me and the kids. It wasn't. The night my children and I died, we were coming home from therapy. As soon as we walked in the door, I saw a flash and felt a burning sensation in my chest. I immediately fell to my knees and on my face. He shot me 5 more times, each time missing vital organs by mere centimeters. My children weren't as lucky. I watched as he shot my daughter first, and then my son. Slowly breathing my last breath, I heard him mutter something along the lines of, "Now we will all die." I watched him take his own life and took my final breath. I remember standing up and looking around, looking at my son and daughter and my body and feeling nothing. I don't know why I felt nothing for them, I just didn't at that time. What I did feel was this strange tugging sensation around my belly button area. It's hard to describe, but if you think about it in human terms, the tugging sensation felt like a cat or kitten tugging at your shoelace or a piece of string that you were holding. When I looked down, I saw what appeared to be a string attached to me. The tugging sensation continued. First, it was a light tug, and then it got stronger and stronger. It felt like I was being pulled towards something, but I was being pulled on ice, so my body just moved along without friction. I can't even begin to tell you how long it took for the tugging to stop. The tunnel was what I would describe as true black. No light was allowed in except for the light that I was being pulled towards. Some of the images I saw in the darkness, though, were horrendous. Hitler's speech, muggings, 9/11, and others. Finally, after what seemed like days, maybe even weeks or months, I arrived at the light, and with a popping like sound, I was through. What I saw and felt here was some of the greatest love and joy that I had ever felt. I felt as if I were a baby in my daddy's arms again. Looking around, I saw a dark skinned man with a beard. He was wearing a toga robe and had on sandals. When you're in heaven, you immediately know what Jesus Christ looks like. As I made my way over to where he was, I could see that he was surrounded by multiple people. I could feel the love pouring out of him for all of us and knew that I wasn't worthy of it, so I started to walk away. As I was walking away, I heard Jesus say in my mind, "My daughter, where are you going?" "Lord, I am not worthy to be in your presence," I thought back. His word stunned me. My daughter, everyone who believes in me, is worthy to be in my presence. I turned and saw that Jesus was now beside me. "Walk with me, my daughter," he said. As we walked, Jesus told me my purpose and why I was there. It was here that I realized that I wasn't dreaming, I was dead. My kids. I said, looking at Jesus, I could tell by the expression he made that they were gone. "Why? Why did you give them to me only to take them away?" I asked. "That is what they wanted. They chose this ending for themselves." "Wait, what do you mean they chose this?" "Every soul contracts itself through my Father. Earth is not your final destination. Your final destination is to ultimately rejoin with my Father, after you have learned and experienced life." Stunned, I said back, "That makes no sense, Lord. If every soul is contracted through your Father, then that means he allows people like Hitler to exist. Why?" "My daughter, you are not the first to ask these questions, and you will not be the last. All souls are born with a blank slate. When a soul wishes to experience life, they approach my Father, who grants them their wish of experiencing life." "Yes, but that means that you allow evil. Why?" "My children died to evil. Why was that allowed?" "The evil perpetrated against your children will not go unpunished. After his soul has been cleansed, he will rejoin my Father." "What about the lake of fire and all of that?" "The lake of fire is a metaphor for what those souls that are deemed evil will go through. It will feel like an unending fire." Why did this have to happen? What did I do that was so wrong to be punished like this? "You are not being punished, my daughter, though it may feel that way, and you may experience this loss. It is not punishment. The souls who were your children were ready to come home." "I still don't understand how any of this works," I screamed. "My daughter, one day you will understand." "So what happens now?" "It is not your time to rejoin with my Father. You must return to your life and tell others what is to come." "I don't want to return. I have lost everything. The two people most precious to me have been taken by someone who isn't even going to be punished for eternity. It seems like I am the one that is being punished by having to be sent back. My daughter, just like the souls of your loved ones, you too signed a contract with my Father. Your life experience isn't done." "Well, I want it to be. I don't want to go back without my kids." Jesus looked at me, hugged me, leaned forward, and gently whispered in what would have been my ear, "You must return. Do not worry. I will show you what awaits you when you go back." As he said this, he touched what would have been my forehead if I had one with his index and middle fingers. I was given a glance into the future of how the earth and my life would look for the next 70 years. As soon as he took his fingers away, I felt like I was immediately being tugged backward towards my body. I went back through the true black tunnel and found myself hovering over my body. I saw what was happening at that moment. My neighbor was giving me CPR, screaming into the phone for the ambulance to hurry. As soon as the ambulance arrived and began working on me, I eased back into my body through the top of my head. Bodies are crampy spaces. I will describe everything that Jesus showed me as soon as he touched my head. This is not to scare people, but to show that this is going to happen. It doesn't matter whether we want it to or not. Nothing that we can do can change God's will. After I woke up in the hospital, my doctor informed me that I had a long road to recovery. I had been shot 6 times, and my body was going to need time to recover from it. The day that I was due to be released, I had been contemplating telling the doctor what I had seen. Part of me wishes that I didn't, but I felt that he would want to know. I began talking to my doctor and told him everything that happened. I told him that I had seen and spoken to Jesus, and that Jesus showed me the next 70 years, and that he would be going home soon. My doctor immediately ordered me in for a psychiatric evaluation, and I was locked up due to what he called a mental break. My doctor died in 2006. I wish I could see his face and hit him with an "I told you so." Some of the other things that I was shown were: I saw myself meeting my second husband 8 years after the death of my babies in 2013. I saw us having one child, a baby boy, and then saw my second husband dying in 2051. I have not told him yet. In 2024, the world banking system on the verge of collapse does away with all paper currency, leading to everyone being transferred over to cryptocurrencies. These currencies can be tracked and cut off at will. The United States will implement a social credit system where people are graded based on education, criminal record, political affiliation, and other things. Everything fully turns around in 2028, when, in a surprise to no one, Donald Trump is elected president for a second term and does away with the world banking system and brings back paper money for citizens of the United States. I need to point out that I am not from the US, so I am not aware of how things in your country work. In 2061, the United States, not able to overcome their differences, decided to split down the middle, and no civil war was fought. These two countries named themselves the United Northern States and the United Southern States of America. Both are invaded by China in 2063, forcing the two to join Canada and Mexico to survive the onslaught. From 2028 until 2063, there is a relative time of stability in the world, with no wars and famine being all but a memory. Then China invades, and the world is at war again for 7 years. After the war between China and the newly formed United States of North America and the rest of the world ends, there is a declaration that no more wars will be fought. This declaration holds until at least 2075. I am unable to see what happens in the world after that time. I am guessing that the reason why I wasn't shown further into the future than 70 years is that my contract with God will finally run out. Only 53 more years, and I finally get to go home. It is a horrible feeling knowing some of the things that I know, especially knowing the date of death for my husband. I have tried discussing things with him, but have yet to bring up the year that he will die. I'm worried that he will have me locked up, and also that he might not be able to handle knowing that he is going to die in 29 years. Some people might call me a demon and possessed, but I don't feel that I am. I feel that Jesus showed me what I needed to see to understand how contracts with the Father worked. I know that people won't believe this. I can already see the comments. All I can tell them is to wait until 2024, and when they see the world banks announce they're no longer printing money and that everyone will be switched to their new cryptocurrency system, then that will be proof enough. I know that you have a few questions, so I eagerly await your reply back. Hey Julie, I just want to say that your NDE touched me. I am so sorry for your losses. I cannot imagine how that feels, and quite honestly, I don't want to. Since you are a psychic and you already know what I am going to ask, it seems incredibly redundant to do so, but I will ask anyway. Note to my listeners, the questions coming up were asked over a period of 10 or so hours and through several emails. Why didn't you ask Jesus about the world's suffering? Technically, I did. I just worded it a little different. You having an NDE yourself, you know how little time Jesus has to spend with you. He tells you what you need to know matter of factly, and if you don't ask the right questions, then you get a completely different or unexpected answer. Why do you trust me to do your story? It doesn't take a psychic to see how passionate you are about these stories. It does help to know what is going to happen, and I have already seen you're trustworthy. How do I know you're truly a psychic? I can prove it to you. Your first daughter was born on June 7th. Rest removed to protect the privacy of my daughter. I know my viewers are going to ask, why aren't you making the rounds? Why did you pick this channel? Why not Jeff M or some other channel that does sit-down interviews? Because I trust you. I don't trust the channels that claim they do sit-down interviews. Those channels aren't being truthful. What do you mean by not being truthful? They know what I mean, and yes, they are listening. Most of those people the other channels have on are paid actors. Sure, some are real, but the majority are paid, and I refuse to sully my name with stuff like that. Plus, as I said, I don't want to be locked up in a mental institution again. It is why you are the only channel that this is allowed on, because you are the only one that won't use my full name. I don't know if I can include that statement without getting into trouble, even though it is you making the statement and not me. You can. They know they aren't being truthful, and it can be proven, which is why they will not say anything. Last question. Can my listeners email questions to you? No, the fewer people that know my email, the better. Plus, even if they ask, no matter what I answer, they won't believe me. No, John, I will not tell you the lot of numbers. Not that you're going to bother listening to this to hear me tell you no. You're going to type, what a load of crap, and close the video. Isn't that right, Subliminal? Thank you again for your time, Julie. I do appreciate you taking the time to contact me and to answer my questions. Even though I have a lot more, I truly don't want to ask anymore. To be truthful, you freaked me out by telling me the exact date and time my daughter was born and the room number and hospital. No problem, Lee. Sorry about freaking you out. It was the only way to prove it, though. Don't worry, I never do stuff maliciously. So you are safe. That does it for Julie's NDE. As I promised her in my emails back to her, I would not say her last name and have removed any other information from this NDE that could be used to identify her. I have zero reasons to question her experience. She knew things about me that only my doctors and my wife knows. She also told me the exact birthdays and time of day that my daughters were born and where they were born, and other stuff there is no way that she could know. So, unless she is really lucky at guessing, then I believe she is a genuine psychic. What does everyone think about the dire warnings of the future? This one specifically goes out to my fellow Americans. What do you think about what she says will happen in 2061, with the country splitting into two? Whatever your thoughts, be sure to post them respectfully. Even if you disagree, do so respectfully.
Wow, huh? Deanna, did you fall asleep?
No, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here, honey. I was just getting it together. Okay.
I agree. I saw somebody say that he would be too old in 2028. How old is he now? He would have, so that's
He
like
damn
eight,
old. Okay, he damn old. He like
yeah,
76 or
and
something.
that's 8 years. So he would be, yeah. I mean, oh, Cashew's already heard that one. Yeah, that's from, oh, what is it called? Arise Heaven or Heaven Above. He there that's all he does is indies, and people tell their stories, and um that one I was like, wow, it's hard to, that's where we need discernment, one, because I mean, she's saying she walked with Jesus. Do we doubt Jesus? And it's like,
I doubt when it doesn't line up with the word. That's when I doubt.
right.
So, I don't, yeah, I don't believe everything. I mean, I wouldn't take away that person's experience from them. I wouldn't tell them I doubt what happened to them was not true. I would, I would test everything up against the word and see where it lined up and where it didn't, because it says in the word, you believe in God? Oh, the devils believe too, and they tremble. Test the spirits. Do they say Jesus is Lord? That's the only way I know we're supposed to. People that can't admit Jesus is Lord do act differently.
Yes.
They do. As far as Jesus and that, we contract our lives before before we come and all that kind of stuff. What that reminded me of, as a former pagan, one who was reading a lot of Louise Hay books, You Can Heal Your Life, and I read a lot of Shakti Gawain books about creative visualization, and I do believe in creative visualization, and I do believe in things too. But when I started to read the Bible, those, what they do is they take the story of Genesis. Typically, lots of people, if it isn't just the story of Genesis, then they want to make up their own story of what Genesis really is. But they still take the root of it, and they're like, "But this is what it really means."
Right.
But this is what it really means, and so I call bullshit on all of that. It has to line up with the word. So
True.
Um, yeah. So for me, I think that people can have those experiences, and I would be very, very careful
Yes.
that I was with it. The only good spirit there is, y'all, is the Holy Spirit. That's it. That is the only good spirit. And the other ones, let
Amen.
me tell you something. Satan comes as an angel of light. Do not be deceived. He does not look scary. He looks
Yes.
very beautiful. And typically it's just an appeasement of our own flesh when we give in to the devil's ways. And I know, because I served myself. I worshiped myself. So I loved the pleasure. And you know what? It hurts people. It leaves a wake of hurt. Um,
Yep.
People that have given their lives to Jesus, you can't do that anymore. You can't be hurting people. And even your enemies, you're not supposed to talk about your enemies and gloat when they're going down. When you see Christians
Yeah.
that are gloating that their enemies are going down and suffering, let me tell you something. They're not acting like Jesus would act. Jesus didn't even do that when they were nailing him to the cross. Okay? He's the example. People always say, oh, Jesus said, love your neighbor as yourself. No, you know what? When he came, he said, you guys aren't really good at that. Love them like I've loved you. Because we don't even love ourselves good enough, probably, to love other people, or maybe we love ourselves too much. I don't know. But I would never poo poo someone's story. I think that's their experience is real. I don't mean to, it's just, as someone who came out of paganism, I never had the peace like I did when I read the Bible and became born again. That's all I
Yes.
can say. That's all I can tell you.
Same with me. And I totally agree with you. And you kind of woke me up a little there because of one of the things you said. um,
Which one?
just, well, I don't want to confess it to everybody.
Okay, well, that's fine. Right. Well, as far as just,
But
it's, you have to put it
yeah,
up against the Bible, right? You have to just line it up and see, is this biblical, what they're saying? Their interpretation, we make contracts with God. I never seen that in the Bible before. Perhaps I'm missing it. I know that a lot of people do have different, um, you know, interpretations of their faiths and their experiences of God. You know, Even a lot of the I got a couple great books in the house. One of them is called Eternity in Their Hearts, and it's about how in all these different cultures, Aborigine places and things like that, there is always been cultures everywhere that believes in the one true God, like the natives, the Great Spirit, right?
Yes.
And um, and even Paul, when he went to, I believe it was Rome, and he came across the tomb of the unknown God, he told them about it. The tomb had been there for a long time. He's like, do you know who this is about? I know this God. This is the God I'm telling you about. And the radical thing about Christ is he said, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father but to me. I think that's where people have a hard time. And I say, well, look, if, he's liar, lunatic, or Lord. He's a liar, he's a lunatic, or he's Lord. You can't, taking parts of Jesus, he died and rose again so we could have life eternal, and they don't have his bones, and you can better believe they wanted them. They got Buddha's bones, they got Confucius bones, Gandhi's bones. Let's see who else? To get the message. Rising from the dead, a big deal. Amen. Woo woo. Ain't no other
Amen.
God that did it. And God said, I'm going to be man in the flesh. You all are so not good at just getting it. You can't get it. You're too religious. The whole thing was humans were too religious. They use religion to control people. I get that. We all get that. We see religion being used as a tool. Just because we believe in Jesus and we believe the Bible verbatim does not mean we checked our brains in the door. We don't study archaeology. We don't study history, and we fully have found it to line up and to be true with our life experiences, supernatural experiences you can't really explain to people. I want to believe, everyone's on the right path and everything. But for me, I was miserable until I found Jesus Christ and read the gospel. There's no denying it.
Amen.
I worship myself too much. I worship myself. I worship this world. And I hurt a lot of people. I hurt a lot of people. And when I was 26, 25 years old, I said, Jesus, I yelled at the sky. I remember I was like, whatever the truth is, I just want the truth. I did not want the Bible. That was the last book girl wanted. Okay. No, not that dang book. No way. Not that book.
I went through the same thing. Yes.
I'm pretty sure my words were vulgar and repulsive as far as how I used to speak about that. And, you know why? Because growing up, I saw people, even family members, take that book, I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian, and use it. And really, their lives weren't Christian. And everybody sees that. And they go,
I think that anybody sees it. It's not something that we have to constantly profess. If you're
mm-mm.
if you're living it, and it just shows. It just, that light just shines. What Pappy said here, this is true. Or,
Creator has
that's a good way to look at it, is many rooms, worlds, planes of existence. So there could be different stories of people who have passed and come back, and to fit their life, that could be totally different from mine or yours. I know, and I know I've said this before, but my fifth child, daughter, when she was 6 years old, we always do the I love you more, I love you more. We were doing that. We were on the front porch, and she said, Mom, There's no way that you love me more. And I said, how can you say that? I'm your mother. And
Mhm.
she said, because I chose you. And I was like, what? And she said, I chose you.
Did she?
I was on my knees in tears. I was like, no way. And but I can picture that also. I saw someone say that they're um what was it about the the tether from the navel to the
Yes.
god, and I mean it was just to have your child say that to you, but you can picture it kind of like these little souls up there, and well, it's your turn to go back down, and you know, and here we are. We're battling these um, all these laws, you know,
Yes.
RVW and all this stuff, and so you think about it and you think if if it's known ahead of time how that life is going to go,
Black Watch.
why would they choose to come just for that moment, you know? Because to me, it's a life from the beginning. It's
Yes, but before you were formed, I knew you.
yes,
Before you were knit in your mother's womb. I mean, I'll bet Missler goes into some of that. Chuck Missler may go deep into some of that.
yep,
Those things that don't give us solutions, I don't tend to go deep into because it doesn't help me
I
right now.
know it, and
I, you know,
it's
yeah, it's
I had asked everybody in chat if they were really open minded. I mean, really, really open minded, because um, I had come across that and had wanted to show it.
uh
wasn't
huh,
quite
uh-huh.
That
Yeah,
wasn't the first thing I was going to show tonight, but um, just to see
every hair on your head. That's right.
different opinions on it, and I
Yeah,
loved the way that you went into that right away. You did amazing, and thank you.
yeah. You're welcome. I was thinking about it, and just like how I am open to, of course, especially somebody's raw and real experience. 100% never taking that away from someone and saying, I'm saying that didn't happen or that's impossible or it's always the interpretation, right? It's and I was also thinking of, have you ever read that story or seen anything about that Lithuanian young lady named Akane and her paintings?
That really sounds familiar. I'm
She was about 4 years old. I have her book. She must be in her 20s by now. And she started doing these paintings and was obsessed with Jesus too. And she wanted to meet someone that looked like who she had in her mind so she could paint Jesus. And one day, literally, a carpenter came to their house. And anyway, she's got a couple, I mean, every one of her paintings has a deep, uh, bone chilling, goose pimple story. My friend up the road adopted two little girls from China. She has two paintings in her book that I have. One was, they were both about these two little girls. And it was like years later, these people that adopted them, there's a story there about how what she described in these paintings was their little girls. That when they went to get them, the waterfall that was there and everything, it was like she painted these little girls' village and stuff. Like, it's just a wild story. Akane, Akiane. And she was 4, and her story would build anyone's faith, as far as she got her whole family to start talking about Jesus and reading the Bible. And it came out of nowhere for her family. They did not grow up that way. It wasn't what they were looking for, right? It was just like out of nowhere. Their daughter's like, Jesus, yeah. And I talk to him and dream about him and all this stuff. But the thing is, with her experience, it was very biblically sound and solid.
Yeah.
And so some people have those. I think that, again, I never want to say, I would not want to say that what, look, did you see The Shack or read The Shack? There's a controversial one.
Oh,
That's what that
yes.
reminded me of. A
That's
very
really good.
similar experience that someone had.
Yes.
Jesus was a black woman in the woods. Like, okay,
I
like
know.
my Jesus can do stuff like that. My
Yes.
Jesus can. My Jesus can do all of that and then some, y'all. So yeah, no doubts,
Yes.
but did it line up biblically? Like, at first I had a friend who was all about The Shack, and I got 2 copies in there, okay? And then he come out, it's a farce, it's a fraud, it's evil. Okay, so I get both sides. Would not take away from that man's experience
No. And
ever.
that's just like that one. Um, I think it's called Almost Heaven. Um, the little boy that
Oh, heaven, yeah, is
I
my
think
home.
he
That's what it's called. I have those books, both of them, the
and
adult reader and the kid one, the kid version.
he kept telling everybody that he had seen Jesus whenever he died for a little bit,
Yes,
and
yes,
then the
yeah,
father still had doubts, even though
right.
this is his child. But then um, he was looking on the computer at the end, and a girl across the world, same experience, she painted the picture of Jesus that she saw. And the little boy walked up to the screen and he said, "That's
Oh,
him.
right,
That's that's the man I was talking to," or whatever. And it was like,
right.
so, and I've seen where people go and interview, like you were saying, the tribes in the middle of nowhere,
Mhm.
and they all explain the experiences almost identical in
Mhm.
how they get there anyway. And sometimes once they get there, then it is a little bit different story. It's just like when my grandfather was um, at the end of his life, and he kept saying that he was seeing angels,
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
um, but he knew them by name. And my grandmother told me, she said, this is family members that he's mentioning that had already passed.
Mhm.
And so you think, you know, in my family, the belief was that the family members will come to help you pass through when it's your time.
Mhm.
There's so many different, you know, if- I just, it's
Mhm.
just kind of neat to see.
You should tell us about that, Mama T. Get you back
Yeah.
up here.
Yes, Mama T.
There was another good comment, but I want to let you finish what you're saying, and then I want to read a comment.
Go ahead.
Okay. Guardian said that she had a child tell her years ago that um, I reminded him of his other mother from his previous life. Yeah.
See, and how does a child know that? I mean, there. I really think that there is some validity to a lot of these stories. And
She posted akane.com. Check that out, you guys. Hi, Willie D. Hi, y'all. There's so many of you. Blackwatch, it's great to see you. I do love you.
hey,
Rob,
Dwight,
great to see you.
Kino,
Dwight,
Carl.
billion stories. Out of body and learned humanity and energy beings, right? And the dimensions thing and the portals and all that. I mean, listen, in the Bible, in case you didn't know this, the apostle Philip, was it Philip? Yeah, I think it was Philip, was transported, y'all. He was transported. One place, 1 minute. Another place, another minute. He had been with the Queen of Sheba's eunuch reading to him the book of Isaiah. I heard somebody give a message about that. How at the time Philip was, they were booming, man. The disciples were baptizing people and the church was growing day by day and everything. And then it was like Jesus told him, you know what, you're gonna go to the desert, and it's like, anybody know what that's like? You're like, you're on the top of your game, right? And God's like sideswipes, and then next thing you know, your kid got cancer or something is going to drag you through a valley, a low, right? And then but then
Yes, she
I,
is.
Hi.
Hi, Mama G. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Just
that's
fine,
in
thank you.
Acts. I can't remember what Acts chapter. I don't know. We'll have to look that up and read that because that's a phenomenal verse.
You
That's a
see what?
phenomenal passage.
Yes.
It's super
You
cool.
see what Deb said about the truck driver?
No, I'm sorry.
He went
I got it
down.
when Helen came back, a changed man. Oh yeah, I knew a stripper. Same thing. Jesus blew the roof off her house. She looked around her house. Everything was on fire. Dirty money.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, she was working at the local strip club. She wasn't looking for Jesus at all.
Yeah.
And it wasn't me, you guys. I've never stripped. Just saying. I know y'all think
Okay.
that Dee's the wild one, and she probably did that, but no, I never would do that. Dee's very prudish, and I'm proud to be a prude. A prudent wife is of the Lord.
I wasn't thinking that at all.
Oh yeah, well, I was. I'm surprised I never stripped. $700 a day, okay? Just saying. $700 a day. Come on. Money's not my God, though. So
Oh my gosh.
money's never been my God. Never. So that's why.
Oh.
So
you
come
had
on.
you had a
Elevate
story for us?
for me.
Sure. My daughter
that
was 7. She had a major seizure. She was in a coma for about a week.
Tell them to
And
shut up.
huh?
Tell them to shut up.
Yeah,
Tell
Eddie,
your
will you
family,
tell them
shut
kids
up.
to shut up?
Sorry. Thank you.
I told them.
If I was
It's
there, I
fine.
would have to go up to them.
I know, right? I thought I was
would
coming into
too.
a quieter room and
He's
they keep
coming.
getting louder. He's going to tell
He's
them.
coming.
Hold on.
Yeah. Oh.
I had you muted when they, yeah. Anyhow, when she was 7,
Hi,
hey,
Camo.
when she was 7, she had a major seizure and she went into a coma. And she was in a coma for about 7 days. And the doctor kept telling her he didn't think she would come out of the coma. And if she did, she'd be vegetated. And we should think about putting her in a home. Before that, they came to me and asked me to sign papers to donate her organs. So,
Oh,
to make a long story short, she did come out of the coma. And when she did, she started talking about all the things that she's seen in heaven. And she was telling us about the beautiful flowers. She says, they don't have flowers like this in heaven. And I said, they don't. She says, no, theirs are prettier. And I said, really? And she said, yeah. And she said, and Mom, she said, the music in heaven is so beautiful. She says, it's not like down here. She says, you don't go around doing stuff like this up there. She says, you just smile and listen to it. She says, it makes your heart pure. And I said, really? And she says, and the angels. I said, yeah. And she says, and I seen our dogs. And she says, and I seen my baby brother. Well, that kind of got me, you know, when she said, because I never talked about him.
Oh,
And
wow.
I miscarried when I was 8 months pregnant. And she said, yeah, she said, we played together a lot. And she said, Jesus told me I could play together. And I said, well, why did you come back? And she said, because Jesus told me I had to come back to you and Daddy. It wasn't my time. So I know there's a heaven, and I know kids, you know, she didn't know nothing about Jesus at the time. So I know she didn't make the story up, because we didn't really talk a lot about heaven. You know, we talked about Jesus and his love, and he died on the cross for our sins and stuff like that. But if she would ask what happens when you die, I kind of tried to avoid that because I felt she was too young. But she came back and told me all about it.
That is amazing.
So it's pretty cool, you know, when you got a 7-year-old and she's 37 now, so she's got a child of her own, and she's my
The dogs is good news.
Out of the mouths of babes, y'all. That's what it says.
Yes.
So, you know,
Hearing that the dogs are there is really good news.
I love that.
Hey,
Yes.
can I tell you
Thank
guys
you.
about a dream I had?
No.
Yes. Thank you so much for sharing that other one too.
Thank you. I don't take naps a lot, but I don't sleep a lot either. But I took a nap on Wednesday, and I don't know, one of the dogs barked, about scared the living tar out of me. But people that know me know that I like to take pictures of sunsets, sunrises, the moon, and
Yeah, you take beautiful pictures.
Thank you.
Yes.
I happened to be outside during this stream taking pictures of the moon, because it was the most beautiful moon I'd ever seen. And I always thank Papa for the beauty, because, you know, there's just so much that he's given us, and people take for granted all the time.
Yeah.
So me outside taking pictures of the moon, and all of a sudden people are coming out screaming and hollering in terror, like, look at the sky, look at the sky, the moon, look at the moon, how it's changing. And I happened to look up away from my camera, you know, instead of looking at one moon, I was looking at 7 moons, 7 going north, 7 going south, 7 going east, and 7 going to the west, all off of the one moon.
Oh, wow.
And then I'm looking at these people screaming and hollering in panic and terror, and they're all dropping dead around me. Not all of them, but some of them. And my dog barked, woke me up, and I tried to go back to sleep to finish my dream, and I couldn't. So if anybody has any light on my dream, please share it with me.
I have done that so many times, trying to go back to sleep and finish to see what happens
next.
What it meant.
Yes.
And the number 7 though is always
it's
biblical.
supposed to be a good sign. Yeah.
It's the number of completion.
Yes.
Number of completion.
Well, maybe God's trying to tell me something, so I'm sharing it with everybody.
I'll bet Camo has a couple near-death experiences, just guessing.
She just made me think of a dream I had in 1980. It changed my it changed my life. All right.
Yeah.
You know, I've told you about the way I grew up in my childhood.
Yes.
When I was
refresh us, me,
just fresh out of that, I guess I would call it. I'd call it the only nightmare I've ever had.
Right?
Because I'm in this dream, nightmare, whatever you want to call it. I'm standing in a field with hundreds of people, like we're all watching for fireworks. And you can hear, the crowd, like when something happens, like, oh, ooh, ah. Well, the stars moved, all right? And the stars formed a V. And they descended, and by the time that I saw they were moving and they were getting closer, they'd fallen on the earth.
Wow.
And what I saw was pissed off angels with swords and fire in their eyes. And I fell to my knees and remembered in that second everything that I had ever done bad.
Mm-hmm.
And when I woke in a sweat, wet bed, and just covered in sweat, and remembered every bit of it. And this is before I'd ever read the Bible or anything like that.
That is awesome.
I've told that story a couple times on panel.
I've never heard it.
That's amazing. That is totally amazing. It like tugs at my heartstrings.
Yep.
God is real, y'all, and there's people out there on YouTube. I watched one video of a lady preaching at the airport. She was like British or something. And then I've seen, YouTube has suggested several people, and they're young. Some of these are young people, and they're just out. Like one guy's like walking down the street and he's just kind of yelling his message, which isn't necessarily my favorite, but they can't help it. They're just like, and I mean, I've done it where I've done street witnessing. I've done it on the Arcata Plaza. I've done it at College of the Redwoods on open mic day.
I love doing that.
When I was first saved, I would go read out of the gospel and out of Psalms sometimes. And I was just compelled to do it, and that was before I lost a lot of the old friends and got new friends, and everything changed. There's something about the Word of God. There's something about the Bible. Faith comes by hearing the Word of God, and that beautiful music. We can get sections of it in church when we have worship that's pure and good. The people that aren't just trying to be flashy and perform and show you how good they are and show up. Everybody gets caught up in ego sometimes, no matter where they're at. But there's always something to criticize church for. But that's one of the few places we can really go and have these traditions and experiences. And if we want to try to get back to them, if there's not a good one going, then maybe we need to open one. YouTube church.
Yeah, there we go. I've had a couple really bad experiences in churches. Like we did foster care years ago and used to take in pregnant teenagers. And one of the minister's wives stopped me and she says, "You take in foster kids, right?" And I said, "Yes, ma'am." She said, "Well, why would you take in a foster child that's going to have a black baby?" And I said, "Excuse me?" And she says, "Well, if that's the way it's going to be, we don't want black kids in our church." Well, I went to a few people who went to the elders, and needless to say, this minister had only been there like a week, and that was it. He was done. They asked him to leave.
Bye, Felicia. Yeah. Don't let the door whomp your ass on the way out. God knows we can keep your kind around here.
Well, another one.
Not here, not there, nowhere around here.
We stayed away for a while, and then we ended up going back after my foster daughter had her baby, and everybody fell in love with Jasmine. It was hard not to. She was a beautiful little girl. But then my husband was accused of being a father of some other woman's twins.
What? Good night,
yeah.
Love you, honey.
And she her family happened to be very high and very into this church. Brother was an elder, dad was an elder. aunts and uncles were involved. Uncles were elders in this church. And when my sister-in-law came up to me and she said, I can't keep this a secret no more. And I said, what? She said, how can you live with your husband? And I said, but he's your brother's brother. She says, okay, well, let me rephrase that. How can you live with Don's brother knowing that he cheated on you? And I said, what?
Excuse me?
She said, yeah. She said, Terry, he's got twins. And I started cracking up laughing. Yeah, I was losing it. She goes, what is so funny? And I said, well, who's the mom? She says, no. She says, let me show you a picture. I said, yeah, really, because I'd love to see these babies, you know? So she showed me a picture. She says, don't they look like Christina, which is my youngest daughter? And I said, no. She goes, you don't think so? And I said, not at all. And she goes, well, do you think they look like Eddie? And I'm looking at him and I'm like, no. And she goes, well, she said that he's the father. And I said, okay, who's she? And she told me, and I was like, really? You're serious? She goes, yeah. I said, for real? And she said, yeah. And I said, I asked the minister, I said, is he in today? And she goes, well, let me call. And she said, yeah, do you want to talk to him? I said, yeah. So I told him, I said, how long are you going to be at the church? And he said, about another hour. I said, don't leave, I'm on my way. He says, you sound upset. I said, well, if you got the news I just did, you'd be upset too. And he said, okay. He said, well, take a deep breath. And he said, I'll see you in a few, because we only live like 6 minutes from the church. So I walked in and he says, have a seat. And I said, no, you better let me walk this one off a little bit. And he said, you sure you don't want to sit down? I said, I'm sure. So as I'm pacing the floor, I'm telling him the story. My sister-in-law sitting there and she's crying. And I turned around and I looked at him and he said, are you calm? And I said, yeah. I said, but you guys are all about to flip out. And he said, okay. I said, I want this girl to go before the church on Sunday morning and tell him that she's a liar. My husband had a vasectomy 1.5 years ago.
Oh my goodness.
TMI, TMI, TMI.
Well,
hey, Dorinda,
but see, she had to get up in front of the whole congregation and tell him that she lied, that my husband was
crazy. Crazy.
Yeah. And I stood right beside her as she did it, you know, with my arms crossed, tapping my toe on the floor because it was all I could do. So, and she told everybody, and the minister says, I do hope you're going to stay. And I said, are you crazy? I said, this church has brought me nothing but heartache. I'm out of here. And I turned around, walked out, and never looked back.
Dorinda, what's up?
Hi, Dorinda.
Hello, everybody that's coming in. I'm just
what is
seeing
the title of your show tonight, Bucky? There's something happening here. Was that your title last time?
It's happening. It's really happening, Bonnie.
I don't think so, because I have a song to go with it.
Nobody's right if everybody's wrong. Young
Carl's
people
got it
in their mind, getting so much resistance from behind.
It kind of fits with the times.
Camo, drop the mic.
Yep. Thank you, Camo.
Good song.
I keep having a lot of dreams, like a couple of weeks. I mean, a couple in a week of people who have recently passed. And I mean recently, like in the last 10, 12 years, there's a whole bunch of them I know. And I'm not saying they're bad dreams. They're kind of enjoyable in a way. During the dream, I'm really enjoy seeing these people. But then I wake up and I'm kind of sad all day, you know?
Yeah. They're just letting you know that they're there for you. They're surrounding you with their love.
It's kind of weird. It's getting weird.
Yeah.
Shut up, Eric. We like it when Camo sings. Sing another song, Camo, especially just because Eric told you to stop. Please sing another one.
I don't listen to Eric. I don't listen to him anyways.
We need
Behave,
another.
Eric.
We need another one.
I don't have another one right now.
Oh, sing Jesus Loves Me for him.
Yes, Jesus loves me.
This
I heard,
I know.
I heard the Whitney.
The
No, it was
Bible
Jesus.
says.
All right, one came to mind. 'Cause
All
when I
right, let's
die,
see.
they lay me to rest. I'm going to go to the place
That's
the
the
best.
one.
That
Who was
is
singing
the
it,
top
though?
one on my list to play at
Gosh.
my wake or celebration or
Okay,
whatever
there.
you want to call it that my kids are told to have.
When I die,
Spirit in the
lay
sky.
me to rest. I'm gonna go to the place that's the best.
Yep.
Go to the place that's the. Hey, guess what I did before I got on here? I haven't deleted it yet, but I did play the piano on social media, discussed on Facebook. But if I watch it, I'll probably delete it because
No,
No,
probably
let everybody
until I
else
see
watch it.
probably sucked. Yeah, I'm sure I did. I know I messed
Hello,
up.
Anna.
You know, it could be entertaining to watch someone fumble around. It's actually almost more fun than to watch someone be perfect. I don't want to watch some prima donna up there being perfect all the time. Like, make a mistake, lady. You know, make a mistake. I definitely did it. I definitely made
Yeah,
lots
but
of mistakes.
why do they look so perfect?
Because they're fake.
Yes, because they're fake.
And
You
we're
don't
not.
want to be fake. You want to be real. And if you don't like it, kiss
Excuse
my
me.
royal behind.
Yeah, go watch
Amen.
I'm being polite, Bonnie. I'm being
Oh,
polite.
that was polite. That was polite.
Well, I am what I am.
That's all.
I didn't know your ass was royalty.
Oh, I'm not royalty.
Can't play on
There are
YouTube, babe.
days. Just
They take
there
me
are
down.
days.
Oh, horrendous. Oh my goodness. Okay, I want to play something else for y'all.
Okay.
And see, and I
How
want
long
y'all.
is it?
This is
How long
it's
is it?
just a couple of minutes. It's not very long. And see what y'all think about this. I have to mute to do it, so
Okay,
y'all
no
can
problem. I'm
talk
gonna
until
hide
it
my camera
starts.
for a
I
minute.
think y'all mute when it starts playing, don't y'all?
That's
Yeah,
what I'm doing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
me too.
I'm gonna be back here doing this. Because I
Good night, Shift.
Night shift kicker.
Hello, Annalisa.
Mama T could keep up. Wow, Mama T. I always hear music in my head. I don't know why. Sorry, guys. I'm just being weird.
Well, she ain't starting it yet.
I guess it's just us.
It takes her a few minutes, okay? You
A
still
few minutes? What? How long? We're on a schedule here.
Well, yeah, no, Bonnie,
I
it
was
takes
told there
Bonnie a
was
couple of
something
minutes
going
to
on
get
here.
it going, so we're good.
Gosh, I cannot believe this. Now we have to wait.
It's called building up the suspense.
Yeah.
I'm suspended, all right. I'm suspended, all right. Hey, where's D-Dog? Has anyone seen D-Dog?
I saw D-Dog in Shane's.
If I talk
Oh
shit
yeah,
about
that's funny. You gotta hear
Talk
this
that
one.
fuck. So
You
does
gotta hear this, D. I'm on Shane's panel and I click YouTube. Bonnie's going live in seconds. Okay, I go back to Shane's. The guy's still playing the guitar. I leave studio and I left. I didn't say nothing. I just left. And as Bonnie's starting, half the people that were in Shane's show were on Bonnie's.
Yay. Hello, people. Who's got the crickets? I love
Way to
them.
go. We made this volunteer believe she sunk a pair of blindfolded free throws, when earlier, with no blindfold, she missed 10 in a row. How will she do her second time at the line, now that she thinks she nailed those blindfolded buckets?
Oh, close. So close. So close. That's number one. All right. Keep it going. Keep it going. Oh.
She's definitely getting closer, but no baskets yet.
You got this. You got this. You got this. you. Oh!
Wow. By making her think she sank those blindfolded shots, and by cheering and giving her positive reinforcement, it's almost like we hacked her self-confidence and got her to believe more in her natural abilities. In fact, out of 10 shots this time around, she ended up making 4. Quite an improvement. But what if one of our volunteers was already good at basketball? Whoa, this guy's got game. He made a whopping 9 shots from the line. Think there's anything we could do to make him worse?
Okay. So let's have you take 1 shot. All right? You think you can do it, guys? All right, Josh, let's give it a shot. 3, 2, 1. Not quite, but it's all right. Let's let him try a second time. It's a tough one. All right.
Wow.
Let's give it a shot, Josh. Hey. All right. Well, look, the man is blind. Okay, let's go ahead and take off the blindfold. So listen, it wasn't as easy as we thought, but let's have you do your 10 throws again without the blindfold.
Okay.
Just do your thing. 9 out of 10, maybe 10 out of 10.
Okay. All right, let's see.
You guys got his A game on? Come on, Josh. Whoa. All right, Josh. You got this, man. You got this. All right, that's 2.
Remember, this guy made 9 free throws earlier, but now it looks like the crowd's negative reinforcement is throwing him off his game.
Wow.
Poor boy.
We don't want none of that on our panel or in our chat. Negative. We want all positive. Lift each other up every day. That's what everybody needs.
Exactly. Amen. That's why I wanted to play it, because did you see how the negative response?
Yep.
I've seen it actually happen on the shooting ranges.
Yes.
Oh. Well, like, what do they do? What do you mean? Who does it on the shooting range?
I mean, if you heckle somebody on a shooting range, it screws them right up. If you're like, you know, wow, great shot, they shoot great all day long.
Yep.
I'd hate for them to see me trying to shoot because I've never shot a gun in my life. I'd be shooting shit that had no idea they was being shot.
I hope that somebody knows what they're doing and shows you how to do it the first time. That's what I hope.
My husband's supposed to show me, so hopefully it'll go well and I don't kill him.
You know, do you know what the first thing you do when you pick a gun up, Dorinda?
You pray.
No, that's the other person.
Well, there's that, but I'll be praying too.
No, the very first thing you do when you pick up a weapon, let's see if chat knows it. Nobody knows it. So everybody should know this, people.
Put it on safety, buddy. Make sure the safety's on.
Even before that.
Dorinda, first thing you do is get that thought out of your mind that you're going to shoot like poo.
Think positive.
Man, you'd all fail. You're all going to fail. The first thing you do is you check to see if it's loaded. You check to,
hey, Prepping 101.
Good to see you.
First thing you do is check to see if it's loaded, period.
True.
I want it loaded.
It's always loaded, isn't it?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
No, that's how people end up killing people in themselves, is thinking it's unloaded.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure if I'm at the shooting range and my husband hands me the damn gun, it damn well better have a bullet in it for me to shoot. Okay,
Amen.
I'm not
That sounds like a test you're going to fail, Dorinda.
Well, of course I'm going to fail because I never had a stupid gun in my hand before.
But see, that's the attitude.
Well, then why you calling them stupid?
You can't
Calling me
automatically
stupid
think
when it comes to guns. Yes.
you can't automatically think you're gonna fail.
You gotta think
if
positive.
you put that thought in your head, 9 times out of
Okay.
10 you're going to
I'm
fail.
going to hit the bullseye.
You are gonna
Amen.
kick butt
I'm
because
going to
that's
hit the
what you
bullseye.
do.
Hello,
You're gonna
Brother.
break between the eyes.
That's
And
what's
my
up.
husband's going to flip out.
Well, and
Well,
that's it.
Whatever.
Prove
We
to
don't care.
him that you are
We don't care what he does.
awesome,
You.
Hello, John
amazing,
John.
fantastic.
You do you. Prepping 101 in the house. A lot of love here for you. He
Yes,
said he
there
was
he
28
is.
years old the other day. I was like, nice
What?
beard, dude. 28 years old. Is he full of shit? Is he
No.
really 28 years old?
He
Yep.
is.
He's
I have no
young.
idea he was that young. He's such
I think he's a couple years older than that.
No,
I
he
think
said
he's like
28.
30.
No,
I
You know
thought he
what?
was almost
said
30.
he was
You
28
know what?
years old the other day, and I was like,
It doesn't even matter because look
It
what
does.
he's doing.
I think it's awesome. He's young.
With it.
He's young, though. That's
Yeah.
the point.
And I'm
Yes.
so glad
28
that
is
you were not
young.
hurt in that accident you had the other day prepping. I did
94
go back and watch the
years
video.
old. I can't believe he's that young. My son was born in 1996. He's 20, going to be 26. So,
But we want our youth to
can't
continue
believe
on, and
I
that's
didn't know.
so that's good that we have these younger
Holy
people,
crap.
Ronan and Prepping 101, and
He's a baby.
who's the other one I saw that Dee's? Look how young Dee's is. There's so many of them that are young that are Garrett, little Garrett, that's always in one of our chats. You know,
Yes, he's 21 or probably. Are you 22 yet, Garrett? Willie D says if he shaved his beard, he'd look 12. No, I think I've seen it. I'm as old as dirt. No, I'm not, John John. 71, baby. That was a good year. That's my year.
Holy crap. I think that's
Give
the same year my
Prepping
son was
101 a
born.
break, all right? Give him a break. He is way, way more awake than most people his age.
Well, of
That's
course,
right.
that's what I love about him, that the fact that he's 28 years old, because I thought he was older, not from his looks, but because he is consistent and faithful. And most of us have came from his channel and started
I was gonna say,
by
most of
watching
us-
his channel, and he doesn't get enough credit. And he's just
absolutely
always been there. And I just think it was amazing to me. I thought he was in his mid 30s at least, maybe even 40s, but not by looks, by wisdom, by the way he holds himself. I just really thought he was a lot older, not because, so yeah, good looking kid available, ladies. There you go.
I
Now
thought
he's
he
got-
was married.
Yes, it is. It's all about you, baby.
Prepping 101, we
This time
just
and make him really
appreciate.
feel awkward.
You want to hear something really stupid, Bonnie?
Sorry.
Prepping 101, we just
I
appreciate.
think my son was born that same year.
It is now 101.
Except I
Can you
keep
hear
saying
me?
he's 26.
Not really, because Dorinda's talking over you.
I know, I'm like, does anybody hear me?
I hear you, Bonnie.
You probably should get up here and defend yourself, Prepping. I mean, really, I don't know why you're chatting.
But that's what I'm trying to tell him, that we appreciate him bringing us together and him holding us together through all that BS that was going on when he started, because he did. Even though a time or two he gets a little anxious, but that's okay. We all do.
Come to think of it, you're right, Bonnie. It's all his fault. It's the first place I chatted and the first panel I was on.
Yeah, it's all
Oh,
his
so now we're gonna blame him.
fine.
Why Prepping? You don't want to come and get your ego boosted?
He's afraid. It's okay.
Come on.
Oh, y'all
He's
don't
afraid of
really.
me. He's
Be
afraid of
nice.
me, I'm sure.
We all love you, prepping. We all do.
What have we been
He's
talking
tired.
about? Positivity, being nice, boosting people
We're
up.
teasing him because we love him.
I love you, Preppy.
Love him. Feel the love? Do you feel the love? Carl's like, I'm 29, ladies.
Carol, I'm with you.
I love it. I love it. Oh no,
I'm
it's Carol.
21.
Carol.
See, he is married. NC Deb. He is
Who
married,
is?
by the way.
Married.
Prepping 101. I thought he was.
Oh, is he married? I'm sorry.
I didn't know he was married.
Giving him out like he was single. Sorry. He's just you know.
The other night he was saying, guess what I got for my truck? And I was like, a toolbox to hold all the flashlights.
He's not married. He's not married.
Yeah, he's not married.
Okay. I'm sorry.
20 questions. Let's do 20 questions. Prepping 101. Let's do 20 questions. I got questions for you. He's in Michigan, right? Is he in Michigan?
Yes, he's in
Michigan. He's 28 years old. He's single. He's faithfully consistent, which is a very good quality to find these days, people. Seriously. He's probably a hard-ass working man, is my guess, if he's in the Midwest.
Yeah.
He needs to get away from Beetlejuice.
Ugh.
What?
He just keeps it fun. Just keeps it fun.
He does.
Yeah,
It's interesting. He is interesting.
And I love the panel he has. And this morning I was watching Crazy Irish, and she had bushcraft and truth. No.
101 needs a gal that'll leave his flashlight batteries alone.
He does have a lot of flashlights. That's another factoid we know about him. I mean,
What's
you know,
his
when people
name?
stream a long time, you learn things, okay? You put yourself out there. You know,
Was it
I've
Trusting
watched. I've
God
learned a
First?
lot. Yeah.
Trusting God First, maybe. And who was the other one? Was it 10? I think 10 might have come up there.
Yeah, the other day she was on. Mm-hmm.
It was a good show. And I told Bushcraft that he had pretty eyes.
He really does.
I know he does.
He really does.
He's hiding a.
I wouldn't blame him for that at all, NC. I'd hide her too.
Are you hiding a girlfriend from us, Prepping 101?
Can you blame him, right?
Got a little something on the side there, Prepping 101. You're not telling us about. A little secret.
Somebody said they were coming up, and
Eric, he's a liar though. He ain't here.
Oh, okay. Eric, I'll put the link.
He's not a man of his word. Sorry, Eric. I'm just totally feeling.
We
hungry.
love Eric. You know what? He was up there. He was shopping. Butter was like $6 a pound. Wherever he was shopping at.
Yeah, that's where the Amish butter.
Ours right now is on sale for $3.49 or $3.69 or $3.99, whatever. But it's normally $6.59.
Wow. Is that for a pound?
Yeah.
Yes.
Holy
crap. The Amish butter I buy it was $10.99. Now it's $12.99, but it's 2 pounds of Amish butter. That's the butter I buy. It's good.
I'm telling you, I need to learn how to churn and make it.
Yep.
It's like
that's why
if you use a mixer, it goes faster.
It's just like
Bonnie, I think 101 wants you to kick.
Use a mixer.
Yep.
Bonnie, I think 101 wants you to kick me backstage.
Wants what?
I think 101 wants you to kick me backstage.
How come?
Because he likes to do that.
Oh.
No.
Two men in the dark knew some kind of secrecy going on there.
Y'all, I don't do side chicks. Y'all serious or get out? No flaky cast. Okay.
Good for you, 101. That's good for you right there.
Man.
Pass. Ladies, I'm telling you. Very hard to find.
But he's such a sweetheart.
Bye, Larry P. Good to see you, honey. Could you email me your address again, Larry P? I was thinking about you the other day, and I remembered I was going to mail you some things,
Hey,
and I
Victor.
forgot. Email me your address, please.
I sent you mine.
Hello, Victor.
Yep. One at a time on panel? Okay. Where's Eric? Still full of crap? Not coming? Someone say Puff. Yes. Someone did.
Do you have my email?
Sure, but I have your phone number. Remember I sent you that video the other day of me in front of my she shed?
We lost Mama T.
Yep, I did. I got that.
I was like, hey,
You're lying, Eric.
Then it wasn't lit. I'm like, oh shit, I need a lighter. I thought I was all cool in that video.
Hello, Eric.
Tennessee, one of these days you need to come up and talk.
Tennessee, I am.
He is such a character.
You don't love me anymore, Eric? Oh, bullshit. You're a liar. Tennessee Ridge Runner. Yes. Well, we were just testing it. You see? See how I did that? By saying a little something, something on the side. And then we wait to see the response. Yes. But they never just come right out and say, I'm just a gigolo everywhere I go. But I know some gigolo.
I'm singing.
Okay, Larry, good. Love Yanni. Give our love to Edna, please.
Y'all want a song?
Yeah. I want to sing a song.
Can I pick one?
I want to dance.
Well, I already have them picked out.
It's not your channel, Carl. Back off.
But
that's why I asked. I would have just did it if it was mine.
Right. And
you ask everybody else what they want to hear.
I try to pick out songs that don't have a
copyright.
Yeah, that won't get one. That
cover tune.
You're having connection problems. I don't know what
Carl want to hear. We want to hear what Carl wants to hear, don't we?
No, never mind. Now, don't change my mind.
You act like a high school girl. Okay.
No, she's got to find one that's a cover song of it, anyways, because they'll give her a strike.
Sing it for us.
I'll play the one that I titled the song after. How's that?
Okay.
Okay.
Mine was too long, anyways.
Well, don't sound too excited.
I am excited.
You and your internet.
One of the kids got on up there. I just yelled at him, get off.
What's up, Victor? Everybody be on their best behavior. Victor's here.
Victor?
Hi, Victor.
And Blackwatch. Is that the same Victor that tortures Blackwatch?
Yeah.
Okay. We were missing you, Blackwatch. It's good to see you. I don't like it when you hide out like that for 6 days and shit. It's not cool.
He the one comes to your channel?
Sometimes.
I actually heard people asking about Blackwatch.
We were all asking about him for 3 days.
What the heck? I thought I had
when someone's missing for like 3 days, you're like, okay, they're MIA for 3 days. We're, we all get busy. We all have days we're going shopping and stuff, but you check in. What's going on?
Oh,
rent. You should get a rent.
Bonnie,
can you slip? Can you?
I don't have a wrench prepping. Just saying, but
oh my goodness! Oh, let me get that.
A man a wrench, please.
Most that man.
But wait a minute. Wait. Hold up.
Hold the phone.
I lost mine on yours.
Oh, tit for tat. You ain't getting a freaking wrench, buddy. That's what's up.
Oh, snap.
Ooh, funny.
You haven't seen Monty in a few days.
I heard that he's taking a break and he's doing okay. I don't know what about.
Well, because his shoulder or his arm was sore the other day.
Oh.
That's what people have been saying the last couple of days. So,
no, you know what it is? I have a wrench on one of his channels, but the one he's on now, I don't have
That's
a wrench
probably
on.
what it is. He's
And
got
when he wrenched me,
uppercase and he's got lowercase.
but listen to this. When I'm just picking at you, but when he wrenched me, somebody had asked him to, and he goes, "Well, I guess I'm giving you a wrench, but I sure don't know why."
I was there when that happened.
You were there. I think it was Nose
Yeah.
Picking that mentioned it, or I don't know. I can't remember who it was, but
I've seen that one.
it's hard for me to get over to 101 because, well, I can usually be there for an hour because he's usually on an hour before me, but doing this, then trade a wrench for a flashlight. Yeah, I'm collecting flashlights.
Do you need batteries?
No, I'm collecting those too. I understand that 101.
I like that 101.
And you know what? I heard you last night when you were saying it's hard. It is so hard to do this, and I only do it Monday through Friday. It is really hard to think of the content that you want to talk about, or and you know, even though we just kind of hang out and laugh and joke around and everything, there's still things that I just feel I need to get out, and so I do that.
Well, it's like somebody said in this chat the night before that he's consistent. You know,
Yep.
he might not even always have a subject. He's even admitted that. I don't have much to talk about, but he's still there.
Yes, and then it turns into a really good show, though.
Yep.
Yeah.
I
We love
usually
you,
watch
Bonnie.
his the next day, but I still watch them.
Don't out me. All for his kingdom.
Well, hey, Red Dawn.
Hi, Red Dawn.
So how are you guys seeing chat? Because I can't see chat. So, you know, I'm still a
Well,
baby.
I got a choice. You got to go to you got to go to chat, and then you got to hit on comments. And you got a choice. You can either see the chat or you can see the panel.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's private chat and comments. You can hit comments and you can see the chat.
Ta-da. Nice. Okay. But then I can't see you guys.
Right.
Yeah.
And the little X at the top will take you back out.
Okay. Thank you.
I can see channel at a panel,
Smart ass.
and I can see
There's that
comments.
20 symbol coming out.
Are you
now.
on a phone?
I'm seeing it with my eyes.
I'm
That's
surprised
what my
you didn't
son would
say, or clean your glasses. You know?
Mama T, are you on a phone or a?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why. That's why you can't see chat.
I haven't figured out how to set it up on my computer.
Well, Red Dawn,
Willie D says turn your phone sideways and you can see both.
Oh,
That
okay.
is an amazing tip. Hey, I think we should. I would like to.
She's
I was trying to do.
Now I'm upside down.
Oh my God. That one. I was trying
Willie
to do
D, my phone doesn't do that. Even when I have it turned sideways, it just makes the chat bigger.
Yes. The only way I can do that
Willie
is
D,
to X
you were
out
wrong,
of chat
Willie D. That was bad
and then
advice.
turn it sideways, because
That was bad
sometimes
advice,
it's hard
Willie
to
D.
read the panelists' names, and so I have to X out of chat and then turn it sideways to be able to see the panel's names. But then if you want to see chat, you got to turn it back straight.
Oh, since Ronan asked, hi Ronan, good to see you. By the way,
Multiple reasons.
Why do people ask for a wrench? Mama T, would you like to answer that question?
Don't ask for a wrench. It gets you in trouble.
I thought she was going to say, don't ask me. Don't ask me.
I'm just telling you, don't ask for one.
I don't want to rent.
Yeah.
No.
Well, one reason to give somebody a wrench is because you'll know it's them, and an imposter can't come in as them. You would know that it's the original person if they're already blue. Another reason is so you can drop links in a chat, share other people's shows or channels, or maybe news links that you can drop in chats. Another reason is to moderate the channel to remove bots and trolls and the deal with the general riffraff. So there's multiple reasons you'd want to be wrenched.
Well, I would say those are multiple more options you get if you want to be beholden to those responsibilities. However,
There's a downside.
unfortunately, sometimes you're given a wrench, and then I've blocked people accidentally. There was just an issue
Yes.
the other day with Mama T, and moderators that don't have grace for their chat, or they don't know their chat, or maybe they don't like their chat. They need to really learn what the benefit of the doubt is, because we don't want to attack people that are technically challenged and they do make mistakes. And, it really
Or they're
causes
sleeping.
It gets
Yes.
worse than that, D.
you
Come
old
on.
people
It gets
to freaking
it gets
get your
worse
shit
than that.
together.
I've
You
seen
old people,
nefarious activity.
Well, and
yes.
I have done that. I have been modding for somebody and I start nodding off and my thumb just automatically goes down to the phone and
Absolutely.
I open my eyes and I think, oh no, what did I do?
I didn't
And
even have mine in my hand.
I don't know why yours was
wow.
doing that then. You blocked 2 people in that chat. And I
Yep.
was like, no, you wouldn't do that on purpose, And so, but we're all good with it. It's just that the wrench thing really causes a lot of power trippers too. People get really freaking weird with their wrenches. And it's something you don't know when you first come to YouTube. And then you kind of learn the hard way when you're given a wrench and then your wrench is taken from you. People use it as power too, sometimes.
Well,
And
that's another thing, D. D, it's just like Bonnie was saying. She's wrenched on one and mixed up the channels and realized she didn't have a wrench on the backup channel. But also, YouTube will remove your wrenches without your knowledge, either the channel or the person's knowledge. They'll go to a channel and their wrench will be gone and they'll think it was taken away when it was actually the platform that did it. All right.
Yes.
There's a
and
bunch
they'll
of that
put a
goes
bot.
on.
They'll put a
So the
bot.
best thing to do is not to jump to a conclusion, but people do get butt hurt when they get their wrench removed intentionally. But then again, others deserve their wrench removed because of nefarious activity. I've seen all of it. This stuff. Gosh, if something could be done by somebody on this platform, likely it's going to be done. It's
Yep.
a learning experience.
Yep. I say
Definitely.
take it. I want it.
I mean, I did like to be able to have the ability to drop links and stuff, but later I realized, I really don't want the responsibility, because then sometimes people will really hold it against you. Like, you're not really in the room. You're not really watching the room. I mean, if you're given a wrench, there's this unspoken, and I'd go as far as to say, people are not professional in YouTube by nature. And this is not a family. These are internet people. And some people are your friends, and some people will stab you right in the fucking back while they're smiling at you. And you better know it. And you better know it. And you better
You know
realize
what?
this is
But that's another thing I wanted to talk about.
yeah.
Okay. In this community, which we have all said we are a community, and we have been trying to build this community as a whole to get to the same ends. We all want to know how to survive. We all want to know.
Do we?
I mean, all of these, all the tactical people, all the survival people, all the I have learned so much from so many channels, and
Yes.
so it's like, if I mean, goodness, if we could start getting like 6 channels a night together, or a day, at different times, whatever works for people, I don't know. Or even, I would be willing to do it once a week or something. And to start communicating more and figuring out how to get through this, how to get on the other side, how we need to change a lot of our ways, because
Yep.
we've all gone a little Ari. Is that the word? Whatever it is, you know what I mean. And
No, I
so,
don't know what you mean.
and so, um, but one thing that everyone needs to do is toughen your skin. The
Yeah.
way people react to certain things
Mhm.
is, sometimes it just blows me away. We have got to quit being so sensitive and going on feelings, and we're all people. We're all going to be different. Thank goodness we're all different. How boring would we be if we weren't? And so
Bonnie just hurt my feelings.
okay, now you're going backstage, Carl.
Power tripping streamers.
But I'm just saying, it's like, you know, we're in we're in it. We are in it right now. It has been going on for 3 years. This is, we're probably not supposed to say the word, but we are in a war, whether it's spiritual, whether it's in our communities, these big cities. You've seen what's happening there. Those poor
Yeah.
people. I wouldn't live in a big city right now for nothing, but
Oh no.
people have to, and so it's it's like, we have got to toughen up. We have got to be strong. We got to be the ones standing when the smoke clears. And
Yep.
so all this little petty BS that goes
Nitpicking.
on, yes, we have to stop that. What is love? What is love? It's loving a person for who they are. Each person is an individual. My chat, they're not just they're not just names scrolling up there. They're people.
Mm-hmm.
And I appreciate every single one of them. All of you on panel, I mean, come together right now.
Right now. For me. Can I please say something?
Okay, I'll get off my soapbox.
I just want to address Cindy because I think I hurt her feelings with the term internet people. And I want to say the first time I heard it, I was offended too. But I'm not an internet people either. I'm me too. I show up. Okay. I'm a person who shows up. We're banding with people that would show up. We stand up. We speak out. We do the things. Okay. So this particular atmosphere, this chemistry, this dynamic where we all have found ourselves, where we want to hang out together. We're solutions driven. Everybody seems to, now that the dust has settled, we've kind of found our niche and we could be better. Though some of us have stepped up our game. Like Salty says, we're geeked up and we're winning it with memes. We're winning the war with memes, okay? And
Yes,
so
and we're
it
learning the truth.
Yep.
yeah, and it
Amen.
hurts. It hurts at first. There are internet people here, and there are real, legit, true blue friends who show up. And we're here. So I didn't mean that at you, Cindy. You're not that. You are one of our favorites.
I'm
You're
that.
Cowgirl's favorite. Liberty Cowgirl, like, she was actually mentioning you for, speaking of wrenches. She's like, I want people like Cindy. That's what she said to me. So I didn't want to let her think that we're not we are not those people, okay? We're not. We're the people that actually have grace and show up and want to have solutions and unity. And we're not but we'll call you out. You're gonna talk smack, we're gonna call you out.
Yep.
Hide your Pop-Tarts.
Hello,
Hi,
Yes.
Devil Dog.
Camo, I
Um,
love it. I brought you a tissue.
Who is it for?
Thank you.
Camo, Carl.
Is he crying?
Hey,
For
guys.
my wine ass.
Right.
Here, let me just dab you off a little bit.
Oh, poor baby. Oh, do you wanna? What do you need, honey? Do we need to do something for you, baby? Poor baby.
Shoot, D, I don't need nothing no more. You done already hooked me up.
Right?
That's right. That's right.
Dorinda,
I'm
you got a
shutting down,
finger
everybody. You guys have a great night. I love you all.
Dorinda!
I will,
I love you.
I will
Oh,
watch.
Dorinda.
I
Good
gotta
night.
go
Good
to
night,
work in the
Dorinda.
morning, man. I gotta get up. I'm sorry.
All right.
Sorry. We love
But
you.
Love you, girl.
I'll see you tomorrow night, guys.
Love ya.
Love ya.
I love you.
Oh, tomorrow is tomorrow Tuesday?
Yep.
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
Okay, does that mean Gigi's?
Taco Tuesday. I have no idea. Who knows?
You're the schedule master, Dorinda.
You owe me for
Well,
that
we'll
hamburger.
see you wherever. Love you guys.
Hey,
Good night,
Dorinda,
chat. Love
sweet
you.
dreams and angels on your pillow.
Thank you, sweetheart. Good night,
Yes.
Mama T.
Right.
What are you, tin can cat? Are we gonna spread that around? That's
Why
what
we
pillow.
should.
Angels on your pillow. I don't want angels
We-
in my pillow. Go no.
Yes,
Yeah.
you do. Sweet
Yeah, I do.
dreams and angels on your pillow.
Sometimes I don't want anybody in my pillows.
Oh,
You ever see that
Yes,
Everybody
sir.
Loved Raymond? Was that Everybody Loves Raymond when all the parents were in the bed with him?
Oh my God.
goodness.
Remember that? That was so funny. Yeah, I guess we want angels on our pillows. I guess we do.
Well, when we had the Snowmageddon, that's the way it was going to be. I was like, everybody's going to pile in this one bed to keep everybody warm.
Did
Of course,
you?
we're all girls.
Yeah.
It actually we had power before we went to bed, so
Aw.
I just kind of piled a bunch of blankets on me, and they did too, and we made it through. It we didn't freeze.
God always provides, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
What is love, baby? Don't hurt me. Yeah, I just found that song again today. I like that slow version of it. Have you heard that? There's a real slow, dramatic, like the old version goes, "What is love?" and it's all like,
Right.
and then there's like a newer version where it's like it's very fun. Yeah, very fun. That's a good
I
song.
just heard
Now we
that
have
today.
our freaking earworm. I don't want that.
I need a hat.
But it's a good
Find me
song.
a
It's
hat.
true. What is love? Love shouldn't hurt, but it does. Right? Love hurts, but usually it's because you
There's
miss
a
something.
lack of empathy in this world. Empathy is what defines us. When you
Yes, it
see
is.
that people that can walk past a suffering animal or child and not have a conscience about it, that's a lack of empathy. That's
It really is.
Yes.
it's like the medical system. It's profit over empathy. They don't give a rat's ass about you. It's all about money. You know, there's a lot of things wrong. We should
Eric,
care.
love
We should
stinks.
care more for our fellow man. You would think.
We do care, don't we? We care.
We
and we
do.
I'd say that this community is like 95% or higher good people, but there's always going to be an element of negativity in it.
Well, the kids grew up watching movies and shows like Dexter and The Purge and shit, and they're just waiting to be able to kill us off. You know,
Yep.
all the
Well, some people just
eugenics.
want to watch the world burn.
I mean, it's really sad the way that
I know my grandkids.
yeah, the way they're shaped. We know how we've all been affected by music and movies, and
Yep.
these ones. I mean, I didn't let my kids watch stuff that, when they got into high school, it's like whatever they caught all up. They caught all up real quick, But
These,
I really
these
sheltered
kids
my kids
today,
pretty good.
they don't even know how
What's
to
that?
go outside and play. They want to,
Yeah.
Oh, I
you know,
know.
or
I
you
have,
put on those things.
Everything is slowing down. Hey,
when I bought
food
my
addicts.
property, I had the 2
What?
poles for the volleyball net. It's got the tires with the cement and the poles.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so I went out and I bought a volleyball net and a volleyball, and then I bought a soccer net and a soccer ball, got the
Yeah.
bag mitten, everything
Yep.
for the grandkids. And I'm like, look, y'all set this up out
Okay.
here. I've got a whole back field that they could play whatever they want in. And
Nope.
I'm like, this is all for y'all. Those boxes have not even been opened. Not one. Not one ball, not one, nothing. Nothing has been opened. And now they're getting older. This was 5 years ago that I bought all that. And the younger ones, I think the youngest, he was born in 2008, whatever that is. But, well, he's not the youngest now because I have the 4-year-old. But it's crazy that they'll come here and they'll try to be on their phones, and I'm like, oh no, phones off, turn them off, get them down, turn them off. And so then I go back in the living room and there's 2 of them sitting there playing chess. I have a lot of board games and they would rather do that, but I would rather see them whenever we used to have family gatherings. Every time we had a family gathering there was a volleyball game going on, and I was always playing. We were all always playing. All my cousins and my dad and everybody was out there playing. My uncles and aunts and my grandma would sit there in the chair and clap and laugh, and that's the way families should be. That's what I'm trying so hard to get the kids to realize here, that we need those connections. We need those times.
Yeah, they don't play games like when we were kids. I mean, we had my aunts and uncle when we got together. I had 22 cousins, and I was number 5. So most of them were around when I was a kid, and we did not have. I would have loved a volleyball net growing up. I played volleyball in school, but we had, like, I remember playing Piggy. I think it was called Piggy in the backyard with baseball or a softball in the alleys. We played, and we were always knocking our balls on the garages, or we were jumping on the garages and playing Frogger over them. And then we played we played horse basketball at the local park. We really didn't have our own equipment at any of our houses. My aunt, some of them had pools. 2 of them had pools. Those were the best places to go. But we also terrorized the neighborhoods and played ding dong ditch. Oh yeah, we did that shit all night long. They're like, oh shit, here's those kids. Oh great, they're having a party. Everybody, just when the doorbell rings, don't worry about it. Those freaking kids down the street, you know. But they all knew, like the neighbors, the neighbors knew the families and the kids. When the cars pulled up, they knew. Oh, it's the family night. My aunts and uncles weren't playing with us. They were gambling and drinking, and then pretty much getting in a little, family feud. And there was a lot of cussing, I remember. And then, the games were over. It was time to go. It's pretty much how it went at our house, But we always got back together. There was some grudges held briefly.
What are they voting for in chat now?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm looking up at the comments.
I think they just do it to confuse people nowadays.
Oh, they want to. I think they want to nuke me.
What?
I like D-Dog's idea, where he said,
"You always like D-Dog's idea."
Yeah, but did you read what he posted?
D-Dog.
Hi, D-Dog. I'm gonna start doing that here. Write an essay. You're bored? Oh, okay. Let's find a
Oh yeah,
fountain
well my
water.
kids
Write
aren't
an
allowed to be
essay.
bored either. No, there's firewood to stack, dishes to be done, clothes to be washed. No, they were
Trash
not
to go
allowed.
down.
Never
But
said
what
they were bored to
D-Dog's
me.
saying,
I
they're
guarantee
learning
you,
something.
Yep.
they were
I
not
never
allowed.
understood why people wanted to be in the house in the first place. When I was a kid,
No,
I did not want to be in the house.
Oh, I know. We couldn't wait to get outside.
There's always
yeah.
that one kid that
Saturdays.
wants to hang out with the adults, though. There's always that one kid,
Yes.
like they're the single kid, they don't have siblings, so they don't know how to integrate with other kids. These kids don't know how to really interact. COVID kind of ruined it for a
Yep.
lot of it. Really, it's even done it with the adults. Let's face it, we
Yeah.
can't even. Shit, we can't even get together.
Well,
I mean, if
Pink
it's my
Bloom, you're more
volleyball
than
now,
welcome here. Did I say that right? Pink Bloom.
what
We
other
are
app
just,
are you watching?
we are
Um,
God-loving.
not
Some
everybody.
people are better off alone, or D.
God family country. That's what we
Yeah,
are.
yeah.
Yep.
We're just rambling here. You're not watching anything. It's a fellowship room. We're hanging out. We know each other a little bit. Some of us know some of us better than others, but welcome in.
Yep. We welcome all.
Your mom would tell you to go play on the freeway when she was 9. Damn.
So, Mama T, somebody said that you had a video of your granddaughter singing.
Oh no, she used to sing this song called "Peace in Christ," and a neighbor told her one time she needed to stop singing it and sing something else. Well, last night I just had a tugging and I went in. I said, "Hey," I said, "I want you to sing, that song Peace in Christ." There's a little girl on YouTube. Her name is Claire. And if you get a chance, go in and Google Peace in Christ by Claire and listen to this song, because this song will really, this little girl has a talent that is so unreal. And my granddaughter used to sing that all the time. And I love the song, and just to hear the song again, we sang it together last night for the first time in a long time. And then my daughter has a 7-year-old daughter too. And when we get the two of them together and she'd come over and stay, the two of them would sing it. And it was like being in a concert, because they challenge each other and fight who was going to sing what part. But I love the song, and they haven't sang it for a long time. So I got Tamsin to sing it last night, and then Cambry will be here this weekend, and I'm going to see if I can get them to sing it together.
Cool.
Oh, good.
So, good
You come
song.
back and share that with us.
Yep. You have to listen to the song, though. It's by Claire. I think she's
Okay.
like 10 or 11 now, but at the time she sang the song, she was 6.
Did she go on the show?
Oh, my goodness.
America's Got Talent? Did
I
she go on?
don't know.
Because there was a girl named Claire, I remember she came out and she sang a song, kind of like what Cindy was saying, I'm just me. And it was about her being her, It was a really good song. I remember, little blonde girl.
Yeah, she sings with her dad.
Oh.
They sing together a lot.
Crosby.
Claire Cosby? Crosby.
Oh, yeah? Oh, okay. I think
Claire,
I've seen her.
Oh,
Yeah, I've seen her.
absolutely gorgeous little girl.
Mama T, you got to get your channel going. Mama T. Camo, you have a channel. You haven't been streaming.
Here, let me
I've
show.
streamed before. Every time I did a live stream, I got kicked off.
This is her.
Oh, okay. Every time you did a live, you got kicked off. Every time.
Every time I did a live, they gave me a strike and took the video down.
You just come on my channel.
Yeah, when you get one. Were you using StreamYard?
Oh, man.
Or were you using just YouTube?
I was using StreamYard.
That sucks.
If y'all get a chance,
Crosby, Stills, and Nash.
I got videos, but I did a live auction that I didn't get a strike for.
Yep,
Well, that's
it
good.
was
I
a
like
good
to
auction.
watch some of it.
If
That
y'all
was
get a
cool.
chance, if you're on Facebook, follow Sean. No, that is not his. Yes, it is. Sean Foyt. Am I saying his name right? Is it Sean? I think it's Sean. Sean.
That's
And
Sean.
is his
What's the
movie
last?
out?
Huh?
Is his movie out right now?
His movie is out.
Mm-hmm.
It in Los Angeles, they have asked for an extension of it. That they were only supposed to show it for one weekend, and it's like all over the United States. On
Wow.
his Facebook page, you can order the DVD. It's $25, I think, because I'm gonna get me one, and it is called the Super Spreaders.
Oh yeah.
But he has been going all over the United States. He went to Philadelphia. I put it in. I showed that one, I think, on panel,
Mm-hmm.
and he is bringing people together
Yeah.
through Christ. It's amazing, the movement. It's called, I can't remember what the movement is called.
It's worship. It's
Yes, something.
it's something about worship, like
Yes,
all day, 24-hour worship or something, right?
It,
Come on, people now. Smile on your brother. Everybody get together. Try to love one another right now.
but he's going to be in Washington, D.C. He just did Times Square in New York, and then he's going to be in Washington, D.C. October something. I'm not on my computer, so I can't get to my Facebook without the password, and I don't know what it is. It would take me a while. But I'll look that up and see when he's going to be in D.C. because that's going to be pretty amazing. He's going to be right there on the mall. The
Hi, Blind Talon, welcome. Hope I said your name right. Yeah, is he? Do you know if he's part of? Is he non-denominational? Is he part of? Is he part of Bethel Church? Do you know?
I have not heard him mention any church.
I don't think so either.
He was
Missionary, right?
raised as a missionary,
Yeah.
and or yeah, and
Yeah.
so he has continued on, and his children are with him. His wife, they sing, they
Yeah.
they just, you can't walk away without feeling something. You can't watch it without feeling something. They are an amazing family, and he's
Yes.
just down to earth. Just
He really is. I mean, I'm so
and he's
skeptical
in California.
of a lot of things too, and a lot of look, people that are popular. It's the narrow way is a lot of the way. It's so a lot of times I don't want to poo-poo anybody who's. It's just that I've learned some things about Toby Mac. I learned some things about um,
No,
some of those performers that are wrapped up in Hollywood. I've seen Toby Mac. I've taken my kids to see Toby Mac. I don't know about him anymore.
he is not wrapped up in Hollywood in any way. You know how
I watched a video on him a little bit on BitChute. I'm telling you, I loved him. I did. But this guy broke down some stuff about him. Do you remember Roberto and what was her name? She had a weird
yes.
name.
Um
It was like you know who I'm talking about, don't you?
yes.
Roberto that used to do videos down on the border.
No, Roberto
No.
in Florida. I think
He
he's
was a
in
praying
Florida.
partner. They were like praying together and stuff.
And he was with Craig a lot at
Yeah.
first. Craig the Hunter.
he lost his daughter, unfortunately. His daughter passed
Yes.
away. She was in the hospital a lot. Roberto, and then the other person was, dang it, I can't remember her name. Something with an H. Something like morning or heaven, or, but she was the one that told me about Toby Mac. And I didn't want to believe it, but I did go. There are a lot of pictures of him doing this. His last picture of him with his son on the airplane, he was doing that. He looked gray. There's just some things, girl. I don't know. I watched his funeral. I would have never thought it myself, ever, never. But it's
His
just
funeral.
questionable. And Lauren Daigle as well. I've seen her live as well. Honestly, hear me out. That's it. Thank you. Honestly, hear me out. That is her. And so I was like, no,
Thank you.
no. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. Honestly, hear me out. I don't want to hear that. Okay. I don't want to hear things. But yes, I want the truth. Do you want the truth? Or do you want to not hear, that that people do bad things, or that there's
Oh
possible.
my goodness.
We should know better. We have to know better.
Yes.
Okay, we do, because we're really fooled easily, and it sucks. Okay, it sucks.
And I think that that's why we've been shown all these truths, though, so that we're not so easily fooled. In the Bible, it says we're going to be deceived. We're going to be the false prophets, and like you said, the devil knows how to deceive very well, because he is beautiful. He
knows scripture better than humans do today.
Right. He
And
was right there beside God.
Yeah.
So yes, he knows everything the same way, probably. I don't know. Pink bloom, that's a loaded, controversial question.
Christ would love them. I know that.
Yep.
He would love them. Say about them.
He loves all of his children.
I would say ask him.
Yep.
When I found Jesus, I was with a woman. I was in a relationship with a woman, actually. And she wanted me to read the Bible, and I didn't really want to read the Bible. My words were pretty much, I will have nothing to do with that effing book. Pretty sure that's what I said. That's what I told her. So, yeah, Jesus can move and do. And if I would have nothing to do with a condemnation, guilt type of. It's more of it's a love that will draw people in, not the condemnation. That's what people do.
Yes.
And they bad represent Christ. So that's all we can really tell you about that.
And that's, Carl always says, what would Jesus do? And that's how we need to treat others.
I think people forget that he used to heal people.
But he did also offend people. He did offend people. He said it like it was. And
he flipped that table right over.
Feelings were not even in the picture. And so, it's.
He also had the advantage of being able to, chase away demons.
Yes. And that's just it, though. We can try to follow him and live as we should, following him, but it's not our call to judge anybody.
Nope.
The only judgment we need is what kind of atmosphere we want, what kind of environment we want in our own homes or in our lives. And so it's not, if it affects you personally in your home and your children, your grandchildren, whatever, then that's where we need to, okay, what kind of lifestyle do I want right here? But in the world, we have to be more kind to all and
Amen.
not get all crazy like a lot of them are doing right now. But uh, uh, it's, I mean, it's hard too. It is hard to be that kind of person because we've been programmed all our lives and taught that this is the way you be. But then at the same time, people up there are trying to make it like we are different people than we actually are.
That judgment part seems that a lot of people take it differently. For me, I give everybody the benefit of the doubt. But once somebody brings me grief, I just refer to that. I'll know them by their fruits
Amen.
and
Yes.
act accordingly, because I've learned a lot of hard lessons in life trying to be too forgiving. Now, I've learned to forgive, but I
Yes.
can't seem to forget.
No.
And some of us, that
And you
makes
should.
us more guarded. The
You should.
things that have happened in our lives and the lessons we've learned, it makes you more guarded as to what you're going to allow or not allow.
Yeah.
Oops.
Mama T, what you do to yourself? You lost us.
Hey,
She hit
Louise.
the wrong name button. Hi, guys. Louise, Rob.
There's the
Louise,
link
Rob
if you want to
always
come up,
screws up
Louise.
her name. Oh, so is it Louise? Is that what he said? She's saying? Is that Louise?
If it's hard luck, it's Louise.
Oh, good. It's Louise. I think she wants the link. Oh, you dropped her the link. Yeah, good.
I put the link.
Rob's sleeping. Rob's sleeping. Night night. Night night, Rob. Such good people. I've been praying for Rob and Louise so much. When I'm like tossing and turning at night, I start praying for the country. I start praying for all of you guys too, and just but they're just in my mind a lot, and I just want them to get out of there in peace,
Yep.
and have a beautiful next season of their life. And I'm just sad for them too, and I'm sad for our country.
Yep.
I think it's really a sad situation that people in America don't have the help to protect their own fantastic land, but it's beyond that now, so it's not worth even bringing up. But it's just kind of it hits me, it definitely hits me. We should all be concerned at the least of what's going on.
Yeah.
Oh my god, she was on a horse for 16 hours. That nutcase.
Ooh.
He's such a nutcase.
Yep, the world will test us. Okay.
I think the thing we need to remember most, though, is God brings us together, like even now, with the panel and the chat, for a reason. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And we just need to remember to trust in the Lord, because if we don't trust in Him and we don't know Him, we know nothing. We have nothing. We literally have nothing. So just everybody in chat, just know that, I love you, and I know the panel loves you. But remember that Papa loves you too. And every night when I go to bed, I remember to tell him that I love him too, because he wants to hear it too. He wants to know that you love him too. He tells you every day that he loves you because you get up in the morning. You have that new day every day. And the first thing I do when I get up in the morning is I find the sun. I don't care. I look for it till I find it. And I look up in the sky and I say, good morning, Papa. I love you too. Because he blessed me with another day. And I don't care how bad that day is. God never promised us a rose garden. We're going to have thorns. We're going to have stones we're going to stumble on. But it's still a day that he gave me, another day. And it might not be the one I wanted. It's not the one I chose, but it's still a day God gave me. So you deal with it, you live it, and you be blessed for it, because it's a day that he gave me to learn another lesson. So I love you guys.
Absolutely love you too. We need to count our blessings every day. And there's so many blessings around us. You can find them if you just look. Just seeing that sun come up.
Yes. Yep.
Good to see you, sweet tea. At least you're still on target.
You all right?
To me?
Yes.
You talking mentally, physically, or what?
Oh, I thought she had started crying, and I was gonna say, "Oh no." Oh. Hi, Louise.
Hi.
We'll be quiet.
I was trying to sleep, and sometimes you just can't.
I understand. Yes.
So I thought I'd see if you were still on, and 4 a.m. comes so damn early.
I know.
No
How are
other
you
way
doing?
to put it. I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. I do know that we have our challenges. We have things that we are tested with, our spirit and our connection with God. The simplicity of the connection is a strong faith. And so I do that kiss, keep it simple, stupid, Oh,
Yep.
Hugs to you, Dee.
She must have had to step away a second.
Might have had to.
The first time I saw that, I was like, "What is that?" And I blew it up, and I said, "Oh, okay, that's kind of cool."
Yeah, it looks nice. Looks nice. So, what have you guys been talking about for topic tonight?
Oh my goodness, everything.
I had to boil it down to one word. I think I'd call it faith.
There you go.
I went out for a lot of years and tried to find the reason for life and everything. And when it boiled down, I figured that life was choice, and to make your choices real mindful. And so I watch everything that I do. And for a long time, I was so damn freeform that there wasn't any way I could reel myself in. So once I did, I found out that it was a lot more simple.
Yeah.
When we were up in the mountains for 8 months and just testing our survival skills and whatnot, we didn't talk to many human beings at all. But our faith became so deep because we knew we were watched over. We knew that we didn't have any bears come in and attack us, and I knew that I plucked some weeds up and there was a rattlesnake there, and it was coiled, but it didn't strike. I was within 2 inches of that sucker,
Wow.
I always figured that's God.
God provided dinner.
I didn't kill it. I think that I hyperventilated for about I don't know. I figured I should have been watching a lot closer,
I was talking to somebody about that yesterday. The only snake that I'd eat would be rattlesnake. All the non-venomous snakes I've ever caught smell like really bad.
Really bad. Yeah. I know that you have to be real careful to cut back down behind the head to make sure that you don't get the poison sacs. But
That
Geronimo,
made sure they didn't bite themselves too. I hear that
Geronimo,
people.
yeah, they do, because the reaction to bite keeps going. Even if the head is off, if they bite themselves, they'll inject their meat with the poison.
Wow.
So yeah, you've got to be careful.
Just on the outskirts of Amarillo, when I was real young, like 4 years old, I walked down a railroad track and found an old junk car and was in there playing with the pedals, and a baby diamondback came out of the dashboard and bit me on the tip of my toe. And I was puking by the time I got back to the railroad tracks and real sick over it for a couple days. The babies don't know how to control their venom.
No, they don't. Not at all. Not at all. The adults only disperse a certain amount because they know they want to save the other part for catching their prey that they eat. And so they're real. But I'll tell you, Geronimo and his men lived off of mesquite bushes, the beans off of the mesquite, prickly pear, yucca, and rattlesnake, because there wasn't much down in the area that they crawled up into the mountains into, and a lot of them survived. It's not what I would choose. I wouldn't want to touch one of them if I didn't have to. But
Rattlesnake's good if it's cooked right. Kind of reminds me of like a chewy shrimp meat or something.
We call it the lobster of the desert.
Yeah, that sounds good. Lobsters and crabs just remind me of giant sea bugs.
Yeah. Well, T-Girl, definitely prayers for your sister having knee surgery. Where they have taken their surgeries on knees is amazing. Is absolutely amazing.
It is.
I had rotor cuff surgery on the 6th. Look, 5 weeks out. I can move my arm.
Oh, wow.
Awesome. Yep.
That's fantastic.
Still hurts.
Awesome.
Still hurts. I have bad days, but I'm getting there. Can't do no lifting over 5 pounds, but I can sure raise my hand. I can't wait till I can swing my fist.
Oh, watch out.
Not kidding.
Oh,
I'll yell at the kids myself.
I remember when I was a little girl, my grandmother could not get her arm up above her shoulder level, and she never had surgery for it, but she took a fish scale that went to like 8 or 12 pounds. I can't remember. Tied a rope to it and put it through a pulley system and brought it back down, and she had her foot could push the board that would put the pressure, and she could see how many pounds pressure she was putting on. And so she would get up every morning and exercise and take care of herself because she got to where she could go all the way up and over, and it was such a gift. She said, if I don't use it, I'll lose it. And I try to remember that.
I tore the bicep too, so they're sore, but hey, God'll fix it. I just tell him it hurts. Please take it away.
I know that's when arthritis hit me. I guess it was arthritis, but I couldn't lift my arms up. I had to bend my head over to comb my hair, or getting dressed was a little hard. Sometimes it depended on what it was. So I had to do the slip-on things, and I don't know what happened. That pain and everything, it just went away.
Hi, honey. You woke up.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm on Bonnie's.
Oh, you're on Bonnie's what?
I'm alive.
Hi, Rob. Sorry we woke you
sorry.
up.
I was.
He's rubbing his eyes. He's like,
I was cramping.
Okay.
But I'm all right. I'm not. If you want me to come over, but give me a second.
Why don't you have a cigarette and wake up?
Bonnie, did you ever have that check to see if you tore your rotor cuff?
No.
Well, if I did, it's got to stay in line for other things.
Because that's what it sounds like. That's what I did, and it got bad. I was bruised from my shoulder to my elbow.
Yeah. I didn't do anything to cause an injury like that. It was just, I had gotten really sick and really went downhill quick.
You are alive.
Lost my eyesight, everything. And so I think that was just part of that time period.
Right.
And just the more I did, the more mobility I was able to get. Just it like Louise was describing, is just keep working it.
Yep.
We have to keep moving to keep moving.
Yep. That's what I keep saying. I got to plug away because I take care of my chickens. They're my babies, and I got to keep plugging because they need their mama.
Yep. And that's
now
it.
The roosters, there can be dinner.
Just keep picturing that.
I don't know about. Yep.
Keep picturing they're playing with the grandkids and
praising the
you can
Lord.
make it. Yes. But you also have that power to make that come into fruition if you just keep concentrating on that's where your goal is. And if you reach that goal, set another one a little higher. Just it's worked for me. I don't know.
I'll tell you, them roosters come after me again. They're going to be on the grill. We're going to have a barbecue.
Well, there you go.
There'll be no more fighting them off with a pool noodle. I won't go through this.
They got a handle built right into their neck. You know that? They got a handle built right into their neck.
I seen it, and you need to do a twist.
I hate roosters. I used to just take them over up the road a little ways. And hi, Louise. Good to see you, honey.
Welcome back.
And I would just let them back into the circle of life. Bye, guys. Hope you enjoy the rest of your time. And
well, I have 7, so come on down.
I'd rather
Are
die
you leaving us
like that.
I have 7 deep. Come on, come on to Ohio and give them their free.
No. I never kept the roosters.
I raised them since they were chicks. I mean, I held them in my little hand.
I got those lesbian.
I know, but they take good care of my hens, and I got a lot of hens.
Right, Louise? You know what I'm saying? They're a little useless
Yeah.
and unnecessary, okay? Come on, let's face it. You don't need a rooster to have good eggs, although they do fertilize the eggs, and I think they are healthier.
Yeah,
I leave the ranching up to my husband.
I need him to replenish my flock.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, like we don't have roosters.
Yeah, we've got them.
That's what I do.
Someone's nuts.
We're going to do that in the spring, huh?
Someone's not sleeping over there.
We woke him up.
Well, everybody, I'm going to step down and call tonight.
Well, Mama T, thank you.
I love you guys. My phone's on 20%. So thank you for allowing me to come up and share the panel with you.
I
appreciate it. I love you, Bonnie.
Good night,
and
Mama T.
Love you.
I will be praying for you. Love you too, Camo Carl and Louise. It was nice meeting you for first time. And Deanna, I love you too, woman.
Better.
And chat, God bless you. I will.
Good night.
You have a blessed night.
You got my heart going.
Good night, hon.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Now it won't let me leave when I.
No, you don't know how to leave, so we'll just,
Night.
Just do the long goodbye.
It won't
That's
let
what
me
I usually
go.
do. I have a lot of long goodbyes.
Do you want me to help?
Goodbye.
Sometimes they
Goodbye.
go 5 minutes.
Yeah, please.
Sometimes they go 20 minutes.
Oh,
Sometimes they go 40
what did I
minutes.
just do?
I mean,
Okay,
you know,
exit full screen. Let go.
I think we're
just
still
long
here.
goodbye.
I just close
There
out
we
the
go.
tab on the top like an internet.
Let me see.
Kick
Remove.
her out.
Okay.
Kick her out. There you go.
I feel bad
You can
doing
check
that
out
always.
anytime you
know.
like, but you can
I
never
know.
leave.
But they need it, okay? It's tough love, people. It's necessary.
All right.
Oh, and see, Debs, I know I had a identity theft at one point in my life, and it was an interesting section
That
to
sucks.
survive through. And
Pain in the butt.
I like credit unions because they're more personable.
Yeah, me too.
I'll come over.
Okay. All right. I'm three of
Victor's
them.
asking if you set your time out.
Who is?
Victor.
Oh.
Hey, D.
Hey, Rob. Good to see you. How you doing?
Good to see
Hi,
you,
Rob.
too.
Can you hand me my glasses?
Sure.
I'm sorry we woke you up.
You were sorry we woke you up. We're so rowdy.
My glasses.
Louise was having a party in the living room without you. You just couldn't stand it, could you? You heard it happening. You're like,
Mountain lions!
It's usually
Mountain
the other
lions.
way around.
No,
It's
I rode a
usually
long
Louise.
time today or
yeah,
whatever.
16
And,
hours.
Take a short power nap and
Was everything okay?
Tell you what happened, right?
Yeah.
I got a text last night
Oh.
let's see if
that our property was breached.
Oh.
And right at the end of the show, and a bunch of nonsense written on it.
Okay.
So I went riding. I left about 10 o'clock, was it? And I got home at 3.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a hoax. But people don't want me to leave up here. And they kind of test you a little bit.
Hmm.
So I ain't going to whine about it. I'm just not going to worry about it anymore.
Yeah, but that's just wrong.
Set me off because they said a lot of things that happened in an area that's really a long way from where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like riding.
confirming it was more work than
It was needed.
It sounds so dangerous. That's the stuff I worry about with you guys. That sounds like those setups. I don't like those.
Oh, well, I am God. I don't worry about that stuff.
I assume you're not going alone. You're not God. You know better.
No, he said, I've got God.
Oh, he's got God. I thought he said, I am God. I'm like, what? You're not.
No.
never
Since
would say
when?
that.
He didn't tell me. Okay, gotcha.
No, I have God with me when we ride. And I mean, I got a lot of stories I could tell about him being there when we ride too. Because a lot of things happen. I didn't hear you, Camel.
I was just getting ready to say, you know, Rob, everybody gives you a hard time about going alone. But let me tell you, somebody who's done this kind of thing, I don't want nobody with me. I move better alone. I'm quieter. I know that I'm not going to have somebody make a mistake that's with me. I'm much more confident alone. That's just some people. Not everybody needs somebody with them. That's all I wanted to say.
Shane. They're not Shane. Camo. I said hi to Shane. I ride alone all the time. You know that.
I figured. But I see a lot of people give you a hard time over it. It's
oh my goodness, yes.
I just you have to know certain things to even understand why you'd want to do that. You know, I mean,
I can live on this land without very little provisions with me.
Well, it's not what I mean. It's like, all right, if I wanted to travel a couple.
I know you're saying, but let me tell you something, all right? 75% of the time I'm riding alone. A lot of times my wife gets worked up because of the channels. She'll send them out looking for me. You know what I mean? Anyway, I don't like being dishonest.
The thing is, they can lure you out to hurt you and hurt Louise.
Exactly.
I don't think they're going to get past your dog.
Yeah, they're not going to get past Bear. There's no way.
And good luck coming on the property. Too many cowboys here.
Yeah, he's always got 2 or 3 men back behind when he's out.
But I can make better time. And I'm not slowed down by anything. And I know the land like the back of my hand. You know what I mean? So, I mean, God.
You don't have to.
But I'm with Camo, and Camo and me are cut from the same cloth in a lot of ways. That's why he has the Wolverines and I got the mountain lions. Camo, and I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry if I offended you.
That's all right, man. I just, was trying to defend you there because, I know I can sure as hell sneak around better alone than I can with anybody with me.
I think you just got a short amount of sleep.
I fell asleep and my legs started cramping.
Yeah.
When you ride as long as I rode last night, your legs cramp sometimes. And I didn't drink a lot of water today either. So when I came in, I drank a lot.
What about the chia seeds? We talked about the chia seeds the other day, remember?
I know, and I got them, but
do they help hydrate?
Yeah.
Yes, that's how they work. They're like, as you drink them after they've plumped up the water, they'll release water throughout your body later. That's the theory. That's the theory. I'm sticking with it.
Yeah, I'm like brain dead tonight, so just forgive me.
What do you mean by tonight?
Yeah, thank you, Camel. It always is a pleasure being around you. You know that, don't you?
I gotta keep you on your toes.
You got me on my toes.
I think he's stone cold sober. That's what I think. You stone cold sober, Brady.
I'm stone cold sober half the time. I think I got pickled on Saturday night, but I normally don't get that pickled. But in my defense, I have none.
We're all adults.
The girl says pickle juice helps.
Pickle juice.
It does.
I'm not even. No,
That's true.
I don't drink every day, and nor could I if I wanted to.
Yeah.
But
you know what?
But when I got that text last night, it tripped me out. Dinner in a glass.
What?
No. I thought you said this is dinner and you started drinking it.
Who, me? This is watermelon. This is nothing.
Everybody that drinks ought to get together, get each individual get their own 2 bottles of tequila, and then we'll get on a panel together and do shots. all together, one at a time.
Not me.
Oh my goodness.
I'm out of that one.
Nope.
That
count
sounds
me
like
out.
a disaster waiting to happen.
No, I can
And
only
we
drink
got Shane in the
beer,
room. No more ideas for Shane.
I can only drink beer, wine, or champagne. No hard alcohol. I promise my husband, never again.
Kayla, you
I
girls
drink
can
beer when I
do
drink.
champagne shots.
I drink beer when I drink, and every once in a while I'll have a shot of whiskey, but
I
haven't had
like whiskey
for a
and
long time.
tequila. Those are the two I
Can I
like.
tell you why I don't do tequila?
Love you, honey.
If you ever
Kiss
got on
off,
a
love
horse,
you.
are you leaving?
Kiss off is leaving.
There's no.
Good night, Kiss
I'm
off.
not leaving. I'm
Kids
still here.
off.
I'm not going to be up real long. What was it? What were you talking about tonight, Bonnie?
Unity.
Faith.
Absolutely unity. Can I jump in on something?
Sorry, Bonnie. Such an asshole sometimes. I'm sorry.
Good night, Kiss off.
I'll give
No,
him
you're not.
a shot of hot pickles.
Yes, I am.
Country Homesteading 101 says I look like her daddy.
Cama's a good man.
Don't
Yes,
let
he
that get
is.
out, D. Don't let
Huh?
that get out. Don't let that get out.
I shout it from the rooftops, baby.
Too late, Carl.
Cama's a
I think
good
everybody
man.
has seen you
Emerald
all
Cross
over the
is a
place.
Good man.
I didn't mean to take over the chat.
She's up there with her munchies.
I'm sorry.
I am really
I could hide the camera, but people want something to look at. And my avatar is just. This is what I'm eating, by the way. Who's got a spicy? Who can eat this? I can.
Oh, cool.
Girl is spicy.
Uh-oh.
I can eat
Habanero
those.
lime.
I wouldn't eat those, but I could eat those.
You wouldn't, but you could. Okay.
I've eaten the hell. My guys and me, every kind. You get bored when you're out here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we came up with who could eat a
There
ghost
you are,
pepper.
Chuck. I've been wondering where you were. Sorry.
We took the ghost pepper challenge.
Oh.
Told you make you sweat.
Oh
Hey,
my
Chuck.
God.
Chuck in the house.
I was sweating out every orifice I had.
That's good for you, too, though.
But I was going to be damned if I let those guys beat me, too.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
no way were you going to let them beat you. You would have. Oh, my gosh. That's so funny.
It is true, but boy, did I pay for it. Ate 3 of them.
Oh, my gosh. How long?
Just one of them in a big old pot of chili will light that right up.
Tell me about it. My backside was lit up for a little bit, and then I had to go ride.
How long did it take for your mouth to stop burning, though? Shit.
About a week.
I'm
I'm kidding.
Way.
No, I was joking. It was a long, long time, though.
The whole day.
Then they tell me just drink some milk, right?
Oh, well, 20 minutes of burn feels like 2 hours.
You think?
Oh,
Hey,
it
Chuck.
hurts.
Then they wanted to see if the horse would eat it. It didn't. But you guys are talking about unity, right?
Yeah. Well,
Yes.
no. Ask Bonnie.
You want me to go? Our Heavenly
He
Father,
doesn't remember.
Sorry.
our Heavenly Father made us all need each other, right? Be able to communicate, be able to talk to one another, and be able to talk to one another without judgment and anything else. The problem that we have, our petty problems tear us apart. And these petty problems, they had in the Bible too. Because it said in the Bible, a house divided can't stand.
Amen.
And then he gave a big warning to those that gossip, backbite, do all these things that would create division.
Yep.
Right? He did. So here we are. We're on a bunch of channels. I mean, I don't have one of them running right now. But if we could unify and get together, everybody would always have somewhere to go that they would feel comfortable in because they're around their friends.
Right.
During that time, you're building communication. And as you build that communication, when one goes down, the next one comes up. Everything turns into this unity. It goes around this circle, right? That's what a community is. Out here, I have a lot of people that all have different personalities and do different things. I don't have to agree with everything they do. However, I have to work with them. You know what I'm saying? And
Yes.
in order to make the community work, you have to have that diversification so that the house doesn't cave in on itself, that it just builds solid, firmly all the way up. We talk about God and we talk about all the things that are important. Christ had 12 disciples. Look how many people he reached.
Right.
And numbers ain't
God
the
is
thing.
the foundation.
Numbers ain't the thing.
No, it
When
ain't.
I had my channel, I had quite a large one. You know what I mean? But during the time I had that channel, I went through everything you guys are going through right now. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Yes.
The how to build, what's going on, why is this guy doing better, yada, 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 right? Now, this isn't in reference to Shane or anybody else. I had a hell of a lot of competition because I came out of the protester movement. I was out there pretty torqued because I came out of the protester movement. I'd been in Minneapolis. I'd been to Philadelphia. I'd been all over the place. Because at that time, I didn't have a lot of work to do around here because I got hands that did it. And I watched all the backbiting starting to happen, and I thought, why is this? And I stopped for a while. There's a lot more to it than that. And then I came back on in April of this year.
Mm-hmm.
When I came back, most of the people that were all upset about everything weren't even around anymore. You know what I mean? And then I'd gone over to Hawks. Minnesota was bad. Yeah, it was. Up in Minneapolis, St. Paul, sure as it was. It's actually Minneapolis. And I don't want to get into too much of that because that's not what we're here for.
We're talking about community.
No, we were talking about the protest, and he said Minnesota was bad.
It was.
And it was. Because you made me call you 3 times a day, remember?
I know.
Point I'm getting at, right? But here I came from a different community into this community, and we're all finding homes in the area, in the community. And if we work with you and try to unify, and unity is most important, and having our Heavenly Father bless us is very important. We need each other. And we need each other to stay strong together in these times to make it through no matter what. And most importantly, build something that's never been done. And that's what community is all about. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that made any sense to anybody or not, but
no sense whatsoever. You just rambled on. No, just kidding.
No, you're good.
I'm ornery tonight, Rob. I'm super ornery. Okay.
Good.
But I have to tell you something about what you're saying because
just since you got here, though.
No, that's not true. I've been ornery all night. Remember me giving Eric shit? Eric never got on here. Eric's a big wussy. I don't know what his problem is. But you have to watch out for the infiltrators and the people that aren't on the unity train. They will drag you down when you try to talk about the Lord and God and your faith, and they don't want to talk about it with you, and they change the subject, and then they, turn it into some negative shit. We can't tolerate that anymore. We can't. But there's no time for that. I've already been drugged through a whole bunch of drama, unwelcome drama with YouTube. And so have a lot of us ladies, quite frankly, by a lot of bully men And men who can't be around, or I should just say people in general, men and women, can't be around strong personalities, strong people who stand up for themselves. They can't handle it. So, those people, y'all know what Dee's thinking in my mind, where they can go all the way, but we can't have them here, okay? Because they don't elevate us, and they're a problem. They're a BFD problem because they inhibit and stop the growth and progress where we're going.
I understand. You know
And
what I
that's
mean?
what we
Go
were
ahead,
going
Bonnie.
to.
Super freak.
That's kind of what we were going over to, is thickening the skin, quit letting things offend you, and being stronger, each of us individually, also, where getting our mind in the right place, getting our body in the right place, getting where we need to be to stand and be standing when the smoke clears after all this mess that we're all going through together. And also to what else did we talk about?
Well, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, Bonnie.
Ain't gonna catch the midnight run.
Everybody follows strength, whether they like it or not. You know what I mean? My wife is probably the strongest woman I know, and we don't agree with everything 100% all the time, but
No, we don't. That's why we have 2 separate projects.
but the thing about it is, I don't get in her way on her projects, and I didn't even know we were going to come up tonight on yours when you were on yours. I kind of But where I'm at,
because us ladies were talking, but that's okay, Rob. Louise, she's a gracious woman. She is a gracious woman. She exudes grace in a lovely way. You ladies, that's why I call certain of you late lovelies. Hello, lovely, because to me you are lovely. We don't see a lot of lovely women anymore, and you have a lovely, lovely wife. She's very, very gracious, and they're froze. And they're frozen. You guys are frozen. Did you know you're frozen?
I ain't freezing. I'm pretty warm.
I think Rob and Louise
Smart
are.
Kimmo.
I was just singing Allman Brothers. Now I want to hear Soul Shine.
There they are. Now you're back.
There we go. We're back.
You were
I don't know where
frozen.
The darn phones.
but my wife is very strong in what she does.
Yes.
And I'm very strong in what I do. And yeah, I know the damn phone reset. It always does.
It is.
But I think men and women can get along just fine, and they don't have to step on one another. You know what I mean? It don't mean nothing if we're not all in it together. You need strong women leaders. You need strong male leaders. That's just the way it is. And
no, I think I'm tired of the bullshit. I'm tired of being bullied. I'm tired of people coming in with their drama and causing problems on other people's shows. That's what Bonnie and I were talking about earlier. And
you talking about me?
No, never. Not that way.
Okay.
Not you. No, you're one
There's
of
a couple things I always keep in mind, Dee. First, when I see somebody do that, I realize how much I value their opinion, number one. Number two, I realize that it's attention seeking. They want to disrupt. If they can disrupt the chat enough, they can disrupt the panel. If you ignore them and remove them or deal with it or let your mods deal with it, it goes away. The minute that somebody on the panel will address somebody in a chat like that, that's when they'll use it to go make their own videos with your video. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's a setup. Every time it's a setup.
Yeah.
I can believe that. I can believe that. That happened to me. I had a guy that kept coming in, and we would talk about God quite frequently on my channel, but what happened with me, I got wrapped up in this border, and I had to go back to my military mind rather than my Christian mind. And it's hard to.
I can only imagine what that was like.
It's hard to balance.
There's a lot of unspoken there.
Hard to balance the two, though, right?
Yeah.
Because here I am. I'm praying on my channel, and we're playing old Christian hymns and stuff with the violin, and then all of a sudden it looked like I did a 180, and I did.
You fleshed out? Did you flesh out? Is that what happened? Is that what you mean? I fleshed out.
Well, that's really not what I was getting at.
It's more the mindset of
the mindset
surviving
is
through.
I'm going to do whatever it takes. And I had to go back to some pretty ugly areas in my head. Right?
I'm not following you. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're saying.
Well, when you set up a perimeter on property and secure your land, it isn't necessarily, doesn't feel godly at all. It takes you into a gut survival.
All right.
Situation.
You know when anything changed with me, you want to hear what happened?
And you hold God as close as you possibly can because he's your only sanity.
I rode up on my property. I got 4 dead people on the property, and one of them was a baby. And we rode up. We asked them to remove them. They were there for 2 days. We can't touch anything. We had to
pull all of our animals off.
That particular area. And then I knew things were pretty real. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Then when we're out doing our job, people started throwing rocks at us. And it was getting old. I also got to the point on the whole thing was crazy. Now I have to worry about my men. I have to worry about my wife. I have to worry about this. I have to worry about that. And we're riding on the average of 12 to 16, 18 hours a day. And many a days I didn't come home those nights. We take a bedroll and stay down where we needed to be. That's why.
And I just kept cooking because they needed something. And even if they said yuck, they had something.
That's like a younger man's game, you old fart.
How's that hardtack, Rob?
Typing? Why is Chuck typing?
That's the worst crap known to man.
Aren't you tired of typing?
I don't know if you know about these or not, but I want to tell you about it, Rob, because they might not have had them by the time you got out. But you ever heard of a Thermarest ground pad?
No.
It's an Army. They made Army issue ones. It's a inflatable pad with foam inside of it. They roll up, smaller than a 2-liter bottle and weigh a fraction of what a normal ground pad would weigh, but it self-inflates. When you open the valve, the foam expands, and it's enough to keep you from losing heat on the ground and keep your shoulders and hips from digging into the ground. It's a real nice piece of gear. I mean, it's like
backpackers use those. My husband has several of those. I've slept on them.
They make commercial versions. They're junk. The commercial ones are not tough. You want an Army issue one because they're a lot tougher. The originals. And I'm just saying it's a nice piece of gear worth having. Sleeping on the ground at this age, Rob, is no fun. You can't lie to me.
I lost 50 pounds. I lost my padding.
There's something that old cowboys and pioneers and Indians did when they slept on the ground that is completely lost on people today. And it's something simple enough that it'll save you a bad night's sleep. And what they did is they just used their knife to dig in the ground where their shoulder and their hips are going to be, because it softened it up just enough to where when you roll over and sleep on one of them bones, you're not grinding yourself, you know, and it makes all the difference.
That's what I do.
You
I
know
get
what
dug
it goes,
in for the evening.
You know how Mama T was saying when she wakes up in the morning, she looks at the sun when she goes to bed and everything. I lay my head on that pillow. I don't think there's a night goes by. I'm thankful for my bed, my pillow, that I wasn't born in Iraq. No offense, y'all, but you know, just like counting my blessings. That
I can't
just
even tell you how many times I've
comfort.
used it. I can't tell you how many times I used a saddle as a pillow.
Oh,
There
wow.
you go. Yeah, that's whatever you got.
I'd
You got
like
more
that.
horse time, but I might have more ground time than you.
Oh,
I
you
do
definitely
not
got
care
more
for
ground
sleeping
time than
on the
me.
ground.
Camel. By far, you have a lot more ground time than I have. You know what I mean? I'm not going
Well,
to tell
I
you I
say
do.
the same about you and the horse, though, because I haven't been on a horse in a long time.
I like all caps because I can see it. Yeah, back to the rooms, Rob, you know, back to the YouTube thing. I started streaming because we're very suppressed here in my area. We don't have anybody sharing the truth out of Humboldt County, really, like a streamer on the daily or trying to get people to talk. They're not going to talk. I mean, I've been doing it for a year and a half, and I've made a lot of great friends on YouTube everywhere. In Humboldt County, it's a lot of the same people I already knew or stand on the corner with. Some of them talk, and I think it could still happen if I just stayed consistent with it. You never know. But and I am going to, just because I have to. I want to give the opportunity to share people's stories, not just my story, because it's crazy here. And what you're going through there is the biggest national story. It's the biggest problem. That's a big problem that we have in our country, and
We're
there's
not,
just not enough people
we're
talking
not the
about
only
it.
ones.
No,
And
obviously,
somebody at the top has allowed it to happen for decades.
yeah.
Amen. Amen.
Caps, pants, and shirts. Yeah, Bonnie's not uptight. That's the thing. It's like I've gotten bounced around. I've gotten rejected. I've been given the big fuck off out of several rooms where they're very cliquey and there aren't everybody allowed. And this is what Bonnie and I wanted to talk about tonight. So that's why I'm going to keep going back to it. We want this out off our chest with the division, and being on a unity train does not mean that you accept everybody. We can't accept everybody because we first it doesn't mean they have to think like we do. It doesn't mean they even have to be, they have to love Jesus, but they have to somewhat be godly. They have to want godly things. If you don't want godly things, don't hang out in godly chat rooms where the ladies are effective. We're doing work. We're serving our city councils. We are out there. I have been arrested, assaulted, fired. I'm doing shit. I ain't wasting my time with these people who want to drag us down. Okay? I hope everybody understands. We have separated
Absolutely.
ourselves from the people that do not give us the attention. When I was assaulted, we asked the YouTube community to come around and support us ladies. And it will never go unforgotten. Who did not? Who couldn't show up? Who had to fire up their life? You're not with us. If you're not with us, you're against us. Do you understand what I'm saying, Rob? This is a community
I
where we
don't know. I
support
might
each
have missed it myself, D. I might have missed that.
No.
over now.
No.
It's over.
And
There are just certain rooms I will not be in. There are certain people that will never come on my panel or Bonnie's panel because they have proven to be dividers, and it's all about them. They don't want to be united. They don't want to support us. We're doing shit that is really, really hard enough. It's not what you're doing, but what we're doing is hard too.
But
Everybody's
don't
got to.
compare.
It's hard, man.
I
You
know it
know?
is.
And
D.
everybody supports you because you're a man, you're a vet, you're on the border, and you could say nothing wrong. Me as a woman, I sound like a bitch. I'm, controlling or domineering, or people got their fucking issues.
Hey, D,
All the way off.
D,
All the way
D.
off.
Let me say something about you, all right? Because I think somebody in this community said it the best about you. When Devil Dog said that he liked you because you were a fighter, that sums you up the best that anybody's done.
Yes.
But I'm a lover, not a fighter.
No, no. You know what I mean.
I'm a lover, not a fighter. That's the thing.
But D, you're willing to step up into the fight for whatever you feel is right. And that is the way we need to be. We need to be strong and stand tall. And you're doing it. It's
You're doing it too, because taking care of your family and streaming, sharing Rob's story. We've got to share that story again and again and again. The people that lift each other up, but the whole community coming together so everybody could be on at the same, that's over. That whole thing is not going to happen with me anyway. Like, I'd love to have a channel where I could talk. I could never do it. I always got taken down. That's why I use everybody else's channel. I fire up a chat show and run it 3 hours a day and talk with you all. I can't. Humboldt County takes me down. I'm lucky I can stream about what I need to stream about for my community and do what
So why were you acting surprised they took me down?
Because you're Carl.
Because you're so non-combative and like excitable, and you're just chill.
I'm excited. Can't you tell?
I don't like to see you when you were excited in your 20s. That's some excitement. I could have gone for. I don't like to see some of those stories I've heard about you when you were out there doing your thing. You're a rebel. Carl's rebel, 100%.
We all are. That's what got us together.
I gotta highlight one thing for Rob and Cindy Fuller Stevens. Thank you for allowing us to know that. She said that she actually heard Carrie Lake mention your sweet godson at the rally day.
Oh, I was wondering. Yeah, I saw that. I wanted to say something about that too.
Just fantastic.
She really did. She really did.
That's great.
Right on. We got to find that and share that clip for sure. Your guys' story, when you get out of there, then you can share it more. Like my story.
Well, Kissop just said the story was that was BS. It's BS. So I don't know. I didn't see it, so I don't know.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
We'd have to see a clip of it. But it's nice to think that she, said something.
Yeah, don't worry, NC Debs. They don't take up space in my head. Bonnie and I talked today. This was something we wanted to talk about tonight. I'm just trying to get our conversation out here. I'm trying to stay on point here. This has actually been a problem. This is a problem. No one takes up rent in my head, honey. I'm good, but thank you anyway.
There's some key phrases that come to mind, like divided we fall, divide and conquer.
Oh, no, I didn't, Rob.
When they're being that way. People don't even know when they're
Thank you, Pablo.
I probably should.
See you again.
I probably, oh, she wasn't talking about you. She wasn't even talking about what we're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that. I read it wrong, and forgive me, Kiss Off. No, I didn't. No, I understand. I thought.
Yeah. I've got a point to make right at this point, and it isn't necessarily biblical. It's from my heart. And when I look at the churches that judge other churches, when I look at all these people that have been baptized into the body of Christ, why would we want to hack off an arm of his body because we're judging that church or we're judging that person or we're dividing the whole situation? We're supposed to come together. And his phrase of love one another as I have loved you is just simple and straight and to the point. And when I hung around with Buddhists a few years back, they would say...
Carrie Lake did mention a 7-year-old.
when the Buddhists would say, love the person, you can hate the act that they do. It helped me get my heart into the right position, because then I could love that person and pray that they made it through the acts that they were doing. And it helped me.
And I need
a lot.
Amen, Louise. I tell you, I say it this way. I'm an expert at loving people from a distance. All right. There's been people in my past that did me wrong, and it didn't make me hate them. It just made me want to stay away from them. I still have love in my heart for those people.
Yeah.
Yes. But we don't have to subject ourselves to anything
abuse.
bad or evil that they may be bringing in.
Well,
right.
and
No one wants to cut off an arm. So I don't know what, but
well,
you said when you're doing that kind of work, I just like, you can't have people on your ranch that aren't on the same page as you. And you're dealing. You know what? Let me finish. I don't want to forget this point. You're dealing with volunteers. I'm a professional too. I've had a business for 27 years and a bunch of employees. There's a difference between professionalism and volunteers. The volunteers will not act the same as professionals. That's the thing.
We pay the men to work on our ranch.
No, we.
I know, and I'm saying, okay, you're missing my point. Let me clarify, please. As a patriot in this movement for the last 2 years, one thing I discovered was the volunteers do not act like my employees or professionals in general. They don't give a shit. Okay. They're not getting paid like my employees have a lot of respect for me. They act a lot different than these volunteers. I know you know what I mean now.
Yeah. The point I was trying to make is what happened down here was ridiculous, and it cut a lot of herds, cut a lot of people down. A lot of people did not protect their place, did not protect their livestock, and didn't protect their people. And they just didn't. They gave in. And good night, NC Deb. But I've lived on this border for 17 years. I've been a part of the Patriot movement in one aspect or another all my life. My father fell in Vietnam. My grandfather was a Marine that raised me. I joined the Marines. My son joined the Marines. My son got killed in 2012 over in Afghanistan. I've been a part of this movement. Yes, my men are all professionals, but they're also were with me when I was in the Corps, and some of their kids of the fallen work for me. I didn't do this to make a freaking name for myself. Hold on, I'm going to read what's... Oh, wow. Carrie talked about your godson. She used the Father's name. She touched everyone. Read it, because I can't do that when you blew it.
I'm sorry.
Sorry about your boy, Rob.
That's war.
She used the Father's name. She touched on the entire battle at the border. You probably could go back to RSBN News to rewatch Carrie's speech. She spoke right before Trump.
Good. I missed the whole point. I didn't see it, and I didn't see it.
But anyway, I agree that there are times when people judge and they
But by no way
derail you.
By no way would I try to create no unity. We need that loyalty.
Yeah.
And
loyalty it's like air that we breathe. If we don't have loyalty, we don't have anything.
But I would have preferred this never to have happened.
Well, of course you would have preferred for it not to.
Shit.
But I think there's times when our anger overruns our balance in life. And that's when faith comes in so deep, and we have to reach towards our Heavenly Father to help us recenter ourselves and not be in an uncontrollable anger. It's all right to be angry, but when we hit that uncontrollable, then I lean on Him. There isn't any other place to go, because when I start building and building and getting ticked, it is counterproductive for me.
Oh my God, right on. That's great news. Terry said she'd blow up the tunnel. You know, they've been telling us this shit for years. And if she does it, that'd be a great thing.
Yeah.
They need to make him an enemy of our state. Terrorist organization.
About time. You know, Rob, I know just as well as you do that seismic perimeter alarms detect any type of tunneling miles away. There's no way they could get away with digging if they had the right sensors in the ground, which I know they could do. They have them.
They're not that expensive. You know what
They're
I mean?
not. They're not. I mean, it would.
Cheaper than
It would help out Border Patrol enormously, and then the ranchers wouldn't have to do anything with it.
Well, that's just part of it. It's like I said, and you agree, is that somebody at the top of the ladder has allowed this to happen for decades. There still are.
We already know where it started.
I'd like to know where it started because, like I said, I've known a border guard down there for well over 20 years. He told me over 20 years ago, he told me, Carl, I don't understand it. We catch them and they tell us to let them go.
That's been the problem all along.
It's been going on forever.
That was going on before I was even here. You know what I mean?
All right. People are tired of me talking about it, but it's what I've seen.
It's true. It's there.
And I've been trying to hold back on what I say and a lot on channels and everywhere else because I got other plans, and I'm going to be making it very much aware of what's going on down here. I've got plenty of proof, and I've got plenty of hard drives full of footage. And
so were these openings allowed and endorsed because of trafficking, drugs, what else? I mean, there's multiple things I could see that they would benefit from it, but who is in that position to allow it and endorse it? Because, like I said, I saw emergency stations in the middle of nowhere set up on the coyote trails, set up for people. Who's funding that? Somebody funded this shit.
Oh yeah.
All the way.
Sure, D, I wasn't trying to cause division even in the room. Bonnie?
And yes. I gotta say something. Okay,
hold on, just let me finish.
You make your point.
I didn't come up here to I didn't come up here to cause problems. I'm sorry if I did.
I'm sorry for rambling off, Bonnie, because I don't want to get you in trouble.
Definitely all the above and probably more.
I think you're all good. Dee, I have to commend you in your strength and how you approach people. I think that there is a time when people do not respond. They don't listen. They have to.
And that's what we're down here.
Let me finish too. They have to be jolted and actually listening. They don't listen. And so I have to commend you for standing your ground and kiss off also with you too. You have a strength and you pull through that and you finally get someone's attention to where you can actually start working together rather than feeling like you're so divided.
Right.
And to understand that people are on your side, probably. They just either use other words, or they're softer than you are, or they're stronger than you are. Watch out. You know.
Yeah.
But
that's the biggest. Thank you for saying that, because getting blindsided by other warriors who really are badasses in all their own merits, you know, we clash. We clash. We all clash. We're not. I mean, I know people that I'd stand on the front
You're
line.
a wannabe, D. You're a wannabe pacifist in a warrior's world.
well, but does warrior sometimes take people past the working together into making them the leader, and then you lose your balance with actually serving God rather than serving man?
It's nobody's fault.
It's not. I don't know how you use the word warrior in context, because I haven't been really that deep into the group.
Like a
But-
David warrior, like the little David that says, "You come at me with your sword and with a shield and a sword, but I come at you in the name of the Lord." Like that kind of warrior. That kind of warrior. That's the kind of warrior I am.
Yeah.
There's nobody that can get in the way of what God has put in the hearts of his people to do.
That's right.
There's nothing that they can't stop it. If God says, "You get that stone, you pick it up, you go," I say, "Here I am, I'm going, I go." But you know what? Everybody doesn't like it. They don't like me, and that's okay. I don't need everybody to like me. But I'll tell you, it's
Our
really
Heavenly Father warned us in the book, right?
no, and it's hard because there
No,
is a
what I-
balance. There is a balance of not getting caught up in. It's about saving
D.
souls. There's two
D.
people that are going to church right now, you guys, that were not going to church before this movement. You know them. My homeless friend,
D. But you're
Justin.
behind enemy lines on enemy territory. Everybody here that speaks the truth is is a truth warrior, basically.
Basically.
There is, well, if you're out here trying to find truth and share truth, you're doing more than all the other outlets, right? So you're getting a bunch of flack for doing it. If you say the wrong thing, you get taken down or censored or whatever. It's kind of obvious. This didn't happen all the time. This is kind of a new thing. Last few years, the censorship's gone crazy. Now they've taken away our free speech on these platforms. And here we all still are, hanging in here, speaking up when we can, trying to be all covert and not hurt each other's channels. I mean, it's ridiculous, but we didn't give up,
Hey, Hawk, I know the answer. It's because David had 4 brothers.
Oh, and look who's here,
4
Mr.
brothers.
19
He said,
Channel.
"You motherfucker coming after me, I'm going to get my other 4 stones and do you just like I did your big brother." That's right. That's right. That's what I heard.
And Hawk's another one. That's why he's
Yeah,
on 15,
he's a perfect example.
16, 17, 18, 19. Yep.
He said today he's at 18 and 19 now.
Yep.
I'm not a pacifist. You're
You
right.
just keep
I'm not a
going.
pacifist.
Stand
husband-
strong and keep doing what you're doing.
Good night, Richard Burr.
You have a good rest, Richard.
And good to see you, Hawk Semper Fi.
And Mrs. Richard, too.
I'm a pacifist, D.
I'm gonna try to get us slipped off to sleep. And Cindy Fuller Stevens, thank you for letting us know, and I do appreciate that.
I'm ready to sleep.
That
Yes.
someone has actually decided to watch and to see what's going on. And
Rob, sorry.
I commend you all for standing.
Yeah, you guys too. And I didn't think that you brought any kind of division or anything. I just wanted to say that I heard you when I was left the screen for a minute, but I don't think I've ever felt that way about you guys. So don't ever worry about that. And I don't worry about what other people think. It's just a matter of when we got to work with people in this movement, even the
Yeah,
people
like
that,
that.
even the people that you really think you agree with on a lot of things, they can really blindside you sometimes, and they can really just hurt you. And that's, I think, and once it does happen, I'm not letting those people back in, because it's too hard already. I love them, I forgive them, I pray for them, but I can't work with certain people. That's all. That's all.
Yeah, that happens.
I jokingly mentioned last night, what do you do with a household with 2 alphas? You give them both their own project.
Yes.
Oh yeah, my husband and I, same. We did go to Lane's birthday dinner together. I drove in my car. We picked up Sarah, but we drive separate to church because we usually do separate things, and we live out of town pretty far. So yeah, we don't do a lot of the same project. We used to do it more together. We built a barn together. We built a lot of things together. But then he's got his workers that help him, and my son helps. I don't want to do that work anymore, but I did do it.
I'm going to sign off.
Good night, you guys. We love you so much. We love you.
And God bless you all.
I rode over almost 18 hours.
Yeah.
You're crazy, man. Go back to bed.
Dude,
Louise was going to work on getting you back to bed. She's probably got something in mind. So
Hey, Rob.
Rob,
Check out a song by Ted Nugent. Check out this song by Ted Nugent. It's called Saddle Sore.
That is what I am too.
We'll do that, and we'll talk to you again about the mats for those foam mats that expand.
Yeah, thermarests.
Because that sounds absolutely fantastic.
Rob and Louise, thank you so much for coming up.
They're worth owning, especially at this age.
The scorpions would sting them, and they wouldn't get to us, but they definitely flatten our air beds.
I got one thing to say before I go to bed. Thanks for having us up here, Bonnie. And God bless everybody on the channel. And Camo Carl, Mountain Lions.
God bless y'all and have a peaceful sleep.
Good night. Good night, lovely.
Big hugs to everybody.
Big hugs.
They are so sweet. Did you see Hawk?
See if you can get Hawk up here, Bonnie. Drop him a
link. Y'all want a song?
You might get him up here. He was on the panel earlier.
I want a song to calm you down.
Do I not seem calm? Why does I got to tell you something.
Steve, you are very calm.
Thank you.
You know what? When you're a leader, or okay, they're saying alpha, whatever. I don't know what you call it, but it's a weight that you're carrying. It really is. And that's me being my mother said she's the matriarch of the family and we all have to listen to her, and she went off on us tonight, but that's okay. But that's what I consider myself, because I'm the one here taking care of all the kids and grandkids and everybody. And so it can be a heavy burden. It can, and there's times when you feel like you just cannot bear that cross any longer, but you do, because we have to.
I have a song for you.
Awesome.
I have a song for you. And, and I know that Camo Carl knows this song. Okay. And right now, 90% of the panel and the and everybody in chat. Okay. I'll play the song I'm not going to do it like a screen share. I'm going to, well, I could if you want the lyrics. It's up to you.
It's up to you, Hawk.
It's, you know what? I think I will do it so that we have the lyrics, because of the fact that the message in it is just way too important. And this is done by Jordan St. Cry, or Sire, spelled CYR, and it's called Weary Traveler. Okay, so let's just take a listen. Oh, actually, I have to. I do got to do a share because I'm going to put the words on the screen. Duh. Duh. Here we go. Oh, you got to do the screen share.
Yep.
I think I did it up there, didn't I? Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure. Sometimes I remember to do it. Sometimes I don't. I didn't know if it was me. Okay. Here we go.
Weary traveler, beat down from the storms that you have weathered. Feels like this road just might go on forever. Carry on. You keep on giving, but every day this world just keeps on taking. Your tired heart is on the edge of breaking. Carry on. Weary traveler, restless soul, you were never meant to walk this road alone. It'll all be worth it, so just hold on. Weary traveler, you won't be weary long. No more searching. Heaven's healing's gonna find where all the hurt is. When Jesus calls, we'll lay down all our heavy burdens. Carry on, oh, weary traveler, restless soul. You were never meant to walk this road alone. It'll all be worth it, so just hold on. Weary traveler, you won't be weary long. No, you won't be weary long. You won't be weary long. Someday soon we're gonna make it home. 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 Gonna make it home. Weary traveler, restless soul, you were never meant to walk this road alone. It'll all be worth it, so just hold on. Weary traveler, you won't be weary long. Weary traveler, you won't be weary long. Weary traveler, you won't be weary long.
Amen. That is perfect.
And I've never heard that song before, and there was probably a long period of my life I wouldn't have listened to a song like that, but I like it.
Yeah.
I was mostly old classic rock, old music, Hawk. That sounds pretty new to me.
We could literally pick that song apart, literally, and dole out a sentence to each person. Okay, because every single one of us, even though we have this community, we still feel like we're traveling alone Okay.
Yes.
We still feel like we need to help pick up pieces, but the problem is that the pieces are so far away that we can't grab them, that we can't lift them up and take them away from everybody. And it's frustrating. It's angering, you know, and it's when you think about it, the video for that song, okay, was about the relationship between a father and his daughter, okay, in the official video, okay, but he was the one who wandered first, and then when his daughter came of age, she decided that she was going to wander, and like the prodigal son, he was the father who was waiting with open arms for his child to come back. And she was getting ready to leave again. She just came home to change all her clothes in her bag and get back on the road and get back out there.
That's
And
like that little boy blue and the man on the moon. When you coming
Yeah.
home to something that don't know when.
Yeah, that's my child arrived just the other day. He came to the world in the usual way, but there were planes to catch, bills to pay. He learned to walk while I was away, and he was talking before I knew it. And as he grew, he said, I'm gonna be like you, Dad. You know I'm gonna be like you. And the cat's in the cradle and the silver spoon. Yeah, good song. Good song.
And look what the father missed out on.
Well, but she stayed. She stayed, and it was in that moment that they both knew that they could stop traveling because they weren't alone. And
That's great.
for the last couple of days, I guess you could say I kind of been going off on people, and I wasn't doing it to bring bad emotion or bad feeling to anybody, but I needed people to understand why I backed away, why I had to take that step back. I am that weary traveler. There's no doubt about it.
Would have sworn I told you to take a break.
Yeah, everybody did. Everybody did. But the thing is at the same time that everybody was telling me to take a break, they were sending me information.
Oh yeah, and by the way,
here's
what you
your
said
next
earlier
video.
about me was much appreciated. Coming from you, that meant a lot.
And I told everybody, I said, I said, I know people who grow for a living. I know people who grow as connoisseurs. People who specialize in particular strains and do everything that they can to manifest the absolute best of each individual strain. And you did all of that in one. And you could tell that you loved what you were doing while you were doing it.
It was all outside.
Yeah, you couldn't miss it. Everything was, you could tell that it was fed right. You could tell that it was that it was tended properly. You could tell where you were pruning things back and cleaning things out. You could tell the establishment of the bud and how well formed they were. That you weren't going super buff boosters. You were going with all natural foods. That is real medicine. When you got all these boosters and all these things to accentuate the plant, you're actually taking away from the medicine in order maybe to gain flavor or maybe to gain more weight off of the bud, and stuff like that. No, you grew it the way that the Lord intended for that plant to grow outside in the
A mix
sun.
of swamp dirt and black dirt and just a lot of water.
Yep. You know, now chicken poop is a natural thing. Farmers use that in their fields and everything else. So, you know, stuff like that is okay to use. It's the boosters, all these added chemicals that are in these bottles that people buy to buff up their grow, you know, and sure, it's great to be able to pull 12 to 14 pounds off of a plant, but that's not the way that the plant is actually designed. You know, a starting a seed in January, moving it outside in May, you know, and harvesting it in October, between 4 to 6 pounds is great with what you're capable of doing with it. Whether you're going to make, maybe you're going to make a pound of it into RSO, you're going to take another pound of it and you're going to make salve from it, and maybe another pound you're going to make gummies or tincture or something like that. You know, it's not like you were greedy with how you were growing it. You were greedy on giving it exactly only what it needed. Nothing more. Nothing, all these additives and everything else. You could tell that you didn't do that to it, because when I looked at those buds, I saw pure natural establishment. I didn't see all this, you know, over buff and over bulk that in 80% of the cases turns out to end up with mold and mildew, and or lack of flavor, you know, or effect, you know. And that's what happens when people put all those extra things in there. They take away from God's natural medicine. And
For years, the nastiest thing I ever tasted was Miracle Grow. People used to put that in there, and I could taste it.
That metallic, yeah, the metallic taste that way, especially, and it would always ride on the back upper back part of your mouth, and you could never get rid of it. You know, it was like it didn't matter what you drank or anything, you couldn't get that metallic taste away, and it was there for you know, an hour after you got done consuming it. You know, it's like, no, that's no. Yeah.
I can't do it.
And the other thing is this: get this, Miracle Grow now sells a soil, but in their soil is a weed killer.
Oh, wow.
Like Roundup, only it's a time release thing. So if you put a cannabis plant in there, it's gonna fry the plant when those ingredients are activated. I know so many people here in Oregon in the last couple of years who that's exactly what they did. They used that Miracle Grow soil, and it fried.
You're pretty much a plant reader. Did you know that? You're a plant reader, because you pretty much pegged everything I did.
Oh yeah, it's I can tell. You know, I can tell. Yeah, it was there's a couple on the Pal Talk chat. They just got medical where they were at, and they both went and they got their cards, and they decided that they were going to attempt my style of growing. You know, trying to get anywhere between 1 pound to 2 pounds per plant, and they could have 12 plants in a total. And they followed my pruning technique, and they mimicked my grow room, and they you know, with 12 plants they pulled down 24 pounds. Okay.
Nice.
What's awesome about that is the first thing that they said is, we get to shut our room down now and not turn it on for about 2 years, if not longer, and we're still taking 5 pounds down to the local there's always a couple of nonprofits, you know, that always pop up that basically help patients get medicine because it's just not affordable. For a real patient, the money is gone out of the household, you know, and it's like, how can they afford to go and buy this if, you know, if they lost their job? You know, it's how can they provide, you know, and what they were capable of doing was they produced enough to be able to give a bunch away and to be able to do all the other things that they want. They're making gummies now. That's one of their projects today is making a batch of gummies, you know, different strengths, 10 milligram, 20 milligram, 30 milligram. and
Well,
then they're
I'm letting these still grow. These are still growing. I haven't harvested mine, but everybody around me has been harvesting theirs already. These are still growing, and I
yeah,
still see.
it all boils down to your trichomes. You watch your trichomes, you know.
Yeah, I'm waiting for amber. When I see
Yep.
amber, I'm gonna wait for maybe 5 days after I see the first signs, and then I'll harvest.
I was waiting, but I harvested mine on what's today? Monday. I harvested mine on Wednesday because I had a really small grow, smallest grow ever, because I did it in a new spot that was really shady. It was a lot more shady than I thought it was going to be because the sun gets a lot of, the house gets a lot of sun, but the backyard, not as much. And, anyway, so I only had 5 plants, and they were starting to get a little bit of the brown was starting to come on, I think, from the morning dew from the trees.
Yep. Yep.
High. And so, and they were really pretty. And there was tiny little bit of amber trichromes. They got one shot of molasses. I think that God meant for us to give our plants a little bit of molasses for a
A
little bit
sweetener.
extra sticky.
Yeah, it's a sweetener. Yeah, it's a sweetener. You know,
I like things sweet. Yeah.
okay, so what molasses does, if you do the molasses, say you did like a couple of tablespoons into a gallon of water, and you shook it up really good. It's the same thing like if you make iced tea. When you shake up that jug of iced tea, you get that foam across the top of the tea. Okay. Well, basically what the molasses does is it goes into the root area and it puts that foam all around the roots. Well, what that does is it purges the drinking pores for, you know, in the roots, and it allows the plant to uptake the nutrients that naturally are in the soil. So
Bring them more in.
yes, it allows them to. It takes the sweetener in, of course, from the molasses, but at the same time, it's pulling in the potassium and the nitrogen and whatever else is that's in the soil, and it's really giving the roots the ability to intake those nutrients and strengthen your plant.
Yeah.
You know, and the thing is if your potassium is spot on in your soil at the beginning of flower time, you are going to have a lot less chances of developing mildew and mold. Okay, but if your roots get clogged up, then the plant's not capable of pulling that potassium in as much, so then the plant becomes more susceptible to adapting to those conditions, you know, of becoming mildewy and moldy. You know, and California, you know, this is the thing, is there's you know, Humboldt is probably the sweetest growing spot in the country. Absolutely no doubt about it. It has the best sun, it has the best soil conditions out of anywhere in the country. And the water, you know, when you have it, water, you know, is oftentimes the cleanest in the country. You know, but there's always those things that we can do to the soil in order to make it better. And, you know, so one of the things I used to do is we used to get raw sugar cane, and we would, you know, take a machete and just chop chips, you know, make chips out of it. And then we would put a layer of it, and knowing that the roots were going to grow down into those chips.
Oh, yummy.
And so every time you would water, you created that foam, and the plant was able to pull in every nutrient that you had in the soil and build the plant naturally the way that the plant should be.
How about a good flush? What's a good flusher? Do you flush your plants, or do you just do 3 weeks of like just water?
Okay, so one thing that I will do is I will use something like orange crush or grape crush.
What?
Yep,
That doesn't sound natural.
I will use it's or I get Smucker's, or I'll get Smucker's juice. You know, the Smucker's, the grape jelly company. Okay, and listen, this is what I do. I take I take that 2-liter bottle, and I dump that into a 10-gallon bucket. Okay. And then I put 9 gallons of water in there. And what I'll do is I will take 2 gallons of that mixture, pour that in. Now, I know that what's going to happen is the foam is going to develop around those roots. Okay. I'll wait an hour for that foam really to get in there, open those roots up, and then I'll run 5 gallons of the cleanest water that I can find in each pot. And I'll do that for 4 days. And then the last 2 days, I will take, so the day 5 and day 6, I will do about 15 to 20 gallons of water. Now I do 100-gallon pots, so I need to really push a lot of water through there. So I'll put, 10 to 20 gallons through there. And at the end of the 6th day, I will leave it alone, and I'll leave the plants alone for 2 or 3 days. And when I can go over to the edge of the pot, grab the pot and lift it and know that everything was taken into that plant, then I will chop that plant down. A straight off cut and not sitting there plucking off branches or plucking off buds. I cut the whole thing all at one time. I'll take it inside the building. I will run it on the machine, because I have two flat trimmers, and basically I can lay the plant on its side and it will chop every leaf that's there. And then I'll roll the plant and it'll chop the next, and then, and so on and so forth. And then once I do that, then I will cut the branches with little hooks on them, hang them up, and, and then I'll let them dry. And generally it's 4 to 5 days of dry time. But the idea of it is you want all of that moisture out of the soil by the time you harvest, because if that soil has gone dry, then that means that plant has intaken everything that it possibly can, and it won't take any more, and the plant knows it's going to go. Now, one thing that I always tell people is the branch that's closest to the soil. Okay. When you harvest that plant, you take that one branch separate and you keep it separate from everything else. And if you go into the buds that are on that lowest branch in the middle, you will find some seeds. Okay. Because normally what will happen is the plant knows it's going to die.
In the branch.
In the lowest branch. The lowest branch. Okay. So, so you got your stalk, and then you have all the branches, right? Okay. The lowest branch, the one closest to the soil. Okay. If you go to the center of the branch and you pull those buds there, and then you just break up the buds, guaranteed you're going to find a couple of seeds in there.
What?
Okay.
I never
Because
heard that before.
The plant knows it's going to die, and it wants to reproduce naturally.
Even if you don't maybe
you don't have to pollinate at all.
No, but even if you don't maybe dry it out as much, because my harvest was an impromptu. It didn't get any mold or anything. It only was getting a little bit of those brown couple spots. So
seeds start forming in the 2nd week of bud.
Okay, no matter what, even if you didn't dry it out.
You just grab the middle bud on that branch. And there's not going to be a lot of them. There's not going to be a lot of them. There's going to be like maybe 2 or 3 seeds per bud. But this much I can tell you, guaranteed they're all going to be females.
What?
Yep.
Dang it.
Guaranteed they're all going to be females. And basically what it is the plant knows it's going to die, and it wants to continue the next generation. So
that's another reason why I like to make sure they live a long life. I wait.
Yep. And if the plant gets to actually finish all the way to fruition, if you think about it, most people, when they harvest their plants, it's like if they're doing them out in the woods or something like that, they're going and they're cutting off all the big buds. They're not paying attention to anything else. They're just getting all the big buds off of there. And they'll go back out there the next year and there'll be another plant growing. Why? Because they left those buds there during the winter time. The fall rains came in, wash the buds
The
off of
seeds.
the plant. The seeds drop down
Uh-huh.
onto the ground. The
Oh
winter
my
cold
gosh.
pounded it into the ground, froze the ground over. Then you have the spring thaw and the summer sprouting, or springtime,
No
springtime
way.
sprouting.
That is wild. Of course, it
That's how the
makes
plant grew
sense.
naturally in this country for years.
Right, of course. Of course, it makes sense.
Yep. That's what the hemp farmers of the 1920s. Okay. And we're talking big, huge operations. Okay. They would go in with these big cutters that also shook the plants at the same time that they were cutting. They shake them, So all the seeds would drop out onto the ground. Okay. And the farmer would go through afterwards with a till and till those into the ground. And then the next year, by springtime, boom, they already got their first harvest, and they can get 3 harvests a year.
Wow.
Hemp only takes 60 days to grow.
Yeah, I grew it one time. I grew Harley Sue, and it grew itself. It was over my head in the same spot where I grew this year. It's more shady now because the trees grew taller, and also that was in a sunnier spot a little bit. But yeah, they were just, it just grew phenomenal.
The biggest thing is sunrise and sunset.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 most domineering times for a cannabis plant. They want that initial sunrise and at least first to 2 to 3 hours of sunlight. Okay. And at the end of the day, they want the heat of the afternoon or the heat of the early evening, and they want those last 2 to 3 hours of sunlight. And hemp is a totally different beast. You don't have to give it all the foods that you give to cannabis plants. That's the difference between cannabis and hemp. One requires slightly different nutrients. You don't need to use hot nitrogen for a hemp plant like you do with a cannabis plant if you want it to produce. So yeah, there's
I
a lot.
grow so low key. I mean, I grew, the first year I ever grew was only like 5 or 6 years ago, and it was down on where my mom's tiny house is, but it's their best spot for our firewood too. So my husband kind of took that over this year, and we've used that spot before, so I couldn't use it, but man, they grew the stalks. I also cut the bags in the bottom. I was buying that
So the
King's
roots could
Mix.
grow out. Yep.
Yeah, and those stocks were in 3 plants. I just did an experiment. Someone told me to try it, and I was like, okay. So I did it, and of course, those stalks were 3 inches thick, and I didn't have to support any of their branches at all, even with the flowers on them, because they were so strong. But I wanted to tell future cannabis farmers. You could look that up. There's a lot of information there. Where do you send people, Hawk? Somebody's asking.
I tell them to get the cannabis Bible. I tell them get the marijuana Bible. Start with that. It's enjoyable reading. It has a history, and it really breaks the plant down for you, and it gives you the basics. All the advanced things that these big grow operations use and everything else. That's not the way you want to go. You want a natural. You want to produce a natural medicine. Something that is actually going to cure something. If you produce from that, and that's what it boils down to. All too often, all these buffs and boosts and everything, it steals so much of the medicine, and it doesn't have the direct effect like towards cancers and seizures and things like that, that it really could have. It's just
totally organic, dude.
Yep.
Totally organic, man.
Yeah.
We like the totally organic. Horse shit, chicken shit, bat shit, fish guts, aquaponics. I mean, I want to do an aquaponics thing. That'd be my biggest next project. I want to aquaponics.
You should come and get some of my hydro tables then. I have a whole stack of them. I'm getting ready to pressure wash them all. We're selling them all off.
Are you really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Half half of what we paid for them. Each table was $140. We're selling them at $60 a piece.
Did you keep fishing them, or what is it?
No, they're you could capably do it, but they're only they're 10 inches deep, and we have 100-gallon reservoirs that go underneath each table, and with hoses that go up, pumps and hoses that go up, and it's a flood and drain system. Now you can keep fish down in your 100-gallon tank, so you're getting natural fish fertilizer. You know. And every time you're feeding, you're doing that. But the problem is that when you get into the flowering part of it, you want to cut back on that fish. You want potassium in there at that point.
That's more nitrogen, and it's time for something different at the end.
Yep, potassium.
Yeah. That's when they do the bat guano typically, right?
We got freeze warnings here.
Guano is what you mix into your soil right at the beginning, because you want that bat guano. You know, you should start your soil back in February of the year if you're going to use bat guano, and it should be mixed into the soil and should be cooked down. So that means going out there and spraying it down, keeping a tarp over the top of it. But when you do it, you have to watch it, because it can literally start on fire.
Like a compost pile, generates heat.
Yep.
Do you use
diatomaceous
earth too?
I use diatomaceous earth for multiple things. I use it on the dogs to maintain fleas, you know, so that none of my dogs have fleas. I actually will eat a teaspoon of it every once in a while. It deals with digestive tract issues. Yep. And I actually know people who have lupus, and there's another one that's with the stomach as well, IBS, that they use it for. Yep. But we'll use the diatomaceous earth mixed in the soil. Then any bugs that try to get into your soil or into your plants, they basically are committing hara-kiri.
Yep.
You know
what I do too, Hawk, is since all of mine are in buckets and big pots, is I'll make up all my dirt early in the, before planting. I'll make up all my dirt, but I'll have a couple extra buckets of dirt, and when I start them, I only fill the pots part way. That way, as the plant grows, I add more dirt in the pot as the plant grows.
Yep. Yeah. Because the soil compacts, or
and you're adding
sometimes
fresh
it'll
nutrients
out through the holes in the bottom.
Right.
Yeah, and you're adding fresh nutrients.
Yep.
I don't add. Well, I want to do an indoor thing. Do they make any? I did it last year. I got a nice shed, but it's kind of cold in the winter.
So you put a couple of 600 or 800 watt lights in there to run during the coldest part of the day or night. So if your temperature drops at night, you run your lights at night.
600 watts? I can't do that.
Why not?
Because we're 4 houses on one electric bill.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, you could go with the LEDs, but the problem with using LEDs is they don't generate any heat.
No
heat. So
heat.
you'd have to put heater in there.
I was thinking I could line it with the Mylar blanket. I have this like super small seed mat that I've used before. I know that wouldn't be good enough, but I was thinking you probably can't put plants right on a seed mat, right? That'd be too warm for them, or
it just wouldn't be good for it.
It'd rot the roots, probably, right?
Yeah,
So
you'd end up. It would start some. And Jorge Cervantes, I actually know Jorge. He's an incredible grower, and he's a great author as well.
Cool.
There's a guy by the name of Drew West. He did a book called The West Coast Masters, and it was from his technique. And then who was the old guy? Dr. Ron is how I know him. But I took their two methods and I combined them. And basically what Drew did was he took 4 branches and, made a frame, put the plant into the center of it, and they used 4 branches, north, south, east, and west. And then he would prune those to turn 1 into 2 at where every node was. And basically, he's the one who showed me how to go from a couple of ounces to a half pound of plant. And then I took the Dr. Ron's method and I instilled that. And basically, I was taking 8 branches and turning it into a 2-pound indoor plant each time. Every time I was pulling down a minimum of 2 pounds per plant indoor. But it was a 3-month veg period and and then of course the full flower period. And the plants never got higher than 4 feet tall. I did them in 20 or 25 gallon pots, depending on what I had available at the time. And that's part of it too. The bigger the root, the bigger your fruit. So if you got a 20 gallon pot, your buds are going to be like a Pepsi can or slightly smaller. If you got a 100 gallon pot, then your buds can get as big as a 2-liter bottle.
Damn. Mine are embarrassingly small, and I even still have a few out there right now because I got really late. Girl was really late, but I do got a few out there right now that are just like, I'd say they're probably like 2.5. No, gosh, they're probably only 2 feet tall. But I pruned them pretty well because I knew about the 4, typically 4 stalks, right? That you want, like you have the one main one, but then you allow for where do you let those 3 others come on? Because they're not coming on in the base. So you have one stalk.
What do you mean? You're talking about branches?
Yeah, because you said you did the 4 branch method, then you went with the 8 branch method.
Right. So basically, when you do a seed, when you're doing it from seed, generally you'll have parallel nodes. Okay, that will establish. So you'll have your first 2 branches here, your next 2 branches are here, your next 2 branches are here, your next 2 branches are here. So generally, what I would do is I would wait until I was 8 nodes from the bottom of the plant. Once I hit the 8 nodes, I was able to sex this seed to make sure that it was a female. And then I would take off the very bottom ones. I would take those off because those were going to end up down in the soil. Okay. And I would take, these next sets. And then as each, or as the plants grew, I would go to the nodes where where on each side of the node you got, your starts for where there's going to be a bud site. So you wait until you get to the 3rd node on each of those, and then you pinch them off, and those singles turn into doubles. So you go from, instead of two buds growing there, you're going to have 4 buds growing there. And basically up until the point that it got to be 3 foot, at least a minimum of 2 feet off the top of the soil. Okay. Then I would flip it to flower. And during the fast growth, I had my next foot. And that's why I was able to maintain them at 4 feet tall. I have videos of it. I can show you what I mean. Give me a second. I got to think about where where do I have them?
That's always my problem.
Oh, I have multiple. I have so many hard drives hooked up to my computer. It's ridiculous. So give me a second to find one, and I'll show you what I mean.
This was an assortment. All mine look different and smell different.
Yeah, I saw them. They're very pretty. I don't even know what I got. I got like 60 plants from this grower that was literally moving to South Dakota, and he had thrown them in the garbage for like, I don't know, a couple hours. And then I had called his brother and said, hey, when am I going to get my clones? Because he had promised me I could get anything I wanted when the time was coming. Then I call him. He goes, oh, my brother's moving. I said, what? You asshole. You told me I could for sure He's got 3 rooms. He could get whatever I want. So then he calls his brother, and then I go over there, and he pulls out 60 little clones out of the garbage. So, I mean, you know, the fact that even I'm going to get anything out of him is great. There was 5 big ones. Those are my big ones I harvested already. The rest are, some of them are one stalk, and they're like this big. And some of them
Did
are
you
just
name it?
ruined.
Did you name it Dumpster Dive?
Yeah, that's what that is. They're just salvaged. They're salvaged. And I've never even grown a pot plant from seed. Not one time. Isn't that crazy? Not one time.
These
I've
are
got
over 20-year-old seeds. These are just old seeds I've been saving. I save it from the really good stuff and from a strain that grew here in Michigan for about 27 years.
Which is it?
So if you look at this picture, you'll see I only used
Oh
4
shit!
branches.
Look at that.
4 branches going out in the 4 different directions. Or I'm sorry, 6
Oh,
branches.
you got the 600-watt lights too, though. The 400.
Oh, those are 1,000 watters.
Yeah.
If I told you how much I pulled off of this plant when it was done, you would poop yourself.
My husband would divorce me, and we don't
Yeah,
even. The D word
this
isn't even an option.
this was almost a 7-pound indoor plant. Okay, not kidding.
Are we drooling,
But
kid? Are we drooling, kid?
this was my clone operation. Okay,
Yeah, you're
this
always
this
teasing
goes to show
about this.
you how many
I
plants
know.
I tended at one time.
That's a lot of work.
There's the
I
next
don't want
size,
to do all that work now.
and then there's the
There's
outdoor.
the 100-gallon pots, or those
No,
3.
those are 400-gallon pots.
400. Yeah, I've seen those in Trinity
Yep.
County. I've seen how big those plants can get. My
Those are
cousin,
all babies.
Yeah.
The
Those
first
are
one reminded me of a giant bonsai tree.
Oh gosh, I gotta show you my petri little operation.
So when I talk about my
Yes.
little buildings, I started with that little itty bitty brown one. That was my first
Dude,
building.
that's
This
what
was
my
the
mama
second
was
building
gonna
that I
get.
had brought in. That's my
I
kitchen
love
now.
it.
Yeah, and so that's and
Oh, you got a
then this
ditch
building.
witch? Was that a ditch witch?
Yep.
That looked like a ditch witch to me. I
Yep.
freaking
Yep.
love me a ditch witch.
So I started off. I started off with absolute. My whole business started from a 4x6 closet.
Yeah. See, there's your.
And I've worked my way to a 30-acre farm. So, but you can see here how I trimmed the plants back.
Oh, there's a good view. Yeah, the 4 stalks. That's what I've read. It's 4. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Pretty, pretty, pretty.
Slow down on the bud.
Oh,
Slow
I
down
like
on
the
the bud
orange
pick.
color. I like the orange color especially.
He's
You
like,
see that
slow down. I
orange?
want to see those.
Yeah, let's see.
And
all
then
your receipts.
this was another way that people were growing.
I'm drooling, Connie.
So the stalk would grow up and through the fence, and then you took all the branches and you would run them out like a vine.
That's bomb right there. I'm doing that. I'm doing that.
It was wind sustainable. That's my buddy Gino in his garden.
Oh my gosh, Gino! I think I'm in love.
Yeah.
All right. Listen, I need some financial help to get on the road so I can get over to Hawks.
This was one of my water pipes in the middle of the wintertime, and that's what it did to the tree that it was next to. It totally froze the whole tree. The tree died. It was that was bad. This is what's called tissue culture, which I do. I can take a leaf and cut it into 100 pieces and get 100 plants from those 100 pieces.
What?
Yep.
How?
It's you see how it grows?
Is it a secret? No,
it's called tissue culture.
Okay, I see it, but I don't understand. You got to explain it to me.
Okay, so it started off with these little itty bitty pieces here. Okay. And I put the gel in there, and by day 2 or day 5, I'm sorry, this is week number 2, day 1. Okay. Look at how big they got.
What's the gel?
It's a tissue culture. It's they use it for for all of that was Cuvée and Jelly Bean when they were babies.
Oh my.
So here's a prime example for you. This is a Mylar room.
Yummy, yummy,
Okay.
yummy.
I had 6 plants in there and pulled down 18 pounds. It all, and it was no more than 4 feet tall. So the plants weren't growing up into the lights or anything like that. And yes, that's Cuvée and Jelly Bean when they were 3.5 months old.
Oh, little
This
babies.
is the guy who ripped me off for $5.5 million.
You dickhead! We're gonna put you on blast.
Yep, his name is Christian Blake Fisher, or he goes by Christian Blake, or he goes by Blake Fisher. He changes his name no matter where he is in the country, and he is nothing but a thief. He is nothing but a thief. Yep.
Did you say $1 million?
$5.5 million. Yes.
I mean, what?
This is when I was building my greenhouses.
Oh, nice. Ooh, those are nice.
There's my office. That's where I'm sitting right now.
It's not very fancy.
No, it's not. It's not. I have a blow-up mattress I pulled down off the top of the cabinet.
Now that's fancy. See, now we're talking fancy.
Yeah.
I'd be happy with that.
I like big buds.
Okay,
I cannot
this is a lady who came out here to visit the farm and then went back to her hometown and told everybody that she bought my farm, that she bought my business.
I see.
And all her friends started sending me all her comments and everything else. I said, she didn't do nothing. I said, she came out here. She went into the greenhouse. She took off her shirt and had one of my workers take pictures of her half naked in there. And that was it. She went home the next day.
Wow.
Yeah. That's Gabriel's grandfather there. That's Lucky. That's my fifth wheel. That's the building that I bought for Jess to live in.
Is she still with you?
Nope, she's gone.
Okay.
She's off living her life someplace else. Everybody's got a journey to take in their life.
Yeah.
And
she gone. Got it.
Yeah,
that's a beautiful house.
Yep, it's for sale right now.
How much was that? How much was it?
$8,900 brand new. I'm selling it for $6,000.
$8,900?
Yep.
How is that?
Right.
It's $8,900 delivered.
Because I bought one just like that, and it was a whole lot more.
Yep, $8,900.
How big is it? What are the dimensions?
It's 14 by 28.
Can I see the inside again? What the hell? Why'd I break my back building?
Now it's got sheetrock. It's got sheetrock walls and electrical and everything in it now.
Right, all that had to cost more.
But I'm selling it for $6,000. It's Oh, here, let me make it bigger. Sorry.
Mine was 50 long. I guess that's why it was more.
Okay, so how long is this again? I'm sorry.
28 feet.
Yeah.
28 feet. Okay, my mom is
that's the bed. That's the bedroom area with a loft above it. And then this area here is the front section of it. You could turn it into like a kitchen area or whatever.
Damn, I want to buy it.
It's
that's a great deal. You make those too? Cartridges?
Used to. Yeah.
Nice.
Got these big water tanks, 2,500 gallon water tanks, to selling those off too.
I need those. You live too far from me to get this shit, and I don't have a truck and trailer and stuff.
These are all strains that we developed. Speedy Cherry. The father was the Purple Unicorn, which is the Chem Dog crossed with the Black Widow, and the mother was Cherry Pie OG. We pollinated and then crossed it back, and that was one of our strains. And then there's Something Special, which was another genetics freak that we made. Wonder Dog was put out by Sour Seeds and Bodai. We worked with them for quite a few years. It's PTSD medicine. That's a whole bunch of stuff hanging to dry.
Beautiful. So you have a trimmer that trims off your leaves before it's dry?
That's the kind of seed production I do.
Damn.
That's just a bag of Blue City Diesel, and that's a gallon size sandwich bag.
So how long before you're going to be at the new property?
hopefully within anywhere in the next 30 to 45 days. So,
right on.
Oh wow, that's exciting.
So this was one that we decked out. We ended up doing a bunch of work in there, but there was a problem with a leak in the roof. We ended up having to trade the building in because they just didn't do that right. So this is a prime example of hydroponic wise what your roots should look like. You know, and the plant's in a basket, and it's down there and it's getting fed. You know. So that's just another way of ignore that stuff, guys.
So
Because
you're
those
more about.
cards are all chopped up.
That's beautiful.
This is my outdoor. Yeah, that was a 14-foot plant
That is beautiful.
before it even started flowering. It was 21 feet by the time it was done.
Oh my God!
Goodness.
Yeah, I didn't mess around. I was a grower. I was a producer.
Oh my God!
One of my long stem pipes that got broken that same day that this idiot wanted a picture taken with it. He broke it. I miss that pipe so much.
The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. Blessed be the name of it. You're going naked out, just like you came in naked, right?
And
that's what I have to tell myself when I'm pissed off about stuff I loved that someone stupidly broke. Or I probably broke it. I'm hard on shit. I break everything. Every bong bowl piece I got right now looks like this. It's broken. Okay.
Yeah.
Everything I have I can't keep a bong, but I only like glass. So that's amazing, Hawk. That's really cool.
So looking at those are all 4 feet tall. The lights are at 5 foot 5 inches, and there are 6 plants in there. You can see one here, and that white separator is in between the plants. And those 6 plants, was a minimum of 12 pounds. Minimum of 12 pounds in a total. So it's the idea of growing it properly, and allowing the plant to become established, giving it all natural ingredients, and ignore that guy. He's freaking ugly.
He looks really unhealthy there.
Yeah, that was one of the times that I was sick. So
here in Michigan, you can have 12 plants.
Gabriel.
So no, that's not Gabriel. That's Lucky.
Oh,
that's Gabriel's grandfather.
Gosh, is he beautiful?
Yeah, he was.
Is it 12 plants a person there, Hawk?
He's so pretty.
It is. Well, in town, it's 6 plants. Out of town, it's 12.
Okay, I had a question. So my friend is here. She's never seen any of your stuff or knows much about what you're doing. She's really impressed, but that's all for his kingdom. I wanted to tell her about, are you still giving not that she's not looking to be a patient or anything or trying to get any, but are you still doing the RSO for patients?
Yes.
You are.
Yep.
And how many patients do you supply that medicine for free every year?
On an average, anywhere between 300 to 500 people a year.
That's what's up. That's what's up, people. That's what's up. I've made it a couple times, but
the value of an individual's life is worth more than the plant could ever offer me.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's a question for you, Hawk. Someone wants to know what you think is a good fibromyalgia plant.
A strain called Cocoa Queen.
Cocoa Queen.
Yep, you can find that in I know Oregon Seed Bank has it, and there's a place in Denver, Colorado that also has it. Nice. And it is 100% a strain designed to deal with fibromyalgia.
Wow, great. I was gonna say my OG is what I've, that's anything OG for pain is all I know. Basic, right?
Yeah. The only thing you got to watch out with OGs is, those cushions have a tendency to develop mold and mildew. They can take a little bit longer in the flowering process. But if you know what you're doing and you're really paying attention to your plants, you can get them down before that issue.
Yeah. Those were those 3. Yeah, I grew that. I told you I put the hole in the bag. OG grew great up here because humble. I don't get a lot of the mold because I'm up at 2,000 feet. So I don't get that coastal fog in the summer. Now in the winter, I'm socked in that shit.
That's one of those panoramic pictures.
Oh, that's cool. So
I
that's
think I
another
moved
building.
somehow. Yeah. Never
That's what
finished
you're
the
moving.
building. Never
You're moving
finished
it.
the building. There was supposed to be a back door and a front door. We got a couple of windows in there. We got a roof on it and everything else, but we never got any farther than that.
How do you get it in Georgia?
Yeah, the guys who did the work pretty much stole all the tools.
Dicks.
So
What a bunch of dicks.
yeah,
Oh my
that's
God.
what I dealt with here though. Was they'd come in and they'd start working and looking real professional and everything else, and they turned out to be thieves.
Vicky Sorrells, how do you get in Georgia? I don't know.
I'll be
Any
right back.
suggestions, Hawk, on how she could get some in
that was
Georgia?
when Chili Bean had her first litter.
Oh, I thought she had a bone or something. I think
Dang,
didn't.
Hawk, I could have finished that. I could have finished that building with a box of hand tools.
Yeah, that
It was
her very
almost there.
first pup.
She's like, "What the hell, Dad? What's going
And there's
on here?"
There's Dad looking, saying,
Going
"I
on
didn't do
here.
that. He doesn't even look like me. I'm not the daddy."
You tramp. Yeah.
And there she is when she was all done.
Those aren't white babies. They're all black.
No,
What's going
no,
on here?
it was their children. Their children were white.
Oh.
Yeah. Yep. And there he is looking at the box saying, "I didn't do that." It was,
That's awesome.
Every puppy has been delivered right here in this office. Every
That's
puppy.
cool.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I like going through these every once in a while. It's just it's great to remind myself what I've been capable of doing, what I'm capable of teaching people to do. And I just keep plugging along. It's the difference is she's broken.
Yeah, she looks like
You know what, Hawk? People, especially women, like to look at flowers. I like to look at flowers too. These kind.
These are my favorite flowers. I grew one that was pink like that one year. Not that, but a couple pictures back, you were showing a flower, and it was very pinkish. And I can't remember what that strain was called, but it was so
Pink
different.
champagne.
That's not what I had.
Yeah,
but
that's another cool thing is you let them grow out and don't pick them too early. They get colorful. I got some purple and some blue coming out. It's pretty cool.
Well, the colder it gets, the purpler it gets. It's from the cold. They are so cute.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was many years ago.
Sugar and kidneys, as in a strain care? Is that what you're asking? Anything for sugar? So like diabetes? Is that what you mean about sugar? Anything for
White
sugar?
Widow.
White
Widow is awesome for combating diabetes. There's another one called Poker Face that was produced and developed by a guy out of Vancouver, Washington. And it is an incredible strain. Leveled off his blood sugars, leveled off his cholesterol, and he lost a large quantity of weight while using it in an RSO. He would mix it in his tea.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Shut up. I don't believe you.
I remember the first time I saw that plant. Probably
Look at that puppy. Oh my gosh.
Right around 2009, Hawk, I saw a White Widow for the first time, and the guy had a big grow room. And that plant stood out from all the other plants in that grow operation. They literally was a white plant under those lights.
Look at him go with that femur bone.
Oh, yes.
And the whole time, Mama's sitting in her recliner, growling at him, like, "Get away from my bone!"
Was she?
Yeah. It's I really loved doing this. the problem was that it,
420.
It really boiled down to the bad elements, bad people coming in.
Yes.
And when you're constantly stolen from and stuff like that, it's just, you just finally get to a point where it's like, I don't even want to think about
baby. Look at that
Yeah.
baby. That's why I don't rent anymore. I used to have 2 rentals right on my property, which isn't why I moved to the country, to have strangers up my ass, which I
Yep.
did. And I told my husband, I'd rather go get a job than be taking in $1,000 a month to have some strangers up here. Because,
Yep.
when you're in between tenants, then you have the real peace where it's like, oh, yeah, no one's here. It's just us. And you could really
Yep.
breathe, and you could feel
I can walk around naked in my yard.
Good if I want. I mean, all the, the towers are right over there. They already watch me. I'm a full-on show for them over there. I flip them off sometimes. Sometimes I moon them, and sometimes I flash them. It just depends what I'm feeling like that day. Look at those ears. Look at those ears. Oh my gosh. I love German Shepherd puppies. They're my favorite. Sorry, but they're the best dogs ever. Look at that. Little chunkers too.
Yeah.
Oh, he's
I have
fat.
so many. I never realized how many videos and pictures I have on this thing, just of the dogs by themselves. Lord, it's yeah. Look at them ears. They're like, the ears are like 3 times the size of the head.
Radar love.
Yeah. Yeah. Good dogs.
Mm-hmm. How many you got now? What are you up to?
I have 13, 4, 17, 21 altogether. Yeah.
Goodness.
And the female that they brought out that had pups a couple of days ago, one of them, we just lost one of the pups today. But she still got one. She still has one left.
What do you mean? Oh, lost one, or you got rid of one?
Yeah,
or?
one died.
Oh, it did? Oh, one of
Yeah.
the new litters? You got a new litter going?
Yeah. Well, yeah, we had a female brought
Who
in.
had it? Who had it?
It was oh, she's not one of ours.
Cuvée? Oh, right. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. We bring them in. So
Oh,
it was better than them having puppies in a
they
hotel.
are, but I gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. They're one of your friends. Yeah.
Yeah. Puppies.
Did they have a lot of puppies? Did they have a lot of puppies?
No, she only had 2.
Oh.
She only had 2, and one of them died.
That's too bad.
Wants to get that pot plant out of that cage. Yeah. That was this past winter.
Looks cold.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
I enlarged your picture a while ago because I was pretty sure that was Gabriel behind you.
Oh, Gabriel is, he's behind me. Up there.
So these yurts that I made one time, Hawk, I used what's called Herculite fabric. It was made for gravel train tarps and stuff. They put them on the semi trucks, that fabric, almost like a thick rubber, but with a woven, interior. That'll last for decades, a roof like that.
That's Baron when he was a puppy.
Oh.
Now he's a big old daddy.
It's beautiful.
Have you ever slept in a yurt?
Yeah. We're actually going to put some at the new property.
That's what you were saying. That's why I brought it up.
Yeah. That's one of my greenhouses. That's my biggest greenhouse. That's it. I'm at the halfway point of the greenhouse there. It's 110 feet long.
Goodness.
And I built a wall there separating the ignore that.
Almost
guy.
look like a Kwanzaa hut.
Yeah, it's kind of shaped like that. Yeah, very much like. Gotta ignore those. Ignore that. So what else is on here?
I saw a pretty cool hack, Hawk, where people were taking trampoline frames and halving them, facing the legs towards each other, putting rods in, and making Kwanzaa hut shaped greenhouses out of them.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, that's enough of all that stuff. I haven't seen that shirt in forever, Lordy. Yeah, there's this thing goes on and on and on, on and on and on. This is my Samoa. Look at the colors on that.
Yeah.
Very colorful. Lots of
Do you
colors.
remember High Times magazine? They were full
Hell
of
yeah,
shit.
of course.
They
They
were
still
they were
publish.
full of they were
Don't they?
full of it.
Are they
Yeah.
not done
Yeah,
publishing?
High
I
Times
thought
is still publishing. Yep.
Yeah, they still publish. Yeah.
Yeah, and back in the 70s, they were full of baloney.
Oh,
What do
very
you
much
mean?
so. Yeah, it was. You know,
Why?
the thing that High Times, you know, the thing about High Times was back then, most of the articles and places that they went to were actually outside of the country. They would tell you that it was in a secret location in California when it actually they were in Spain or they were in Canada or they were someplace else. It was, you know, I had a couple of friends who worked for them, and they're a bunch of scammers. And same thing with Rolling Stones. Rolling Stones is a big scam you know thing. It's you know they're the ones who produce more stories about these artists that get turned into movies, and then you find out the truth behind what these people really are about and everything else, and you begin to realize that all these media organizations that surrounded these things were all, you know, bad stuff. So and it's like Rolling Stones just did an article about what the heck was it about? Um, oh hell, and now I forgot. Um,
You know, Hawk, the book I grew up with, I was given probably right around 1971 or something. And it was like a catalog cover, no flat edge book. It was just almost like a thick catalog with a green cover and just a pot leaf on the front. And it said something simple as like how to grow marijuana is all it said. And it was from the 50s, maybe the early 60s. It was already an old book when it was given to me. And it taught me about, you know, the different how to grow it. I mean, real stuff that still applies today. But when I mean by High Times and all these other publications back in the day, they used to be full of malarkey when they would tell you tips on growing and adding stuff to them, and it just wasn't accurate information. The book that I had, I've looked for it. I've Googled this and Googled it, and I cannot find this book.
So Rolling Stones did an article basically stating that all the stories about all the children and the trafficking in the United States is all a big lie. There was never any children missing, and that there was never any trafficking done in the United States.
Wow.
When did they say that?
In the latest issue. You know, so it would have been the October edition. But they
weird,
state that there's absolutely no trafficking ever done. There's never been any trafficking done in the United States ever.
That's awful weird. That considering the hundreds of arrests I've seen made.
Oh yeah. You just look at the last year alone. You know, there's probably been 7,200 to anywhere between 7,200 to 9,000 arrests in regards to trafficking, child trafficking, sex trafficking, and you know, and a majority of those people came from Disney. You know, were Disney employees, bus drivers.
Yeah, they just arrested another bunch of them too.
Yep.
There's been 2 mass arrests.
Yeah, Sheriff Judd Grady just did a thing about a week ago. One of them was if your bus was late, it's because the bus driver was too busy texting with a 13-year-old girl.
Yeah, you know, years ago, like 10 years ago, there were videos and stuff. There was information about Disney and missing people and goings on around those places.
Yep, with all the tunnels and everything underneath it.
Yeah, it's stuff's coming true.
Yep. There's going to be a lot of people out there that when they realize and find out that it was all true and that what people like us have been saying for years, they're going to hate themselves. They really are going to hate themselves, and there's going to be a shame that's going to come with it. You know, there's nothing we can do about that. All we can do is just to make people aware. That's it. And once we make them aware, then it's up to them to continue the search for information in regards to it. So.
Wow. Yeah, there's a lot going on. We're just waiting to see the results.
Yeah, the waiting is the hard part.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the idea is that if you're looking, then you're seeing. If you're not looking, you're not seeing anything. You're not getting anything because of the fact that you're just not paying attention. You know, and people, you know, people whose eyes have been opened, they're never going to close. You know,
A lot of people are letting people tell them what they know instead of them going to look for it.
Yep, exactly. You know, that's why I have a hard time with some of the podcasters, the big podcasters, you know, because of the fact that that they just lay information out there, but then they don't give you the resources behind where they found this information and everything. You know, if you're not pointing people in the right direction, then why are you even bothering to give it to them? Because they're not going to know how to research it to find it. You know, some people get the hang of it, some people don't. You know, but those that try are the ones who gain my respect because they're attempting to learn everything that they can. You know, I can point them to a couple of different sites and a couple of different articles and things like that, but it's up to them to continue that search. You know, and you know, it's way too important. It really is.
You can lead them to knowledge, but you can't make them think.
Yep. Yep.
I don't know.
Shame.
For somebody to think.
Oh, go ahead, Gamma.
I was just going to say, for somebody to, you know, just believe what the narrative is in this day, after all we've seen, you'd have to be pretty numb.
Yeah. Or pretty stupid. I'm sorry to say it, but it's just a fact. If you don't recognize that there is a whole bunch of stuff going on around us, you're fucking blind and you're fucking stupid. And I'm sorry to say it like that, but that is the truth, period.
Right up.
And I find those people, they're totally oblivious.
Yeah.
They're everywhere.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wasn't that
if you believe that
101
there is no such thing as child trafficking, child sex trafficking, or trafficking, period, you're fucking stupid.
You got your head.
If you don't believe that the U.S. government is attempting to kill as many Americans as they possibly can, you are fucking stupid.
Keep going. I mean, you know, you could go. You could
go
on and on for a while.
Oh yeah. I could keep listing it. You know, if you don't believe that your electric bill will be 2 to 3 times more than what it is, you know, a year from now, you know what, you know, if you're paying a couple $100 a month right now, I guarantee you, if these people stay, if that administration stays in, I guarantee that you're going to be paying anywhere between 2 to 4 times more for your electricity a year from now than you are right now.
Fuel, if you think this administration is legitimate, you just might be stupid.
Yeah. You know, and it's a shame to say that, but it's a fact. you know.
Hawk, have you
And
ever entered any of the Emerald Cup competitions? Sorry to interrupt you and take you off.
yeah, I was in the 1999, 2001, 2004, 2007, 2008, and 2009 Cannabis Cups.
There you go,
Two of them
Jimmy.
in Amsterdam. It was I was working with the Green Avengers at the time. Subcool out of California. Yep. TGA Genetics is the name of the company, and it was the Green Avengers. And basically what they did was they bred to design medical strains. That's where Agent Orange came from. That's where Jilly Bean came from. That's where Cuvée came from. All my dogs that are named after pot plants are all TGA genetic strains.
Okay.
And they all have medical purposes to them.
Mm-hmm. Do you know Tim Blake?
Yes.
Okay. Do you still talk to him?
No. I know him from the. I speak at a lot of these events here. These
okay.
Cannabis cultivation classics.
Okay.
So
cool.
I travel all around the world to speak. You know.
That's what he does too. I think so. She just gave me all his information a couple days ago because there's a organization called Institute for Justice that has a class action suit helping Humboldt County, 1,200 people for abatement. I don't know if you've heard of it or what's been going on with the abatement.
I've heard a little bit about it, not much. So,
you know what they were doing, man? They were going after people for infringements that were from prior owners of the land. They're droning over people's greenhouses and assuming everybody who owns a greenhouse is growing illegal marijuana. And they were charging this one guy $30,000 a day. They still are. And he said all he's ever done is grow vegetables. And so the county is basically, this is the board of supervisors, and they're just out of control with these drones. They're literally, I mean, can you imagine? They're sending out drones, and then they're sending people bullshit fines and fees for things they didn't even do. It's just unbelievable when you hear the story because that group, Institute for Justice, picked it up and they put them on blast, and they're helping them.
Yeah. So another technique that they used to use, the sheriffs used to come in the helicopters with cinder blocks tied to ropes that they would drop down, and they would crush your greenhouse. Not kidding. They would hover above the greenhouse and drop the ropes out with all those cinder blocks on them, punching holes in your greenhouse material, or smashing down on the metal frames and crushing them.
Yeah, well, they're criminals, and we know they work against us, and maybe people will see that now. That's all I can hope. I mean, really, there's never been more people. Yeah, not everyone's awake, but even I, who thought I was, marijuana, you can't be mind controlled. That's what's coming out more and more about my marijuana. Yep. I mean, maybe it's been out there for a long time.
It defeats MK Ultra.
Right? It inhibits mind control abilities.
Yep.
And so that just is more reason why the government doesn't want us to have it, and fuck them, I'm just so done with it all of this crazy, the way people still are kowtowing to Big Pharma, the Christians especially. The persecution over that plant is still unreal to me. Mm-hmm. It just really blows my mind.
I want to comment on Connie Carlo's comment here.
Yeah.
Okay. She said, meanwhile, the government's providing criminals with fetty to infiltrate the U.S. with deadly drugs, and they're worried about greenhouses with vegetables. Well, let me explain something to you. Okay. The war on drugs gave all of the sheriffs and sheriffs, county, and local police officers $49 billion a year to combat marijuana. Okay. They want their money.
Right.
They want their money. Not only are they getting the $49 billion from the U.S. government, okay, that the taxpayer are putting, but they're also turning around and they're here's a great one for you. They bust a medical grow, okay, a legal medical grow, okay, take the guy's plants, and then they take the medicine into the dispensary and sell it to the owner of the dispensary and make bank from it, okay, at the same time that they're cleaning out that medical grower who's legal, his bank account, okay, and his safe, and taking his property and everything else.
Yep.
But these recreational growers can backdoor pounds upon pounds upon pounds to local drug dealers.
They're organized crime.
They want their $49 billion a year. That's what they want.
Yeah.
They only care about how much money that they have to combat this and how to combat that. And in all actuality, it all boils down to everybody getting a bigger paycheck, closer to $100,000 or more.
God, what was I just going to tell you? Ask
and don't care about the kids getting a hold of it either.
Nope. No, they don't. Nope. That was another thing that Rolling Stone said, was that there was no fentanyl. There was no fentanyl coming into the country. That was a big lie too. That's what they're saying.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, Hawk, there's a new channel out. Oh no, it's not new. It's called Lackluster. Have you ever heard of it?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so today, I just seen this. Where are you guys? I lost it. So that channel Lackluster, they just did a whole sting operation where they set the cops up to go into a grow house, but they had 2 little pine trees in there, and they're called cop busters. Oh my gosh, I'll send it to you. You will love it. No, it's on Stand Up Humboldt's news. I shared it today on a blog today. But I could still send it to you.
Yeah, please.
It was the greatest thing, Bonnie. I don't know if you want to play it. It was only a few minutes long, and I think it was one of the best things I've ever seen in my life, I gotta say.
It's like watching a Second Amendment audit of a police
I'm telling you guys,
like
okay, yeah, it says it's 11 minutes long, Bonnie, but we could fast forward. I fast forwarded through a lot of it, but I think play maybe the beginning and then towards the end, because these guys burn these cops, man. And I've never seen anything like it in my life. I was like, what is this? So I'm going to send it to you in Messenger. Okay, Bonnie? If you want to share a little bit, can you?
Not Messenger.
What?
Drop it in the private chat.
Oh, private chat. Duh. I don't know what I was thinking.
Private chat or?
Yeah, private chat.
Email.
Bonnie, I was going to tell you about this video.
This is fun.
It's a social experiment where these people go into this lobby, and when they sit down where there's other people sitting, and when a buzzer goes off, everybody stands up, and then when the buzzer goes off, they sit back down. And throughout the day, everybody does it without asking what it's about. Nobody even knows why they're standing up when the buzzer goes off. It's how people just follow
suit without question. Yep.
Have you ever seen that guy, Matt TV is his channel, and he sets up kids?
When someone tasked with
I was surprised to see that was Judge Napolitano at the beginning.
Adding it switches
that's the whole beginning, I think. You got to present your screen, Bonnie.
I know.
Please present your screen, Bonnie.
To stop.
Yeah, shut up, Judge Napolitano. We didn't want you to start talking yet. He never shuts up. He's such a blabbermouth. Is he any good anymore? He's so weird with his hair, isn't he? Judge Napolitano. Is he Greek? What's with that hair? He's got good hair. Just
another broken dog back there.
Yeah, they got it rough,
Yeah.
They got it rough, real bad. Oh, this is fun. I'm so excited to watch this with you guys. This was I just really couldn't get over that. This isn't the right one, is it? This isn't the right one.
Welcome to Audit the Audit, where we sort out the who and what and the...
I don't think that's the right one. But that could be the one that I had on the darn blog today, because maybe
When someone tasked with combating it switches sides.
A one-time Texas drug agent described by his former boss as one of the best narcotics officers in the country.
Barry Cooper, Copbusters,
Controversial.
arrested.
Copbusters, you guys.
Tiny Christmas trees.
Copbusters.
Illegal.
The Texas Rangers are investigating a sting Cooper carried out against Odessa police officers in 2008.
Welcome back to the Lackluster channel. Barry Cooper was once one of the nation's top canine and narcotics officers. During his tenure, he realized that the war on drugs was immoral and ineffective. His new understanding caused him to shift directions, and he created the Never Get Busted video series to teach people how to never get caught. Soon, he realized that he knew all the cops' dirty little secrets, like how they make a canine false alert, how officers use confidential informants to plant narcotics, and much more. With that wealth of information, he decided it was time to start busting bad cops. This story begins with the arrest of Yolanda Madden, a single mother of two with no criminal history or issues with addiction. In 2005, she was arrested for possession.
Any drugs or weapons in there? What's your truck? My dad, there any drugs in it right now? Weapons? Nothing at all. Mind if we check it? We got information that's supposed to be drugs in there.
Though she was 100% innocent, she was convicted, and due to the weight of the illicit substance, she was sentenced to 8 years in prison. Yolanda's father had overwhelming evidence that the substances used to convict her were planted by a confidential informant who had accidentally hit the wrong target. Her father contacted Barry Cooper, as he not only ran Copbusters, but he also previously worked in the area with some of the same officers involved. Barry decided to take action to catch the officers by setting up a fake grow house in the district, hoping that by doing so, he could prove Yolanda's conviction was sourced by unlawful and unconstitutional actions of the officers involved. So in December of 2008, Barry found a vacant house and put tinfoil over the windows. He brought in grow lights and ventilation systems, all for the care and nurture for 2 small pine tree saplings, and to trigger an illegal raid by the Odessa Police Department.
Police are not supposed to run a search warrant or make an arrest on an anonymous tip alone.
Right.
And this vice unit has a habit of lying on search warrants and claiming they had an informant go in and see drugs in the house, and then they raid the house. We used to do it when I worked for them. If we couldn't get the evidence we needed and we wanted to raid the house, we lied and said an informant went in there.
So now, with Barry's pine sapling nursery set up, cameras were installed to survey the property, and it didn't take long for the Odessa Police Department to arrive at the location as planned. With weapons drawn, the officers enter the residence and systematically clear the house room by room. They finally make it to the room hosting the Christmas tree grove and realize that their anonymous tip was false.
Pine trees growing. You can't read all this stuff.
Before leaving, they noticed a Copbusters t-shirt pinned to the wall, alongside a note addressing the officers that read, "You are the focus of a new reality TV show called Copbusters. There's nobody in the house and nothing illegal has happened. We will be approaching to interview you with cameras. Our crew will be in red t-shirts, like the one on the wall." The officers then find the surveillance equipment and leave, just as quickly as they arrived.
Yeah, because they got this camera here, they got 2 in there, and all the monitors are running up there in the cabinet. You can hear them. So we can set up.
We're talking to the United States Attorney, so if you would, please not touch anything.
I'm not. I got my hands in my pocket.
We'll find out what we need to do with the cameras and all that stuff.
And just as the sign on the wall said, Barry Cooper and his camera crew were traveling to the house to film the officers' reactions to getting caught in the execution of an illegally obtained search warrant.
There's another car behind them. Right behind them.
Oh, yeah, baby.
That's it.
They're about to raid it. And Jason, you can tell them
They're in.
They're in. Hang on.
They're in.
They're raiding it.
They kicked in the back door.
They're in. Back door.
They kicked in the back door. I didn't see it. They got Adam in the front yard cuffed.
Handcuffed. They got Adam cuffed. Let them cuff all of us. Get these cameras ready.
All right. What? We're just pulling up.
They're just about to leave.
Go, go, go.
Go. Right here. Stop. Right here. Right here. You got the cameras. Get them out. Ready? Let's go.
Go.
Hey, I'm Barry Cooper with Top Busters. Why are you in my house? What? Do you have a search warrant? I'm busy making sure these Odessa cops quit planting drugs on people, so you've been caught in a...
Free Yolanda.
We're trying to cooperate. We're not giving nobody no hassle.
You did too. Y'all planted drugs on Yolanda, and she's in prison because of it. That's giving people a hassle. You guys are wrong on this one, and you know it, and you got burnt.
I'll show you the paper. That's what they did.
Oh, I want to see the affidavit. What judge signed an affidavit? There's nothing illegally going on unless y'all lied on that affidavit.
Okay.
What did you say to get in there?
Yeah.
What happened?
Talk to the detective.
After we set the trap house, it was the cops' job to do a proper investigation. And had they investigated properly, they never would have raided the house.
The information obtained by this operation was used to prove that the Odessa Police Department lied on affidavits used to obtain search warrants and eventually freed Yolanda Madden.
Tonight, Yolanda Madden is a free woman, and she says she was falsely imprisoned for 4 years.
Today, District Judge Rob Junell vacated her sentence.
Sure. Hey! Yolanda! Wow! Hey, Brandon. Good to see you, bro.
Because of the setup, Yolanda spent 4 years of her life in prison, despite her innocence. The police chief responded to the fake grow house operation by calling Barry Cooper immature and juvenile.
In a statement, Odessa Police Chief Timothy Burton calls Cooper's actions juvenile and irresponsible,
claiming that his actions were potentially illegal and wasted the time of law enforcement and taxpayer money. Barry eventually ran for Texas Attorney General, but his contributions to help end the drug war brought him under the ire of the state. The police ran a search warrant on his home to seize his Cop Busters videos. Not narcotics, videos.
executed a search warrant on Cooper's home. They confiscate his camera equipment, videos, and computers.
After the raid, they arrested him 3 times and his wife once under misdemeanor charges related to the Sting videos. All charges were later dismissed, but while he fought them, the US government took his child and declared him and his wife an unfit parent for teaching them about the dangerous arms of the state.
The state has taken away his child, Zach, and cited as a specific reason that Barry and his wife, quote, are unsuitable and create an environment where the children believe the government is out to harm them. How much harm has Mr. Cooper done compared to the government? Stealing property, stealing freedom, and in this case, kidnapping his child.
And because of the alleged retaliation, Barry and his family fled to South America for asylum in 2011. Barry Cooper is now a criminal defense expert witness that testifies against false alerts by dogs performing free air sniffs, search and seizure issues, and much more. He is also an international aide that helps train search and rescue canines around the world. He now refuses to train narcotics canines. Netflix has taken an interest in his life and activism, and a 4-part docuseries is currently being produced with an expected release in 2023. Barry and I are currently working together to create a live-streamed video podcast. The show will air in the coming weeks on the Never Get Busted YouTube channel. You can find all the original content used to produce this video on that channel and our new show by using the links in the description and pinned comment. so be sure to head over there and check out his videos. He left a special message just for you, and I look forward to seeing you in the live show soon.
I smoke pot, but I don't inhale.
Thanks for watching. If you have a video, use the submit link in the description or pinned comment. If you enjoy.
Sorry, I thought I was muted. Have you seen that guy before? You probably heard of that guy, huh?
I don't inhale either.
Yeah, right. No, you don't. Me neither. I don't inhale either.
You know what?
I just hold it in my mouth and just
like a peace pipe. Like a peace pipe.
But nothing got in my lungs. It's
I think Texas is the strictest state on drugs, but yet here we have all this mess coming over the border. It is crazy to me. So that's where we're going to be in trouble with the midterms, because that's what Beto's using. Is he wants to legalize marijuana. I think that's going to get a lot of people to turn.
Well, stuff like this needs to be seen, and it's crazy that, that it's up on YouTube, and it's had a couple of million views. But the thing is there's never any topic of conversation surrounding stuff like this. It's no different than the Second Amendment and First Amendment auditors that go out there and school the cops and sheriffs on the Constitution.
Right.
It goes to show you how much they have, failed. How the criminal justice system has really failed the communities. And it's a shame, and it's a shame that police officers, people who are swearing an oath to protect and serve their communities, are actually doing everything that they can, because just because they don't like somebody, or they don't like the way somebody carries themselves, or how they dress, or the kind of music that they like to listen to, and things like that.
I think they're just being bought.
They get that power and they use it, though. That's, it's like
they're being bought and targeting the kids. That one that lost their child.
Right.
It's everywhere. Small towns, cities, it doesn't matter.
That's why, to me, the message really does need to be, hey, this government is weaponized against us. In those agencies like D-Dog's always telling us,
it all boils down to this. It all boils down to money. That's what it is. And the corrupt judicial system, they make bank off of it. Every person who goes to prison, they get paid. They get paid for it. The judge gets paid for every person that he convicts and sends to prison. He gets paid.
Right.
Yes. You wouldn't believe how much they get per child.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's a weaponized system. I mean, they're waiting for us to dismantle these bullshit systems.
I mean, there are some good cops out there. There are some good cops out there.
Not that. The whole CPS thing, though. That's that whole premise of that organization alone.
Oh yeah, all of the CPS, Child Protective Services, they all need to be shut down. All
exactly
of them.
Right.
Every state, every city, that has organizations based upon Department of Children and Youth Services need to be shut down. Period. No answers about that.
They've proven to be abusive and even
Oh yeah, you take a kid out of a house where maybe the kid told somebody that he got spanked, and they take the kid out and they put him into a household where the kid has 100 times worse things happen to him.
Yes.
Or they lose them.
They do nothing about that.
Or they lose them. They just lose them. They don't know where they went. Thousands of them. They're just
your
gone.
kid ran away.
don't
You know,
know.
while at the same time they're saying to somebody else, "Hey, did you get the money for that kid?" You know, yeah, there's some pretty seriously nasty shit going on, and you know, and again, you know, when the communities wake up to what's really going on and they begin to understand the extent of it all, there's going to be a big push to rebuild family and rebuild the neighborhood tribes. You know, basically, you know, it takes a village to raise a child. Yes, it does, but it takes a village to protect a child.
Yes.
You know,
we need a culture that's different than this Hollywood media. Because we do have culture, and we've been censored, snuffed, skewed, looked at as the devil. You know, it's like, no, we're not. Traditions. We have culture here in America. We really do have culture here in America. And it's not always looking at each other's race and how much money y'all make, and you know, just even if you're V'd or not V'd, all of that, none of that matters. We have culture here where when it gets down to it, we will come together as Americans who know when the time is right, how to roll up our sleeves and do what needs to be done. Period. Doesn't even matter what it is. Doesn't even matter what it is.
They do target the people, the lower income people, and it doesn't matter what race, because they figure that they can't afford the attorneys or whatever is needed to fight whatever they're trying to pull off.
It's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. It's the other way around now.
Yes.
And you shouldn't have to be able, I also think you shouldn't have to be able to afford it. I think it's not just the poor, it's the ignorant, which, and that people don't like that word. It's the uneducated. You can be very wealthy, and I guess, you know, you can keep paying a lawyer and they can keep you in that system. Doesn't mean you're going to get your kid back, but constitutionally it stops it. It can stop it. That's the difference. And we're intimidated. We've already lost when we don't
your
think
children are your property.
our property is right.
Yeah.
Everybody in the system makes money but you.
Yep.
Right. You're the customer, or you're the not the
You're
customer.
the payee.
Yeah.
You're the payee. That's basically what it is.
Bend over. Yeah.
Yep. When I got put into foster care, they took my father's Social Security that was coming for me. And even though, you know, 80% of the time they had me off someplace else, they continued to take that money, you know.
Wow.
So I never, ever saw a dime of, you know, my dad's Social Security money after he was killed. You know,
I mean, they're so crooked, and you were abused too, in horrible, like you shared that on your prayer-a-thons, you know, and I had really no idea that it was them then.
That bad back then. Yeah, I'm 57
didn't
now.
know.
You know, I'm 57 now. You know, I carried most of this stuff for, you know, 40, 45, you know, 40, 45 years, you know, the things that happened to me. And, you know, and the thing was, you know, it was first reported when I was 10 years old. You know,
But no one did
walked
anything.
right into the Connecticut State Police Troop K there on Route 2, or right off of Route 2, between Norwich, Connecticut and Hartford, Connecticut. It's right smack dab in the middle of of that trip, and went in there and told them what was happening to me, what the foster family was doing, and what the priest from the church was doing. And you know, and the thing was, you know, I was lucky in a way, because one trooper came out, and he was a detective. His name was Mike Foley, Detective Mike Foley. He heard my story, and he came outside, you know, because I was walking down the street with a plastic bag of my clothes, and I was running away, and I was never coming back, and I would find a way to survive and never be hurt like that again. And he came and got me, and he took a full statement from me, you know, after the desk sergeant said, "Oh, nobody's going to listen to you, kid," but one of the things was like this priest, he had a cabinet down in the basement of his house that was filled with porn movies. It was a locking cabinet. Okay. So when I told the detective about all the things that were in the house in different places, the things that were in the bedroom, the things that were in the bathroom, the handcuffs that were in the closet where he used to keep me handcuffed, when he would go to sleep. Okay. And I was handcuffed to a U-bolt that was on a vent pipe that went up through the ceiling. Okay. And when I told this guy, he got the warrant, okay, from the local judge, and went to that house, went into the rectory, and found everything that I said, everything.
Did he?
Okay.
Wow.
And he was ready to make an arrest, and he was called by Tip O'Neill, who was Governor O'Neill at the time of Connecticut, and told to get off the case, never to mention it again, get rid of me.
What
and
the heck?
they took me from the foster home, okay, that he was getting ready to go into next. He came and he picked me up at the foster home, and they took me to a place called Altobello Youth Center in Meriden, Connecticut, where the torture and the terror started all over again.
Damn. See, and that's back then. Nobody would listen, or
Nope.
they
A priest could never do that.
Yes,
Would
Did
never.
they make you a ward of the state, Hawk?
Yep.
Dang it.
So,
got
and this is,
little-
we're talking over 45 years ago.
Yeah.
Over
I know
45
what you're
years ago.
talking
That's how long
what
this
you're
has been
talking-
going on.
People have little comprehension of what goes on in those juvenile facilities.
Put in a straitjacket and then molested.
Gross.
I saw a lot of dead people in those places.
So it's put in a straitjacket and then raped and molested by the people who worked there.
Gross. Yeah, they're criminal enterprises, and if we were doing better at doing our own research and following, you can find that a lot of these people in power have records, bad records. They get elevated in power because the government agency is a criminal enterprise. The courthouses, it's all connected. It's just
Yes.
really sad that we let it get this out of control. And that even still after the last 2 years, sometimes I look around and go, we're still letting it happen though. It's like, but what do we do? People are scared still. I think they're getting braver. Does it feel like?
Yep.
Americans are getting braver and more.
I think
Oh, they're getting pissed off by now.
Yeah, that's basically what it boils down to. They're getting angry. They're getting angry, because they're beginning to see this. And the thing is it's not just on one side now. There's a lot of Democrats who are waking up to the fact that, wow, this system is broken. There's no doubt about it. And this is the thing is, it's not necessarily the desire of watching a system burn down, like our anarchist teacher there that Project Veritas exposed last week. It's not so much as burning the system down as it is taking the system down and putting something in place that actually works with the people, for the people, by the people, and not some government entity that is, basically, utilizing and making bank off of your family, off of your community, off of your city,
Terrorizing people.
state.
Yes.
It's not just a little thing. It's a big thing, and the fact that we've gotten away with having conversations about this for the last 3 years, here on YouTube has been amazing. Okay? it is, and there are times that things get taken down, and I totally get it, and I get people getting upset about it and everything else, and I get their fear of having their channels and stuff like that taken down, but at the same time, that's why I've tried to show people by example of just build another, and then another, and then another, and then another. Put that truth out there, okay? Because eventually your message is going to stick.
Right.
Okay. And once it sticks, then that person is going to tell another person who's going to tell another person who's going to tell another person. And it goes from being just a couple of hundred views to a couple of million views. And people really getting the picture of it and getting a full understanding of it. And, you know, there is a certain point where we, the people, are going to decide that YouTube needs to be shut down. Okay. And it's not going to be YouTube that gets to make that choice. It's going to be we, the people, because enough will be enough, you know. But we have to be prepared by having other social media outlets in which to go to be able to continue telling the story.
Yeah.
Okay. And getting people awake and presenting them with information that is accurate every time, not just once or twice, but every time. You know, that's why I get mad at guys like, you know, a bunch of the guys that are on Rumble and stuff like that, you know, Phil G and quite a few others. Okay. They pump a lot of bullshit in. Okay. And they hope that maybe once every 6 months that something will be what they said it was going to be. Okay. But these guys who are dropping all these dates and saying this is going to happen, and look at what happened on September 24th. Not a damn thing. Not a damn thing happened on September 24th.
Went to bed and woke up
and we're out there beefing up September 24th.
Yeah.
Okay. And, you know, we have a community of people who wear their hearts on their sleeves. Okay. And when you pump them with that kind of BS, they're praying, you know, unceasingly to try and see something come out of that day. Something. And 90% of the time, those guys are 100% wrong with everything that they said. It was all BS. And then they turn around and they say, well, I talked about that. And I told you guys that it's bullshit. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, it's just that simple, you know. And the thing is it's like there's so many scams that are surrounding the advertisement that a lot of these guys are doing, you know, and that's another thing. You know, you're taking people's IRAs, you're taking their life savings, you know, and stuff like that. Now, I've said to people, yes, buying silver is not a bad idea, because if the dollar crashes, you want to have something to be able to buy gold, you know. But I'm
we're
not
not swinging it. You and I, we're not. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you to take every penny that you make and go to this company and buy silver because that is going to be your saving grace. I tell you to do it because of the fact that at least this way here you get to keep some value of your dollar, you know, and you have something that if you need to walk into a store to buy food and the dollar is crashed, you're capable of buying food. You know, that's just being smart.
Right.
You know, because I've been collecting silver. I started collecting silver when it was anywhere between $2.75 to $4.50 an ounce.
Dang.
Okay. And it's what, 4 times that now?
Yeah.
At
you know,
least.
or 5 times that now, because it's around $20 an ounce right now. You know,
I think it's
highly undervalued. Highly undervalued. We all know that. If you know, you know.
Oh yeah, and it'll take the dollar crashing for the true value of gold and silver to actually come out. And when that happens, people are going to realize, holy shit, these people have been robbing us blind our entire lives. And that is going to, I think that is going to be the final key in the lock of the American people. Okay.
Do you ever think about
at that point there, that lock is going to be broken, and they will never ever have an opportunity to do anything like that again. you know,
Yeah.
and it needs to happen. It needs to happen. You all know it. You see it. Okay. I mean, if I'm paying $7 to $8 a gallon right up the road from my house for gas, I can imagine what you guys are paying at your homes. Now, I know that my gas costs more because of the fact that it has to come through the mountains and they charge us for that.
Yep.
Good.
We're paying $7. We're paying $7 a gallon.
Yeah, there's no fuel line here where we can have stuff pumped in here. This is
Mhm.
they got to drive it through the mountains, so they charge you for that.
Oh yeah.
But
I
you
cannot
know,
believe that.
even when DJT was in office, we were there. There were a couple of times that I went by the gas station and it was only 99 cents a gallon, and I was like,
No.
"Holy crap! Why isn't my vehicle empty right now?"
Right.
You know.
Well, I never saw that, but
It's there was a couple of different times. It was the 4th of July of 2017. It was 99 cents for the whole 4th of July weekend. And then hold on, which one comes later in the year? Memorial Day or Labor Day?
Labor Day.
Labor.
Okay, so Labor Day, it was 99 cents a gallon. And on Veterans Day, if you have your ID, basically proving that you're a vet or your DD 214, you got it 25% off every gallon for your vehicle on Veterans Day. And I thought that was really cool. That was 2 local gas stations who did that. Only 2 of them. And there are 12. So only 2 of them did that. But 25% off, that was a lot of money for people to be able to do something with their family instead.
Yes.
You know?
This time of slavery. Oh, sorry, Bonnie. Did you want to say something on your show? Did I interrupt you
The
again?
only thing I was going to say is, wow. I looked at the station today and it was $3.36 a gallon here.
$12
I
a
feel
gallon.
bad for y'all paying.
Yeah. Well, my buddy Bill Miller, he called me this morning and he was coming out to visit me today. And he lives just south of Salem. And he said when he got to the gas station, it was $8.15 a gallon.
Goodness.
Good thing was he came up here on his motorcycle, so his mileage is exceptional, but it still bothered him that he had to spend that money on high prices of gas instead of doing something when he got up here. It took away him going out to lunch today. He could have gone to one of the restaurants on the road here or something.
Right.
Just all different kinds of things. When you look at it all and you begin to understand their concept of money, our concept of money, and then the way that it actually should be. And eventually, it's going to be for the people.
If you think about, like, when I think about this story that we're in right now and later when it's written, and say, biblically speaking, when God writes this part of our story,
it'll be the greatest story ever told.
The slaves in Egypt, it said they laid bricks and they labored, right? And it kind of described how they were slaves.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been slaves too. And we've been deceived and we've been ripped off and lied to. And the way this is going to...
We've been technological slaves at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
We became slaves to computers, to telephones, to portable devices, to music, to movies.
Yeah.
We became slaves to their industry.
Yeah.
Especially knowing that the country became a corporation in 1871. So we became slaves to that corporation. Unbeknownst to us, our freedoms were taken away. That's why I said this earlier today on Roberts is there is nobody in America alive today that has ever truly been free or ever experienced true freedom. And when it comes, it's going to be a culture shock to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
To be able to live without all these regulatory things, to be able to drill a well on your property and get your own water, to be able to, take trips with your family. You know, I remember in the 60s and the 70s, you know, going on road trips that were amazing, you know, and there was no way to recreate that after the 70s. Absolutely no way to recreate that. We lost so much just in those, you know, in that 10 to 20 year span there. Then by the time the 90s and the 2000s came along, you know, everybody was taking vacations, but they were going off by themselves. One kid was going to this place, one kid was going to that place, and mom and dad were shacking up in a hotel somewhere up in the mountains or something. You know, it stopped being about family.
Yeah.
The unity of each other and enjoying that time together and everything. You know, because you think about it, you have 18 years with these people, you know, to build yourself up and to build them up at the same time, to be ready to go out into the world, and take the values and the morals and the upbringing that you came up with, and hope that you're going to be able to build that same type of family. And then by the time you're 30, that whole outlook has changed because the world has changed so much.
Yeah. Yep. We used to load up in the car with a tent, go to a lake or the Gulf, pitch a tent.
Yep.
I remember eating sand sandwiches because everything had sand all over.
I made mud pies in my sister's easy bake oven. And I sold them to my brothers. I got my butt whooped afterwards, but I sold them to my brothers and I got to keep the money. So.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. Well, Bonnie and Hawk, I'm going to head out. But I've had a fun time. It was a good time talking to you guys.
It has been nice, but it is very late.
I'm heading.
Oh, yeah,
maybe Hawk wants to go live. Maybe Hawk wants to go live.
No, actually, Hawk's gonna go to bed. I didn't even realize.
Hawk gonna go to bed? It's early for you, buddy.
No.
It's early for you, isn't it? No. Early schedule, huh? You're on the farmer's schedule, aren't you? You're up when the sun is up now.
Lately, no.
No.
I only sleep a couple hours at a time. So I'll sleep 2 hours. I'll be up for 2 hours, go back to sleep for 2 hours. You know, by the time 9 o'clock rolls around, then I'm having my first cup of morning coffee, you know. But I'm not doing anything on the property other than the dogs. That's it. It's, I'm letting it go. Let it go. Let it go. I don't know the freaking song, but
that's a big high one. Yeah, I know, but we do all go into that too. We hear it.
It's a good.
I don't know
there's comes a certain point where you just kind of let baggage, leave it behind, you know, and that's what I'm doing. My next journey is going to be amazing. I'm looking forward to it, and I'm looking to no baggage going with me, you know. I'm going to have a small grow operation there to, you know, provide for myself and people who come out and stay on the property. But other than that, it's, you know, it's not going to be like this. You know, I'm going to be being able to spend time working with the dogs, working with puppies. You know, one of the things that we want to do is bring vets out that need a service animal. Let them stay on the property, you know, for 15 to 30 days, get to know a dog and train with the dog before they leave, you know. So when they leave, that, you know, they're able to put a vest on that dog and know that if they get on the bus, that dog's going to go in between their legs underneath the seat, you know, or if they're in a restaurant, they're going to back themselves underneath the table and they're not going to look at anybody who's eating, you know, all different types of things that, you know, that make it easier for a vet to have that PTSD dog with them, and to help them. And, you know, maybe it's an older person who can't bend over and pick things up anymore, and they need a dog that can pick things up for them, you know. Or maybe it's a seeing eye or a hearing dog. You know, it's the idea of the people being able to spend time and for them to bond and train before leaving there, and it's going to be exceptional. But the rest of the time, it's going to be a health and healing. Both physically, spiritually, and mentally.
Nice.
People and they're going to come there, and they're going to be in the middle of a 1,000,000-acre forest, and secluded, and the ability to just let everything go. Just let it all go. Don't bring your radios and stuff like that with you. Leave that crap at home.
It's creation, right? You're in the middle of creation, and that's it. That's where it's at.
Fishing less than a quarter of a mile hike down to the river.
Awesome.
Hunting. About 40 acres away is a 33-acre lot that's used for hunting. The Crater Lake is less than an hour away.
That's what I thought. You were going near Crater Lake. That's what I thought. Yep. Nice.
I know it
Very
sounds
cool.
like amazing.
Yeah.
Heard him describing it the other night.
Oh, Bonnie, how about can I pray us out a little bit? I'd love to pray for Hawk and you, Bonnie. And God, thank you for these beautiful this beautiful man and woman here, Lord, and just us ability to come together with these people in chat. And I pray you do bless Hawk and his adventures on, and his critters and everything he has going, Lord. Thank you that we are blessed. Thank you for Bonnie. Help her with her family and everything she's got going, and everyone in chat, Lord. We pray for them and their health and all the things they've got going. I just thank you for this time, Lord. And I pray that we could bless you, because you sure have blessed America. And we want to come back to you, Lord. And we want to be united, because divided we fall, Lord. And just thank you for your promises, God. Help people to think on them as they rest and sleep. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to bed.
Me too. Good night.
Have a great night. Bonnie, thanks for having me.
Thank you.
All right.
Y'all have
Good
a
night.
good one.
Love
I'm
y'all.
going to play this song leaving.
Okay.
I've been waiting to play all night.
All
What
right.
you been waiting to play?
The one the title was named after.
There's something happening here.
Oh, there's something happening.
All right, let's sing it out, y'all.
But it ain't exactly clear.
Clear.
There's a man with a gun over there telling me I've got to beware.
I just
Think
love
time
that
we
beat.
stop children. What's that?
Oh, I gotta start over, Hawk. No, don't mute, Hawk. Sing it, Hawk.
There's a man with a gun over there
Come on, Hawk.
telling me I got to beware. I think it's time we stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's
I hear
going
Hawk.
down.
It's really kind of a good message, though. Keep your head on a
Yes,
swivel. Look
There's a
around.
man with a pipe over there.
It's battle lines
Lines being drawn.
and nobody's
Nobody's right
if
if everybody's wrong. Young people carrying signs,
getting
hitting
so
so
much
much
resistance
resistance from behind. Time we stop. Hey,
what's that
what's that?
sound?
Everybody look what's going down.
Who's dancing?
Me.
For the field day, for the heat. 1,000 people in the streets, singing songs and a carrying sign.
And mostly say hooray for our side. I think it's time we stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going on.
Funky Bonnie. Funky.
Paranoia strikes deep into
Into your life it will creep.
Amen.
It starts when you're always afraid. Step out of line, the man come and take you away.
Time we stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down.
I feel like a bunch of old hippies here.
We are old hippies here. Love y'all so much. Hawk,
Love
your
you
voice
too.
is way better than his, but he's fun, you know. He's groovy. But Hawk's got a great voice. I love hearing Hawk sing.
I do too.
Let's do this again sometime.
Yeah.
I'm glad you played that song, Bonnie. You do this hand dancing lately. That's what you do when you get older. You just hand dance.
Yeah, because everything else creaks and cracks. And
You can sit on your ass and hand dance.
Move the neck around so it don't get
Yeah.
stiff.
That's, yeah.
All right, folks. Good night.
Good night. Thank y'all so much.
Love y'all. Bye.
Good night, everybody in chat. Love y'all. Thank you for joining us tonight. God bless you and sweet dreams.
Bye, Bonnie. Sweet dreams.